Yeah, no, he said that's fine. What you got this time? Just a sandwich. Sandwich.
What sort of bread do you eat? Is it not making a difference?
They've, I found this small stuff. It's like a whole yellow. Like gluten-free.
Nice.
Yeah, it's alright. There's stuff. Pick it up.
Good morning everyone, Boradara, Croeso, i'r Gerddi Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for the second day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Worcestershire. The game will be resuming this morning at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to all spectators at Sophia Gardens today. A warm Welsh welcome as well to the players and officials who've travelled here from Worcestershire, and Glamorgan Cricket also extends a very warm welcome to our two match umpires, Rob Bailey and Suri Shanmugam, as well as match referee Dean Koska. Well, today we're also delighted to welcome staff and pupils from Lansdowne Primary School. They will be shortly forming this morning's Guard of Honour, and then during the lunch interval, they will be giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills. Boys and girls, we hope you're enjoying your day here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket, and we look forward to seeing you here again very soon. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the one-day international here on the 8th of September, when England meet New Zealand. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages which are available for all home games, including those in the T20 Blast and the games involving the Welsh Fire in the 100. A reminder that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch and tea interval. Lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock and tea will be at 3:40 or whenever 32 overs are remaining in the day's quota. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, though, we please ask you not to take any food or drink with you. You're also able to play cricket if you wish on the outfield during the intervals. If you are going to be playing, though, in the interest of your own safety, as well as the safety of fellow spectators, please only use soft balls. You're also very welcome to use Tom's nets, which are situated at the rear of the pavilion, and there'll be soft balls and bats available for you to borrow. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It's going to be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock this evening. And it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Now today at lunch is the first of the season's members forum. It will be taking place in the Pyramid Hygiene Suite. As I say, it will be starting at the commencement of lunch, which will be at approximately 1:05. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion stand. In addition to the usual selection of snacks, you can now choose from a wider selection of pastas, toasted sandwiches, as well as jacket potatoes with a variety of tasty toppings. There's also a wider range of beers from our sponsors, Glamorgan Brewery. That includes the exclusive 1888 Pale Ale. There are also additional flavours of cider, thanks to Thatcher's, another of our sponsors. Food and drink can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castell Howell stand and adjacent to Gate 2. And you can also purchase snacks from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and there are a number of special displays. One of these celebrates the long-standing friendship between Don Bradman, the Australian batting maestro, and Doug Davis, a club cricketer here in South Wales. The pair were pen pals for over 40 years. There's also a special display celebrating the 75th anniversary of Glamorgan winning the county championship. That happened back in 1948. There's also another special display celebrating the success of Welsh schoolgirl Sophia Smale, who last year, besides playing for the Western Storm in the Oval Invincibles, also represented the England under-19 team in the World Cup in South Africa. There's also a wide selection of second-hand cricket books and Glamorgan yearbooks, which are in sale which are on sale in the museum, which will be open until the end of the TNT this afternoon.
25 not out. Michael Neser is on 33 not out. And Worcestershire have got the 2 bowling points in the bag. Glamorgan 3 bowling points. Whether there'll be any batting points in this game, we will find out in the next couple of hours probably. So Adam Finch first into the attack. Frank Watson will be delivering his 30 seconds of finely tuned prose to the good folk of Worcestershire and Herefordshire.
No, I haven't.
And then he'll be joining me on commentary. Edward Bevan will be with us in about half an hour's time. That's your commentary team for this game. Here's Finch then to bowl the first ball of the morning to Billy Root on 25 not out. In comes Finch from the Cathedral Road end and bowls, and Root plays on the onside, and there's no run as it's fielded at mid-wicket. So welcome along to any neutral listeners who are in search of cricketing sustenance, because I know it's not exclusively sunny around the country. Looking at some pictures of Derby this morning were particularly depressing. 177 for 6 as Finch runs away from us and bowls to Root, who turns another one straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. At the moment it's quite breezy, reasonably pleasant, but a little breeze around, and that's blowing the clouds quickly over the ground, so you're getting sunshine and shade strobing almost across the playing surface as we look out from high over long on as the left-handed Root faces. Finch got those 3 wickets, Northeast, Carlson and Cook last night, and is looking to add as he bowls to Root, who's forward defensively, and there is no run. 177 for 6. Lead is 68. Getting that up to 100 is probably the first mini target that Glamorgan would have in mind. The batting to come is Van der Hoogten, Harris and McIlroy. I believe that Van der Hoogten has been promoted ahead of Harris as he was in the last match. As Finch is into bowl and Root plays a 3rd delivery out of 4 straight to Azza at mid-wicket. So the Worcestershire field in these early overs. 2 slips. 3rd man, where Leach is doing some warming up exercises. It's a point, slightly backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Finch in, bowls, and Root brings that long leg into play, deflecting one down for the single to Taylor Cornwall. The opening bat, who was drafted into this game fairly late when Jake Libby suffered a back spasm, as Glamorgan's Eddie Byram did a week ago, but Byram is back with us, so hopefully Libby will be restored to health equally quickly. 178 for 6. As Finch in to bowl to Michael Neser on 33, and he's hit on the pad pushing forward. There's a shout from behind the wickets, but nothing more. Just a single taken then off the first over of the day here on BBC Sport Online, if you want to contact us via Twitter. Frank Watson 58 or Nick Webb 2017 2017. Leach has flagged, will be opening up from the River Taff end. Good morning to Emir Evans. What an excellent day of championship cricket. Spent the last 45 minutes cutting the lawn, listening via the BBC website. If we're still batting at lunch, I've offered to cut next doors as well. Well, if cutting the lawn is what it takes for Glamorgan to prosper, as they did in the last 45 minutes, we'll settle for that, Emma. Good morning to Dave Battersby. Looking forward to listening, but can you ensure that we, the workers attending tomorrow, have a good chunk of play to see into Glamorgan victory? We can do absolutely nothing to ensure any of those things, David, but thanks for listening. Leach is in to bowl to Root, who tries to run it down to third man, but just gets a little bit too much bat on it, and it is fielded at point. And Neil G reckons he had 85 for 4 in Glamorgan terms on his car session yesterday around the various motorways of southeast England. So Worcestershire certainly fighting back after tea as Root pushes forward, playing out into the offside, and there is no run. Eddie Baton says we were very lucky with the weather, as he spent a day on the mowers yesterday in his cutting the outfield purpose. His head was fizzing with cricket Scrabble words. Well, that's one way to keep you interested when you're cutting an outfield, I suppose. As Root with just one slip for Leach's bowling, and Root is forward, pushing to mid-off. Good morning to John O'Dew, who says Nisa can't do any more to shake the Australian selectors. Stunning form at the moment. Has been in good nick with the ball in the last couple of weeks. 7 wickets at Headingley in the first innings, and then 4 in the first innings yesterday. Now chipping in with the bat as well.
Is there a feeling that he's in the selectors' thoughts then?
As Leach is in to bowl, that's down leg side, flicked away by Root, but he'll just pick up the single as it's fielded down there by Leach. 179 for 6. Well, the situation with the Australian tour is that they've picked their party for the Indian test in the World Test Championship final and the first 2 tests against England. Nisa isn't in that, but it does include only 4 fast bowlers. And George Bailey, the chief selector, has said that they will re-select, if you like, for the back half of the Ashes tour.
And he's in situ, isn't he?
Yes. As Leach is in to bowl to Nisa, who is into the scoring for the morning as he flicks one down to square leg for a single. 180 for 6. So they have specifically mentioned Nisa and Abbott, who's playing for Surrey, as the most likely candidates for reinforcements. And of course, if any of those 4 who've been picked for their first 3 tests goes down, then they'll have no hesitation in hauling him down the motorway somewhere. Leach into Root, who cuts, and it's a slight misfield at backward point by Cornell, who's cross with himself as they go through for a single. 181 for 6, so singles in the first couple of overs, 4 of them, and Glamorgan lead by 72. So one hopes that Glamorgan have got a Nisa standby on the end of a phone, and because they'll need to replace him in September anyway, at the very least. So it may be they'll need to replace him for July as well. August they may not, for the One Day Cup.
Here's Finch starting his second over of the day from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Bowls to Root, who's forward, steering this out square on the offside to Brett D'Oliveira at backward point.
Do Worcestershire have another player arriving for T20?
Well, yes.
Yes and no. You sound somewhat doubtful about it.
Well, these things are never 100% certain, are they? Given that, Matthew Wade was going to come last year and play all formats, and then he didn't come. But, Worcestershire have got 1 or 2 lined up. Here's Finch in to bowl to the left-handed Root, who plays out on the offside. It's just fraught, isn't it? I think the whole business of recruitment, and at various times you get players lined up and you think it's all done and dusted, and then they get offered an IPL contract or something, and the goalposts move, so until they actually arrive, I don't think anybody takes too much for granted, but certainly Mitchell Santner is due to fly in soon, and Michael Bracewell, of course, the other Kiwi, is lined up, I think. Here's Finch in, bowls, and Root is out, caught at second slip, low down to his left by Haynes, I think, took the catch. Good bowling from Finch, picks up his 4th wicket of the innings, and Haynes, who dropped a couple yesterday, takes that one. I think it was Haynes, just having a look at it. It was low down to his left. Good catch, very good catch, and indeed it was Jack Haynes who picked that one up. Went through a lot of practice this morning, having missed a couple yesterday, one of which was very, very sharp, but made no mistake with that one. He'll feel a lot better. I think it's very important to get the next one when you've put a couple down like Haynes did yesterday, and he'll be pleased with that. Adam Finch also will be pleased, picks up his 4th wicket. The breakthrough that Worcestershire needed this morning. Billy Root gone for 28, and it's 181 for 7, and as quite a few of us were saying yesterday, not wishing to count any chickens, if they can wrap this up and the lead is below 100, then you just feel, I think, Nick, that you're probably still in the game. You get a good start to your second innings then, and it can look a bit different.
Haynes did well to get his fingers underneath that one, because
low, wasn't it?
As you say, it was going low down, and he probably had to prop forward a little bit as well, as our video viewers see a series of nice angles of that Haynes catch. No doubt about it. Root didn't do a lot wrong there, just played slightly down the wrong line. Maybe a little bit of nibble in the wicket, as they say. As Tim van der Hoogten these days ahead of James Harris in the batting order on this season's performance, with a half century to his credit, van der Hoogten. James Harris sliding down the order somewhat, despite having batted 6 for Middlesex at times. 181 for 7, and well, Worcestershire looking to run through these last few, obviously. But van der Hoogten is a solid enough character with the bat. I don't think we'll see much overcomplication from these two. If it's there to be hit, they'll try and hit it, especially on that short side of the ground, which could provide a useful pickup for these two right-handers on the leg side if anything strays down there.
Well, Adam Finch has picked up a 4th wicket, and now in with a chance of a 5th, with 3 still to fall in the innings, and all in an innings which for him personally started not very well at all. His first 4 overs quite expensive. Comes in now to the new batsman, bowls, and he's right on the money with this one. Good full delivery, good line, good length, and pushed back up the pitch by van der Hoogten. 181 for 7. So Worcestershire getting the breakthrough in that third over this morning, and Billy Root the man out. Well caught, low down at second slip by Jack Haynes for his 28, so able to add just 3 this morning to his overnight score. Root. Finch once again moves away from us and bowls to van der Hoogten, taken on the pad, big shout, looked a good shout, kept a bit low. Umpire says not out. We'll have a look at the replay. It's funny, sometimes you get an impression straight away, and I thought that was a good shout, but yesterday we had a couple like that and they were going down. Just looking at the replay now.
Too much movement.
Yeah, just a little bit too much movement off the seam, and a good call from the umpire, but they liked it. It was a very confident appeal, very, very close, but not to be for Finch. Comes in once again now and bowls, and again van der Hoogten taken on the pad as he turns looks to turn it on the leg side, and they go through for a leg bye, which takes the score on to 182 for 7 and brings Nisa onto strike. I don't think he's faced Finch this morning, Nisa, and well, these two very impressive with the ball yesterday, and now with a chance of making a big impression as a pair with the bat. I talked about them as a good partnership yesterday. Now they've got a chance to be a good partnership in a different way. Finch in with a chance of his first ever 4 for 38, his career best before today.
As Joe Leach is in and bowls, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Van der Hoogten. No shot played. Just
sorry, Nisa not getting a chance to face Finch. It was the end of the over. I beg your pardon.
Just the one slip for Joe Leach, with mid-wicket in fairly close on the drive for the miss-hit shot there. Cover is also fairly close, but walking in rather than crouching as Leach bowls, and Van der Hoogten noodles it towards square leg, but straight almost to Cornell, who runs in front of the umpire and does the fielding. No run. So it's a reasonably defensive field for Leach. 4 saving the single. I suppose mid-wicket is a catcher, so slip, but there's third man and a fine leg.
It's about managing that lead, isn't it, as much as anything, I think.
Leach in, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who defends back to the bowler. I think you'd be tempted to have 2 slips in for Leach at this stage.
I can understand the thinking. You go for it in this first hour and end up conceding another 40 or something, then that could be quite significant. I think they're just going to try and nag away.
Just the 5 runs added this morning for the loss of Root's wicket. If you are just joining us on BBC Sport Online, he was called Haynes, bowled Finch 28. Leach bustling in, bowls. Van der Hoogten drives on the leg side into a slight gap. Cornell has a slide and a throw, but they're safely home for this single. And there is play in 6 of the 9 championship games around the country, which isn't too bad. The Ireland-Bangladesh one-day international at Chelmsford has also been delayed by rain, as have proceedings at the Oval, Surrey Middlesex, at Derby. No play before lunch. Derbyshire-Gloucestershire hasn't got underway. They are just... Where else is delayed? Canterbury. Kent will be grateful for that. They're under the pump against Hampshire as Nisa blocks one out on the offside. And for Nisa, Leach has got rid of his slip entirely. There is no slip cordon, and gone for 2 short mid-wickets, which possibly tells you something about the pitch, that it's I think it's a bit on the slow side, and
I have a look at the ball.
More liable. Oh no. It's 57 overs old. Have they changed it in this innings? I can't.
No, I don't think they have. They've tried.
No, yes.
And Rob Bailey's getting the gauge out. I'm going to see if it fits through. And it does. So get on with it, chaps.
It's Leicestershire Sussex is underway finally on day 2. Leicestershire put Sussex in, and they are 10 for 0. This is the Sussex side featuring Pujara and Smith, whom Glamorgan will be up against next week.
Pujara played beautifully at Worcester last week for his 100. Really did.
Well, he's got a few runs, doesn't need any more. Joe Leach with the side screen, just the white tarpaulin behind him, as that is clipped on the leg side by Nisa, but safely down towards square leg. And it's another single. Part of the that side screen is in the shade, actually. It's probably slightly distracting because the trees at that Sophia Gardens end, at that River Taff end. 184 for 7 then. Van der Hoogten 1. Nisa is 35 and the importance of this first hour undiminished. Worcestershire have got the early strike they wanted, though.
Just had a message from John Curtis of Worcestershire. Worcestershire press box fame, I was going to say, who always keeps me posted with little bits of information, and this one's pretty niche, but it might be worth a mention. Worcestershire's second team game against Warwickshire at Kidderminster, which was abandoned without a ball being bowled. Just break off as Finch bowls, and he nearly gets his first ever 5 foot because Nisa flashes at that. No feet movement whatsoever, and he gets an inside edge down to fine leg for 4. Could have gone anywhere. Yes, this game abandoned at Kidderminster. No play at all possible, but classified as a draw and not abandoned because a toss was made and the 2 teams were declared, and it's the first ever, Martin Emerson's favourite word, ever, first ever non-playing draw in the history of the Second 11 Championship.
Oof.
Well, there you go. Finch in, bowls, and Nisa pushes up to mid-on where Waite fields, and there's no run. That I was going to say that would be a good quiz question, but it would have to be a heck of an obscure quiz, wouldn't it? Can you name the first ever non-playing draw in the history of the Second 11 Championship? But there you go. The toss was made, the teams were declared, and then it must have rained again, and that was it. So no play possible. And Kidderminster's a ground that, in my experience, drains pretty well. Here's Finch moving away from us, number 61 on his back. He's in, he bowls, and Nisa pushes up to mid-on, mid-wicket, in fact, where Haynes does the fielding. Haynes, who picked up a good catch this morning at second slip off Finch to remove Billy Root for his 28, added 3 to his overnight 25. And Glamorgan, who began the day on 177 for 6, have progressed to 188 for 7, and the lead is 79. Bright sunshine, 1 slip in place, rest of the field fairly well spread as Finch comes in and bowls again to Nisa, who's pushing defensively back to the bowler. Good accurate stuff from Finch. We had a walk round last night, Nick and myself, round to the pavilion, and we were amazed that some people are still sitting in that area watching the cricket, and there are quite a few there again today. And the reason we were amazed is because, given the situation of this pitch on the far side of the ground, they are a long way away from the action, and they really haven't got a very good view, I have to say. Here's Finch again, in, bowls, and needs to drive beautifully through mid-wicket. That's his real strength. Over pitch slightly from Finch, not a half volley, ran about middle and leg, and Nisa whipping it bottom-handed through mid-wicket, between mid-on and mid-wicket, and away to the boundary. Good shot from the Aussie, 192 for 7.
Yeah, Glamorgan's scoreboard finally moving in more than singles, which is all we had for the first quarter of an hour or so of the game.
Nisa waits. Last ball of the over from Finch. He's in, and he gets 4 more. Hit off the back foot, short and wide, sliced away through the covers. So 12 runs off the over for Nisa, with that inside edge as well off the first ball, and Finch having his figures dented a little bit in that over. 196 for 7. The lead is 87. Suddenly changes, doesn't it? Get a quick 20 or 30, and the lead goes over 100, and the game again looks a little bit as though it's drifting away from Worcestershire. 196 for 7 at the end of the over. Nice's on 47. He's got there pretty quickly. He's only faced 60 balls. Given the situation when he came in, he's having a pretty good game.
Yes, it's uncomplicated, Nisa's technique, isn't it? See ball, hit ball. As Leach steams in and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who is forward defending. Your talk of that second 11 abandoned game brought me back in the Glamorgan yearbook to Gloucestershire against Glamorgan, the Vitality Blast last year, where Edward Bevan and myself spent a long time trying to get a broadcast line, and then our broadcast consisted of virtually the teams are taking the field, and it's raining again. So we were on about for about a minute, I think, as Leach into Boulder van der Hoogten, who's forward defending, and I had forgotten that counted as Alex Horton's first team debut, the young wicket-keeper, even though... Did the teams actually get on the field? I can't remember. They might have wandered onto the outfield before, or the fielding team might have just about got onto the outfield before it rained again. Or they definitely had a toss. Gloucestershire won the toss, put Glamorgan in. They were going to play 11 overs aside, but they didn't. It poured down again. Leach bowls, Van der Hoogten plays that back to the bowler, who fields well in his follow through. So that apparently counts as a first team appearance in the stats for the 11 selected for that game. I thought I was desperate totting up my appearances for last season with counting a game that our side batted, and it lasted 3 overs, and I was actually doing the scorebook for those 3 overs. It's an appearance, technically. Leach bowls, Van der Hoogten slightly squared up and playing to cover, and there is no run. Joe Leach.
When you tot up your lifetime appearances, it'll count. Nobody will know that all you did was score for 3 overs.
Yeah, just about made it to 10 appearances last season, I think, including some couple of midweek knock-around pick-up game, and we played 2 T20s on one afternoon for some reason in pre-season. As forward comes Van der Hoogten and defends back up past the stumps. I think it was agreed that would give more chance to switch the teams round and get a bit of practice.
I just think 220s is enough, isn't it? These days it would be for me. Or 1 would be enough for me. I think a T10.
Yes, I kept wicket in one, and the fielding in the other, knackered my shoulder. It was painful for months afterwards as well. 196 for 7.
You're not getting the message, innit?
No. As that's Van der Hoogten playing forward, and that completes a maiden over from Joe Leach. 2 for 51 off 18 for him. 196 for 7. Glamorgan remain. If you've just joined us this morning, you've missed Root's wicket caught at slip by Haynes off Finch for 28, and Nisa taking 3 fours in an over off Finch, and that is about the excitement of today.
Finch will continue despite that rather expensive last over. Still searching for, if he gets 1 more wicket, then it's a first ever fifer and a career best for the young man. Only 22, relatively inexperienced, and on a steep learning curve, you feel. He comes in now to bowl to Nisa, who is pushing this one out on the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket by Haynes. And there's no run. Bright sunshine and a good forecast, I'm pleased to say, today. Although yesterday, despite a fairly indifferent forecast, we had uninterrupted day. And
yeah, we've been fortunate, haven't we?
the game's moved on at a fair pace. Yeah, we have.
Considering some of our colleagues have been twiddling their thumbs.
Here's Finch again. 1 slip, the only close catcher, as he comes in and bowls, and Nisa steers this away behind square on the offside for a single. Azza comes in to do the fielding off the cover boundary, and Nisa goes to 48, 197 for 7. The lead is 88. Something psychological about extending a lead beyond 100, isn't there? And not quite. I mean, it's only a number, but certainly in the context of the game, lowish scoring, 100 looks quite a significant lead. As Finch comes in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, and he's pushing this one out on the onside. And there's no run. Matthew Waite going through quite vigorous warming up exercises at mid-on. Way to, a bit like Finch yesterday, started with a loose spell. It was quite expensive, but then after tea bowled a incredibly tight spell where he picked up 1 for 3 in 6 overs with 4 maidens, hardly bowled a ball offline, and be hoping to reproduce that kind of form this morning, as Worcestershire need to keep it tight. As Finch bowls nicely on a length off stump, and Van der Hugton just leaning forward, pushes it out square on the offside. And I'm going to let you finish the over now, Nick, if that's all right, and go and do my update.
Thank you, Frank. He'll be back in about half an hour or thereabouts here on BBC Sport Online, as Edward Bevan will slot in alongside me as Glamorgan try and scrabble their way up towards 100 lead, 88 at the moment. Van der Hugton has been on the defensive so far as he faces up to Finch and manages to get himself going, moving from 1 to 5 with a clip off his legs. Finch straying down leg side, and although he got the wicket of root, Finch has erred a little in the last couple of overs. That was something of a gimme, and that brings up the 200 for Glamorgan. Van der Hugton moves to 5 as Edward Bevan moves in alongside me, complete with a bottle of cough medicine. Edward?
Yeah, you heard me spluttering yesterday, so I thought rather than upset you and the viewers, the listeners.
As Van der Hugton sort of plays at that and misses anyway. Through it goes to Roderick. There's no run, 201 for 7. Helicopter overhead, in case you're wondering what the noise is. Lovely morning at Sophia Gardens. Worcestershire with the 1 wicket. Finch then erring, and Leach has just been very tight from the river end for you, Edward.
Yes, he has, and a lead is a lead, as I say yesterday. And as this goes up towards 100, probably, possibly more, Worcestershire will have to bat far better than they did in the first innings. Somebody said to me on the way in, this game could be over today. And I thought, well, surely not. But they were bowled out in 40 overs and 3 balls yesterday. And 1 wicket has already been taken. There is a change at the river end. And that first ball, bowled by Matthew Waite, has been driven down past mid-off for 4. Yes, just about gives up now, the fielder.
I think there were 2 hands on that, weren't there? Because the bowler got a hand on it, and it might have just wrong-footed mid-off, and it brings up Michael Neese's 50 off 64 deliveries. He moves to 52, but that was almost in slow motion, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. What a important player Neese is to Glamorgan. Not only his outstanding bowling, but his batting. He got 90 at Leicester a fortnight ago, and another 50 here as Waite comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward to a good length ball played out onto the offside. And Glamorgan now creeping towards that 100 mark. Is 96, and it's always in the back of your mind, the opposing side, when you've got a deficit, even if it's a deficit of only 30 or 40, you've got to knock those off, because anything under that, it's 0 for 1 or 3 for 2 in real money. Here's Waite in, bowls and beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery from Matthew Waite.
So just the 1 wicket in the first half hour of play, and Joe Leach very, very tight from that river taff end, but not able to make the breakthrough.
He's such an experienced bowler, isn't he? You know exactly how to bowl on this pitch. Interestingly enough, there's not a slip in sight. There's 2 men on the drive on the onside as Waite is in and bowls, and Neese is right forward, playing it up to mid-off. How many overs have we had in this inning? 60, so still another 20 before the new ball is taken. And this is, I know we emphasised this yesterday, Nick, is the lack of a good spinner, isn't it, to bowl up to the new ball, because it's the same, it's repetition all the time. Pace, a little bit of swing. Yeah, reverse swing, surely, with this field he's got.
D'Oliveira's spinning seems to be pretty underused these days.
Waite bowls to Neese, who's on the back foot this time, and pushes it up to mid-off. 205 for 7. Van der Hugton on 5. Neese now on 52, the highest scorer.
It's a Worcestershire side, if D'Oliveira isn't going to use himself, who don't really have that much in the way of regular occasionals, if you see what I mean.
No, Baker's a left-arm spinner, but in comes Waite again and bowls. And this is clipped away. Both bowlers keep bowling on the onside, but Nisa time and again has clipped them through mid-wicket, so he knows exactly what's coming. So it's 205 for 7, so Glamorgan will be eyeing the first batting point, 45 runs away. And this is a very good reply, really, because at one stage, when they collapsed yesterday at 120 for 6, you thought, well, it could be 150 all out here. But Nisa and Biddy Root, who put on that very important partnership of 61, have turned it Glamorgan's way.
Yes, Frank was mentioning the Worcestershire camp seemed to think there was a bit more in the wicket than we were suggesting on commentary yesterday, that it was nibbling around all day, but I suppose they...
well, I suppose the figures...
A little bit in it.
Yeah, the bowlers, all seamers have taken wickets. We haven't seen a spinner in sight.
Here's Finch in to bowl, and that's defended by Van der Hoogten again. No run. If you look at the Worcestershire lineup, if D'Oliveira is not using himself that much, just 2 wickets at an average of 73 so far this season, Cornwall can bowl a bit of spin, we're told, but with Glamorgan at least you've got Lloyd, who's the 5th seamer, Labuschagne, who's got 4 wickets this season, and Carson, who's got a couple, so you have got some alternatives if you need them. There's Finch is in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who pushes it down. Oh, Nisa could be run out if it hits. It doesn't.
Quick, isn't he?
That was a single by discussion, really. Van der Hoogten just prodded a couple of metres away from him on the leg side. They seemed rather slow to set off, and there was a chance for the bowler to run down the wicket and have a little sideways shy at the stumps, but it was a difficult skill, and he didn't hit.
Oh, he was sideways on.
Sideways on and on the run. So single taken. Van der Hoogten to 6. 206 for 7. Finch bowls to Nisa, who plays to short mid wicket. No run. Clouds scudding overhead.
Yes.
A few more now. A little.
No threat, though.
Bright sky, but thankfully we won't have to spend the day looking at the percentage likelihoods of rain, because it's very low all day, and we don't expect interruptions in play from that source.
How lucky we were yesterday.
Indeed. Watching the scores flash on and off around the country. Finch loops in and bowls, and firmly driven by Nisa, but hasn't beaten the mid-off fielder, so it's a dot ball.
Going on your point, Nick, about the lack of spin. You see, Finch was hit for 3 fours. He bowled extremely well, taking 4 wickets. But I was thinking, well, it's time, and probably if you had another top-class spinner or anybody, he'd come and relieve him at this end. But he's still bowling. And having used Leach and Finch for a rather long time this morning, it's 40 minutes, he'll have to look now for somebody else, probably Tongue, who hasn't been so impressive.
Finch is into bowl, forced away off the back foot by Nisa, down towards point, fielded by Azhar Ali, single taken. 207 for 7, and Nisa on to 53. Not out. It's almost like watching a strobe effect on the ground, because you get these areas of light and shade just blowing across at quite a distance. So Finch looking for first ever fifer, his best 4 for 38 earlier this season up at Chester Le Street. Sorry, correct that one. As that one's played away by Van der Hoogten for a single. Wasn't in that game. His best is 4 for 38, but he had 4 wickets in the match rather than the innings at Chester Street. But he's made a decent start to the season. 8 wickets in 1.5 games for Finch, especially the way he and Waite pulled things back after fairly ordinary first spells yesterday.
Yes, big strong man, good action. Talking about the weather, Gloucestershire, I can't but help feel for them.
I hope Ed Seaborn, our colleague there, isn't paid by the word, because he'll be
Millionaire by now.
decidedly underpaid, I think, this season.
Wait to start a new over, and the response there from Van der Gooten is to push it away on the offside. Why I say that is because I looked 5 minutes ago and there's no play before lunch at Derby and Gloucester, and they have eventually got underway, Leicester and Sussex.
Dave Fletcher will have to get his hairdryer out and or his mop and bucket and mop up that outfield. Our Derby colleague.
Yeah. Next ball is clipped away to one of those two men on the drive on the onside. Now then, I think I better not warn you, but inform you. I've just been speaking to Ian Gould, Gunnar Gould.
Yeah.
He's here with Dean Koska, who's the match umpire, referee or whatever. And we were talking about next week.
Right.
Apparently, the tickets have gone through the roof for that match, Sussex and Glamorgan down at Hove, because Gunnar lives down that area now. As Waite comes in and bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. Parking is very, very scarce.
Yes, I've already had an email about that.
Yeah. They're saying leave it to the hotel, get a taxi up or whatever, because it's not a big ground, is it?
No, well, I'll try and get in early on the first morning and leave the car there, probably for the duration if I do.
Whether there is parking, I think if you get there.
Yeah.
Because
there
flats
really
have
was the
gone up
message.
and the offices have been moved, so he said. A little bit cloudy now as Waite comes in and bowls, and this is clipped off his legs by Van der Gooten, but there's no run because there is a waiting list of journalists. Now, when you think of that little press box in Hove, it's probably one of the, if not the smallest on the circuit. Good luck to everybody.
Yeah, there's probably room for about a dozen written journalists in the press box, but
probably the Australian journalists that want, want covering. Here's Waite in. Bowls to Van der Gooten is forward correctly, pushes it away into the offside. There's no run. 208 for 7. Glamorgan score.
Although these days the British journos can gather things and flash at their Australian counterparts, and see the Labuschagne quotes from the last match are up on an Australian branch of a website, a news website.
Good over, I guess, by Waite as he bowls, and this is clipped off his legs by Van der Gooten. It's wide of mid-on, who gathers and returns. And that's the end of the over. Van der Gooten retains strike, 209 for 7. And that ripple of applause you hear is for the 100-run lead for Glamorgan.
Yeah, if you thought there's a lot of clipping going on in that over, it was because he was playing the same shot to the same ball for most of the over. 209 for 7 then, as Finch will continue as
long ball, isn't it?
His 17th over of the innings. Yeah, I suppose Glamorgan kept their openers going a long time yesterday, didn't they, with the wickets falling. Finch 17th over of the innings, 4 for 60, looking for a first 5 for, and as he bowls to Van der Gooten, plays on the leg side, fielded by Haynes, who's moved from second slip out to that short mid-wicket position.
He was playing it. He was initially going to play it towards on the offside, but then changed. And I think we can say that it's definitely the reverse swing is being employed now with the old ball on shine on one side and whatever they use to get the reverse swing going. And the field will tell us that as well.
In comes Finch, bowls, pushes out on the offside for a change, does Van der Gooten, and again there's no run. He's looking in patient mood at the moment, isn't he, Tim Van der Gooten, willing to defend, and just the one bad ball that he's had really, clipped off his legs for 4, and the
captain might have said stay there in all day, you've got 3 days left.
Just stay as long as you can, accumulate, with the bowlers possibly tiring towards lunch if they get that far. 16 overs after this to a potential new ball. as Van der Hoogten on the back foot. Worcestershire will be hoping they don't need it.
Well, you'll have to give him a rest before long if they don't take wickets, because they want to keep Finch. We've seen Leach's having a rest for the new one.
Yeah, batters just meet for a little mid-wicket chat as it goes slightly darker overhead. But the clouds are pretty high and there are hopefully areas of blue sky approaching us. 209 for 7. Glamorgan lead by 100 exactly. And Finch bowls and Van der Hoogten defends back to the bowler. Umpire Shanmugam has got a slightly misleading signal where he sticks his arm out and you think, is that a no ball?
Yeah, I've noticed that with him.
Maybe it's the 2 in the over signal to his colleague Rob Bailey. I'm not quite sure why umpires bother with that. The 2 in and over, the last one, fair enough. 2 to come in the Finch over as he bowls to Van der Hoogten, who will disturb the scorers by running a single down to third man. 210 for 7.
The only time I've umpired, very, very little of it, is perhaps a midweek game years ago. I couldn't count properly. I get confused and ask my partner, how many is that? He said, I don't know.
Scorers!
Call it 4.
You're a lucky man to have umpired very little. It obviously proves you played at a good standard of club cricket. 210 for 7 as that is hoiked away over mid-wicket or through mid-wicket by Nisa on the back foot. Vigorous pull shot dispatched to the boundary. 214 for 7. Just one ball a little bit back of a length and Nisa was on it like a shot. He moves to 57. 214 for 7. See, that proves
Wasn't
you
all that short, you're right, but
plays decent club cricket, Edward, because you had the luxury of independent people called umpires who we never see down in Division 11.
So you have to be very honest, Mr. Webb, if you go out and put the white coat on.
To be honest, Edward, no one expects any LBWs ever.
Is that right?
Well, unless you're on the back foot and pinned in front of all 3, then you don't get many LBWs. We were absolutely amazed that we got 3 in one match recently, but there probably should have been 6, I think. And then the opposition were disgruntled when we didn't give any.
Is that so?
Oh, it's reality, Edward. It's reality.
Tongue is going to replace Waite at the far end and bowls his first ball of the morning, which is nudged away on the offside by Van der Hoogten. So Waite will probably come and bowl this end. These 2, I suppose, will take it up to the new ball. What do we know? This is the 65th.
Yeah, 65th.
So there's 15 overs to fill, 7 apiece. Unless surely Talavera will have a little twirl. We've been saying that though. A couple of days. Tongue from that river end here comes in and bowls, and Van der Hoogten goes back and drives straight to mid-off. He said in an interview with you, didn't he? I love batting, Van der Hoogten. I want to be a better player. Well,
he did admit that he's not very good at it, which is rather modest, really.
Very modest.
He's quite decent.
A lot of 50s.
He's moved up from 10 to 9 in the batting order.
It's James Harris to come. Next, as in comes the next ball, which is wide of the off stump, and let through to Gareth Roderick, who has some company now. He's got a slip there. Slip, third man, cover extra and a mid-off on the offside, and there's a mid-on and a straightish, we call him straightish mid-wicket. On the drive, he's almost in front of mid-on, and deep mid-wicket and a long leg. That's the field for Tongue. He starts his run and bowls again. That's again wide, very wide of the off stump rather, and it goes through again to Roderick. Is that perhaps on purpose that Tongue, I was being told, just bowl it outside the off stump? I'll pack that offside field, and get them to struggle to hit it.
Short boundary though, isn't it?
Test
That's
their patience.
a bit risky on the 50-55 metres on that side of the ground.
Tongue is in again and bowls. Glamorgan plays a nice looking shot, but straight to cover where D'Oliveira fields. Time, there is plenty of it. We're only on the second morning of a 4-day match where the weather is set fair.
As it is again tomorrow, so good luck to everyone who is still waiting to start their cricketing season tomorrow.
They should be so relieved. Tongue, no runs off this over so far. Balls, again, it's very wide of the off stump. End of an over, a maiden over, but not a particularly good over. There's no threat in it, and the score remains at 214 for 7. The top scorer, Michael Nisa, is on 57, and Van der Gooten is on 9. It's been a very profitable couple of weeks for Michael Nisa with bat and ball. 7 for 32 last week against Yorkshire, 90 the week before with the bat, and 4 wickets in the first innings here. And when that straight-in party is announced, I would have a little wager of 5p that he'll be in that squad.
We're just hoping the frontline 4 go down injured for the first few tests. Otherwise he'll be called up, as Matthew Waite has been switched to the Cathedral Road end, and the first ball is driven firmly by Nisa all along the ground to cover, and D'Oliveira just throws it up in the air in mock celebration.
Next week will be very interesting down in Hove, because he'll be bowling at his mate, of course, Steve Smith. Very interesting to see how he gets on there.
As Waite is in, shortish run, bowls wide of off stump and off a thick edge. It's down to third man for a single for Nisa, who hurled the kitchen sink at that and really make full contact, but takes the single. 58 to Nisa, 215 for 7, having resumed at 177 for 6. So slowish going in this first hour.
Difficult to score on this slowish pitch too, and they'll be content.
Next ball is angled down to third man by Van der Gooten, deliberately played. Again, the single is taken. And Glamorgan ticking along with this partnership worth a useful 35 already for the 8th wicket, and the lead has moved up to 107, and Worcestershire should get the 3 bowling points. Glamorgan might just sneak a batting point as things stand. Waite bowls and Nisa is forward, playing to D'Oliveira at cover, no run. They're still off at Lord's, disappointing television viewers with a rare outing of championship cricket on telly.
Yeah, the East apparently were having the remnants of yesterday, so I saw this morning.
Yeah, still off at Canterbury as well, where Kent are getting pounded. As forward comes Nisa, defends to cover again. Hampshire 89 for naught in reply to Kent's 95 all out. If you want the definition of a one-sided day's play, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hampshire have only batted 22 overs and they're already just 6 runs behind, with all 10 still standing.
It's a funny old game, as we say, because they were 34 for 9 last week, Hampshire, do you remember?
Yeah.
Against Warwickshire.
Waite in to bowl, and Nisa defends to short cover. 216 for 7. Van der Gooten has 10. Nisa has 58, and so far 39 runs have been added this morning for the loss of Root's wicket.
Yes, Glamorgan will be quite happy with this as we approach the hour mark. And again, it will be Tongue to bowl. And he'll be bowling to Van der Gooten, who is in double figures. He's on 10. And he comes now, the first ball of the over. Bowls, and it's got a bit of a tangle there. He tried to play it off the back foot through cover, got a bottom edge, and it just dribbled away to slip.
Yeah, lucky that one didn't roll onto the stumps. Van der Hoogten didn't have an awful lot of clue where it was going.
Let's ask Frank, is there anybody apart from Dolly in this side who has or does turn an arm over?
Cornell is the next suggestion.
Of course, left arm spin. In comes the next delivery and is played away back down the pitch. Yes, Cornell opened the batting yesterday. And apparently Azhar Ali turns. Well, I think it's come and have a bowl time. Just have some variety, and who knows? You know, your eyes might light up if Cornell's left arm slow, and then you might haul out. But certainly think it might just pay dividends to have a change from seam. Anyhow, it's time to continue from the river end to the right-handed Van der Hoogten, who plays that off the back foot, and will get 4. And the gap between cover and point, got up on his toes, short delivery, just cracked it away. And we have another useful partnership now developing. About 39, and Van der Hoogten moves on to 14.
Yeah, Tongue needs to come to the party. If it's a 4-man attack, you can't afford to have a weak link, and he's not for 64 at the moment. But if you look at spin in that game at Leeds last week, Edward, it was 13 overs of spin in the match for about 110 runs.
Tongue bowls again. Van der Hoogten gets a better delivery, which is pushed away onto the offside. Yes, they got after Andrew Salter, and there wasn't much spin bowled. But in the position that this is now, it surely calls for some sort of change from a relentless seam.
So it may have been 16. I think Shakil bowled a few as well, but they all got clobbered.
Yes. Here's the next ball, and it's played gently out into the offside. No run.
Yes, I think just 1 or 2 keeping a fraction lower of the bowling from the River Taff end, but it's all been deliveries outside off stump and nothing that's threatened the stumps. So Worcestershire really in need of a little bit of variety at the moment.
Tongue walks and now turns, accelerates up to the crease and bowls, and this is played up past. No, it won't get past mid off. End of the over, and Glamorgan comfortably plays 220 for 7. Van der Hoogten is on 14, Nisa's on 58, and the lead is Nelson 111. And Waite takes his cap off, walks up, and he will continue at this end.
Indeed, as a few committee meetings going on, Batters having a little chat, and D'Oliveira having a chat to a couple of his troops in the distance there. Worcestershire can't afford to muck around. The over 8's -1. All right, they'll probably get a chance to pull it back in the second innings of the match. And
they've looked at the ball, haven't they?
Oh yes,
twice. That always helps.
Just the twice. 2 on the drive, no slip, as Waite bowls to Nisa, who hits it hard off the back foot into the offside, diving stop at mid-off. But they're through for a single. 221 for 7. Nisa moves to 59. Van der Hoogten more circumspect, 14 off 44 deliveries so far, and they keep the same field for him, which shows you there's not much pace in the wicket. Waite in, bowls. Van der Hoogten dabs it on the offside. They think of a single, but point is in very quickly, and so they don't take it.
Read this morning a big interview, double spread interview page in one of the national newspapers on Marnus Labuschagne. Very interesting. Bring it on, Bazball, he says. Bring it on. And it's a very interesting read, written by Lawrence Booth, the editor of Wisden.
His weight is in to bowl, down leg side, well taken by Roderick. Van der Hoogten didn't make contact. Yes, I suspect there are going to be quite a few Van der Hoogten and Smith interviews around in the next week. We have got a BBC, well, there are a couple of BBC requests in at least, so we hope to have a chat with Marnus about that last week, but we've obviously talked to him about the Ashes on previous interviews.
Yes,
briefly this season.
Well covered, Nick, you are.
Next delivery played away on the offside by Van der Hoogten, but straight to point, and
nope,
there's no run.
Yes, you're absolutely sure. He put his hand out there, the umpire, whose name I have difficulty in pronouncing, but it wasn't a no ball. It was again
2 in the over.
2 to go.
2 to go in the over. Just as a little wave to Mr. Bailey at the other end as Mr. Shanmugam has weight into bowled down leg side. Van der Hoogten probably think he'll miss out there. That was a poor delivery.
Yeah.
Would have dispatched that towards the boundary at any rate. There's a man on the ropes on that short side of the ground at square leg, lurking almost behind him by a Bailey. Fine leg is back. 2 men catching on the leg side, as well as a mid-on. As Waite bustles in, bowls. Van der Hoogten does make contact with that, but he's picked out the fielder Adam Hose at square leg, and just the single taken off the last ball of the over. Van der Hoogten has 15. Double Nelson on the board, 2:22 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. As the civic clock you may hear in the distance in the next moment or so.
Yeah,
so change of bowling at the
you may hear Dr. Hicknell as well.
Coming on to bowl for Worcestershire is Brett.
Hey!
we have our wish. Brett Oliveira is coming on to bowl his leg spin and googlies, and he's coming on from the river end. And at last we have a change from relentless seam.
On the ground where he has his career best as well.
Yes. It's gone all very quiet on the Worcestershire fielders at the moment. Just the 1 wicket in Glamorgan and on to 113-run lead. 2 batsmen very well set, 2 more to come. As D'Oliveira comes in and bowls his first ball, and it's on a length, and it's just pushed away by Nisa. He's got a long on right down by the river.
Yeah, I wonder how long these two will wait before having a go at him.
D'Oliveira in, bowls, flatter delivery is driven down to that man at long on. They just amble through for a single.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten has been largely willing to sit and have a look at it as he moves under 16. Michael Nisa taking guard now might be more inclined to open his shoulders.
Long off. Now, if he didn't have long off and long on, he certainly would have a dart here, I think, Nisa. But they're right on the edge of the boundary in the far distance. As in comes D'Oliveira, tosses this one up, driven away on the onside. I think that might have been the googly. Coming back in. He's hit a length, in fairness, first 3 balls. No slip. As he comes in the bat, well, it's a much quicker delivery. Let's see what did he propel that at. It doesn't show on our screen his speed. As he bowls this again, that's outside the off stump. That's going to be 4 runs. Backward is square. It's the old adage, if leg spinner, you generally, if you weren't Shane Warne, always bowls 1 bad ball in and over. And that was a half volley, and he leant on it and just hammered it through backward of square for 4. And Glamorgan just creeping up now, 227 for 2, 23 runs away from their first batting point. In comes D'Oliveira, bowls, and Nisa drives powerfully down to extra cover. He retains strike. 2-8 now for 7. Oh, it should be 2-8. And yes, I think that should be 2-8. We'll just wait, but Van der Guten's on 14.
They're usually on the ball there.
Well, they must have been on the ball as he took his first step. It's 2-2-7 then.
Yeah.
63 to Michael Nisa, who has strike against Waite.
Finn McCall says, can't see where the 17 wickets have come from on this track. It's not like exactly a road, but looks decent enough. Perhaps lack of application. Some good bowling in there as well, as that one does keep a fraction low from Waite, and Nisa blocks it on the leg side. But certainly I didn't think any of us thought it was a 16 wicket day yesterday in terms of assistance from the surface. Worcestershire had a couple of careless shots along the way, as Kadir Ali admitted in his post-play interview. There was some excellent bowling on both sides, and Worcestershire just bowled very accurately after tea, as forward comes Nisa and plays that one out to the covers. No run, and Glamorgan probably didn't bat at their best last night, the middle order.
They got a bit bogged down, I know what you're going to say. And they were going at the start, and the innings at 5.5, and they soon came back to 3.5. It's now 3.29. That is testimony, some accurate bowling by the seamers.
Here's Waite trying to keep that going, and that's hit off the back foot firmly by Nisa, but D'Oliveira at cover moves sharply to his left and prevents any run being taken. Nisa's just showing a few signs of looking to get on with it, isn't he? As he's moved on to 64, his eye should be in after an hour's batting today, and maybe just a little bit in the back of the mind to try and make hay before the new ball in 10 overs time after this, if Worcestershire need it, as Waite is in. Bowls of half volley that Nisa tries to drive on the offside and gets off the outside of the path of the bat down to third man for a single. 229 for 7. Nisa to 65. Not out. Nisa's replacement later in the season had better be good. He'll have big boots to fill. We're putting the pressure on Mark Wallace and co.
Oh, yes.
As that is played defensively by Van der Hoogten on the offside, and there's no run. I'm sure it may well be a topic for questions at the lunchtime forum of Glamorgan members.
That'll take place in the lunch interval.
Phil Steele,
he'll be in charge.
Hugh Morris, Mark Wallace, Matthew Maynard. Chance for members to question the management, as that is a firm blow from Nisa back over the bowler, but he hasn't really picked that up cleanly, and it plugs 2/3 the way back to the boundary, and they'll come back for a couple of runs, and that is the 50 partnership between these two for the 8th wicket. Van der Hoogten has got 18, Nisa has 65. 231 for 7.
So often you see, especially with Glamorgan, the lower order coming to the rescue. One season, Graham Wagg and Meshida, they saved Glamorgan when they were 60 for 6 and take the score up towards 180, 200.
Yep.
And it's exactly what's happening now. 120 for 6 and over 100 runs added, and just that one wicket gone in Billy Root this morning. So it's a very, very good effort. As D'Oliveira starts his second over and bowls to Van der Guten, who gets 2 runs. In fact, it was Michael Nisa, and ran the second one very, very quickly to get strike.
Yeah, in the first season I did the job full-time in 2015. Looking back at the first half of the season, Glamorgan had more runs off the bottom half of their order than the top half.
I was thinking.
Yeah.
D'Oliveira bowls to Nisa. Nisa drives down to long off for a single. Yes, time and again, Waggy would come in at 7 or 8, and Meshida would follow him.
200 at Guildford, memorably.
Oh, what an innings that was. D'Oliveira over the wicket, bowls, and this is pushed back down the pitch. No run. Treating D'Oliveira with respect here as he comes in and bowls. And Van der Gooten tickles it away. They have to go quickly, and they do. Nisa very, very quick between the wickets. Backing up the call, 2:35 for 7.
As Frank will take over from me when he sold his house.
I'll give you $1 million, sir. Another single for Nisa. There's a single every time because long off and long on the boundary.
Yeah, try this. Try Edwards.
2:36 for 7 as the next ball is a much better delivery. Beats him outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. End of the over. Frank is back, and 238 for 7, Frank, and it's getting away a bit now from Worcester. 127 lead.
Yes, it is indeed. You're right. I was watching from next door, trying to sort out a few technical problems I'm having with Hereford and Worcester. Couldn't get through for my latest update, and still working on that, I think. But yeah, you're right, and you were also right about the fact that they had to do something, and D'Oliveira came on and has tried to make a breakthrough, but yeah, they're really seeing it drift away now. 127 the lead as Waite starts a new over from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls to Nisa, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. What a thorn, or a double thorn, in the side of Worcestershire these two have been.
Yes.
But yesterday with the ball and today with the bat, an excellent partnership. 55 when Worcester got that early wicket this morning.
They were
must have thought,
yeah,
this is what we hoped, but it's not proved to be the case. As Waite bowls, and Nisa is taken on the pad, turning this on the leg side. Still got those 2 men on the drive at short mid wicket, no slip. Worcestershire falling between 2 stools a bit, really, understandably trying to manage this so that they're not seeing the game go careering away from them, but at the same time just trying that little ploy to try and pick Nisa up if he lifts one of those drives on the leg side. As yet it hasn't happened. He's looked really good for his 69, and he's in behind this one, pushing it down on the onside. Van der Gooten too has played very sensibly for his 19, and it's as I say, a lead of 127, which in the context of this game is really significant. And if it goes up beyond 150 or so, then the effect psychologically will be quite significant, I would think, on Worcester starting their second innings. If they were then to lose a couple of early wickets, it would look like a real mountain to climb. As Waite bowls and Nisa drives into the covers, D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run.
The body language, you can see that there's not much clapping and cheering going on.
Yeah, it's
Gareth Roderick had his gloves behind his back, and
yeah,
you know, it's as
they picked up yesterday significantly, didn't they, after tea? And then when they got that early wicket this morning, they really would have thought, yeah, this is what we talked about last night. But it hasn't proved to be the case. Waite again in bowls. Nisa is very solidly forward, playing up to mid-on.
He's not so much a threat, but he's a good defensive bowler, Waite. He hasn't beaten the bat a lot, but has restricted the progress of Glamorgan's batsmen, and he's doing the job. No doubt his captain would like him to take a couple more wickets in a spell, but this hasn't happened because he's not all that quick, is he?
No, he's not. He's a solid, old-fashioned medium pacer, I suppose. Gets a bit of shape away from the right-hander. This one's clipped away off his pads by Nisa, and they pick up another single. And it's the end of the over. He will keep the strike. He's on 70 now. It's 237 for 7. And as you say, Worcestershire just kind of, well, they look a bit flat, and perfectly understandable. Yeah.
Nisa on 70. He was a little disappointed at Leicester when he was out for 90. I don't think I'd have been very disappointed if I was out for 90. And probably he's going to be eyeing it and think, if I can get my first 100 for Glamorgan, that'll put the icing on the cake on home game as well. But he's had a couple of centuries out in Australia, but he's still got 30 runs to go, and he's got all the time in the world. 2.5 days left, and a little more. Now this is a very, very defensive field, and I'll go through it now as D'Oliveira starts a new over and bowls to Lisa, who drives, just trots down for a single. Now there's a backward point, a deep extra cover on the boundary, the sweeper, an ordinary extra cover just in front of him, and then a man on the drive, again that's rather deep. Mid-off is now up from long off, as long on is now coming in for Van der Gooten. And then you've got another two fielders on the onside saving one. Purely defensive as the next ball comes in, and that's driven up to mid-on. And a corner, I think, had a huge go at thinking that Nisa was backing up. But he was safely back in his crease. The score is 238 for 7. Another 12 runs for a batting point. As D'Oliveira bowls and Van der Gooten plays correctly. He's moved on to 19 and played extremely well. D'Oliveira doing a useful job here with his leg breaks, as this one is just turned in front of him to the man on the drive. And
got away with that one. He dragged it right down, didn't he? And,
yeah.
It just didn't bounce, did it? I think he would have looked to smash it away on the leg side, but it crept through about shin high.
Slow pitch. Here's the next ball, and he's caught at the wicket. Going back to cut, D'Oliveira gets his wicket in his third over. Van der Gooten goes for a very useful 19. It's 238 now for 8. And a very useful partnership. And D'Oliveira, you see, we've been saying it.
Yeah.
Why didn't you bring yourself on? And he gets the second wicket. He goes back to cut, gets an edge, and that was that. Slow pitch.
Yeah, good catch by Roderick, standing up. I always say, any catch standing up, good catch. And we just said that the pitch was a little bit slow and low, so probably give him a bit more credit, Roderick, for that catch. But the breakthrough is made, but it's an expensive partnership, 57 they added for that 8th wicket. Expensive partnership, I say, with my Worcestershire hat on. Very good partnership as far as Glamorgan are concerned, and the lead is the key figure on the scoreboard, isn't it? 129 is that lead. Worcestershire really need to wrap this up as James Harris comes out to bat, but of course if they do wrap it up, they then leave themselves with a tricky little pre-lunch session, don't they? It'll be interesting to see. I mean, Harris is a decent batter, isn't he? He's a good player to have coming in at 10, so there's no need for Nisa to throw caution to the wind yet. And as you said, he's only 29 runs away from 100, and he's having a cracking game, the Aussie. And Glamorgan are very much on top. Worcestershire just sensing, I suppose, that if they can get these next 2 wickets fairly quickly, it hasn't got too far away. I mean, there's been many a game of cricket recovered from a lead of 150 or below, but it's the low-scoring nature of it and the fact that for the most part, batsmen haven't ever really looked in on this pitch that is probably most worrying.
Yeah, Nick and I were talking when you were on your break there of how the lower order have helped Glamorgan over the years. We mentioned the names of Graham Wagg, Craig Meshter used to come in 7, 8, 9. And you see the last 2 wickets here have put on 118.
Yeah.
When Glamorgan were faltering at 120 for 6. So the new batsman, and James Harris, right-handed, and they're giving him 1. Long off and long on and back. D'Oliveira bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and it goes straight through. And the score then is 200 and 38 for the loss of 8 wickets. Just Jamie McIlroy to come. And we had 73 overs. 7 overs to go for the new one.
And Finch coming back into the attack, which is an interesting move.
Your best bowler to bowl at, well, I suppose you must say, the tail in James Harris and McIlroy. But as you said earlier, Frank, Harris is a little bit better than the ordinary tail.
Yeah, he is. He's a very, very good number 10. Finch, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 65 so far. Seeking a first ever 5 in first class cricket. It's been a mixed bag from Adam Finch. He started badly, bowled really well second session yesterday after tea. Picked up a wicket this morning, then faded a little bit. And he comes in now from the Cathedral Road end and bowls to Nisa, who's forward to a good delivery on off stump, pushing up to mid-on. Leach is the fielder there. Bright sunshine, no slips, 2 men on the drive on the onside at short mid-wicket, one a little bit squarer than that. And D'Oliveira fairly close on the drive at extra as well, just hoping that Nisa might just lift one of his drives on this slowish pitch. Other than that, it's a fairly defensive field.
He's got a lot of runs through that area on the floor through to down to the boundary, so Finch has got to be accurate.
In he comes now and bowls, and well, that's not the first time he's done that. He gets an inside edge, looking to flash that away on the offside, and it goes down to fine leg for a single. Adam Hose will be looking at that and thinking, why didn't that happen to mine yesterday when he played a similar shot and the ball crashed back into the stumps? But Nisa gets a fortunate single, goes to 72, 239 for 8, and the lead 130. Bright sunshine here at Sophia Gardens. The best weather we've had in the game, probably. Maybe a little bit chillier than yesterday.
It's a little fresh.
It was muggy yesterday, but it's a bit cooler today. But a decent, decent smattering of spectators all around the ground as Finch comes in and bowls, and that's through outside the off stump taken by Roderick. We were saying earlier, Edward, that can't understand the people sitting in the pavilion. I know people have their favourite seats and so on, but they're miles away.
I witnessed this at Worcester. You know, up at the ice cream van is normally.
Yeah.
People sit there when his play is down by the pavilion.
Yeah.
And they will sit there.
Yeah.
And I tell you who often used to sit there was the former umpire and Somerset wicketkeeper Ray Julian.
Yeah, he did, right.
Ray was always in the same seat.
One of the best suntans you've ever seen. Permatan. In comes Finch and bowls, and forward comes
I haven't seen him
Harris,
though, Frank, in recent years.
Somebody said, don't quote me because I could be wrong, but somebody said that he hasn't been well. I'm not sure what the situation is. He's still umpiring recently, well, a few years ago, still doing sort of school games and so on. Vanny is still around, but he's struggling a bit, I think.
Is he? Van Bernholder, we talked there, the great West Indian fast bowler.
Still visiting the ground until a year or two ago. Haven't seen him for a while.
Top man.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Finch again. In and bowls, and that's a beauty, and he's got his first 5, and he's a very happy man, and that was a really good delivery, and James Harris has gone for naught, and I'll tell you what, the one thing about that, I'd be a bit worried, because that bounced and left him, and that's very encouraging. And that's a 74 over old ball, and that has flown through.
It has.
Really, really good delivery, and what a way to get your first ever 5. That's a career best for Adam Finch, and he's stuck at it. I've been really quite impressed just watching that replay again. Slow motion replay, and that's a really good delivery. Didn't actually go too far sideways, just bounced a bit, and he's thrilled, and well he might be.
Yeah, spectators here must be wondering, well, why is he running around the field?
Yeah.
But they don't realise probably that's his first 5
It's his first 5, and he's waiting
the chance of a 6th here is number 11 on his way.
Yep. well done, Adam Finch. Good effort, and especially when you think how he started yesterday. Cause
Yeah,
exactly. He hasn't had much cricket this year. He's been brought into the side, and he started yesterday with an expensive spell. 4 overs, went for 23. He was over pitching, driven up down the ground several times. Came back after T-ball really well, and that's his second wicket today. So well bowled, Adam Finch. And a career best for him, currently 5 for 66. It's 239 for 9. But just going back to the this business, Nick and I walked round there yesterday, and it's miles from the pavilion across to where this pitch is. And people sit there, they just, I don't know, they have their favourite seats, I suppose. Fair enough.
I just don't
understand. It wouldn't do for me. I couldn't see the game properly from there.
I can't see what the ball is doing and anything.
No, you're right.
So you'll have one ball to negotiate here. We'll, yes, McIlroy.
Yeah, Finch should be scenting a possible 6 for here, and he'll be a happy man tonight. And he's deserved it. I think he's stuck
easily
at
the
it.
best of the bowlers.
He's really stuck
easily.
at it, hasn't he? Yeah, he's really stuck at it, and. He's got a couple of slips in now as well, not surprisingly, after that one went past, well, took the outside edge. Harris looked really surprised. I'm not surprised either. He wasn't expecting that. Nothing's really bounced that much from that length today, anyway.
Now then, Nisa goes and has a word with McIlroy to say, either get behind it or do what you can.
Yeah. Keep it out.
And it'll be interesting to see what
he does.
His approach is in the next over, if this is not out.
Here's Finch. Last ball of the over. He's in. He bowls, and Harris lets that go. It's a good leave. Only just outside. Some good over. Well bowled, Adam Finch. 239 for 9. And I'm going to have to ask Nick to come back in, because in order to do my next update, I've got to see if I can find a line that works.
Yes, there's a line there. And you can use my machine if you like.
You'll have to switch it to the English language settings there from Welsh.
Oh yeah, dial. Yeah.
Nobody will notice.
Dollarvira then. Now this could be interesting. The field is astray, far and wide, telling him you can have one, and then we'll have a crack at the number 11. Is he going to go for the big hits over the top, or is he going to trust McIlroy? Let's see. Here's the first ball from Dollarvira to Nisa. Bowls to him now, and he goes back and cuts out to deep extra, and has no trust in poor Jamie McIlroy because he stayed there and turned down a single. And I suspect Dolly will bowl it rather flat and not toss it up, because it's the shortest boundary on the ground, the far side, the river side.
There's another man going back to the boundary.
And he comes again. This is played forward, cat and mouse time. Incidentally, Worcestershire have gained their third bowling point, so it's 3-all. Chance of a fourth, perhaps, for Glamorgan as Dollarvira comes in and bowls and pushes it away. 3 balls gone. He'll take one off the fourth, because McIlroy can hold of that, Nick, as we've seen. He's no mug.
Career best of 10 last time out.
Yes, but you know, what do we say? Everybody bats these days.
Yeah, it could be that nasty little spell that Frank was talking about earlier on before the lunch interval.
Fourth ball of the over from Dollarvira to Michael Nisa. Bowls to him now. Oh, it's a full toss. Hit it down towards deep extra cover. Tumbling stop there. Oh, they think and decide against it. 2 balls to go as Nisa moves on to 73. Glamorgan 240 for 9. Healthy lead of 131 on this. I think an up and down pitch on the slow side is not all that predictable. In they come, the vultures. This is strange. They're inviting McIlroy now to take a single, because they want him down the other end. I don't think he is. He's just driven that. He goes down a long off, and McIlroy not interested. Everybody's back now. as if to say, come on, Jamie, we'll give you a single. And he plays it nicely up to deep extra cover. And that is the end of the over.
Yes. You're giving a single to both batters during the course of that over.
Try and get them out.
It's a little eccentric. 240 for 9. With the wickets having gone this morning of Root for 28, Van der Hoogten for 19, and James Harris with no score. Finch with his first ever 5-fer. And looking to add a 6th, potentially, as he bowls to Michael Neser, who may be opening his shoulders. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the boundary on the leg side. Finch is in, bowls to Neser, who prods it defensively into the off side. D'Oliveira trots in. There might be 2s on the offside, you know.
I think McIlroy might struggle. Neser will get there. This is the 76th over. So the new ball will be coming available. Not too distant future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the boundary.
Adam Finch then, probably full of confidence by now, bowls to Neser, who defends it up towards long on. The ball dribbles ever so gently towards Matthew Waite, who doesn't have to hurry.
Well, if Neser wait till the 5th ball here, because it's a little bit more difficult to play Finch than D'Oliveira.
2 balls gone. 2 dot balls. Cat and mouse cricket.
Well, he's not going to run, so why have them all out?
Finch bowls. Neser's forward defensively, and there's no run. He's just waiting in case there's a bad ball. Glamorgan losing wickets today on 181, 238 and 239. As we approach
luncheon.
No. Luncheon and the new ball, or the change of innings, or whatever. As in comes Finch eventually, running away from us at the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Neser on 73 not out, and Neser is forward defensively.
2 to go. Roderick running up. Is going to pass something on, as if to say, bowl him a short bouncer. He might try and hook it, he might get out, but perhaps he won't score either.
Everyone closing in then for the 5th delivery of the over. Looking back, I'm struck how similar the scores are to the first innings of the last Glamorgan match up at Yorkshire. Don't know if you made that point, Edward. Yorkshire 106, Worcestershire 109. Glamorgan made 245. They're 240 for 9, so virtually identical first innings leads. Yorkshire.
Have you ever been a statistician?
Batted out for a draw. I did stats at A level, but that's as far as it went. In comes Finch to bowl to Neser, who has the Yahoo over mid wickets, and it's run away for 4 runs. 244 for 9. Neser to 73.
I don't know what Gareth Roderick told Adam Finch, but I don't think it
in comes Finch to bowl
got straight through. He bowled him a well pitched up ball, and he just hammered it. Be ready for a single. Be ready, I think, for a bouncer. I wonder.
Where's the single? Down towards square leg, if he can get it there, possibly between point and cover. Otherwise, no, square leg's coming in. There are now 7 saving the single. As in comes Finch, bowls, and Neser hammers that one again through mid-wicket for 4 more. And Glamorgan now are just 2 runs short of a batting bonus point if Jamie McIlroy can hold on at the other end. Neser has 81, McIlroy yet to score.
You see, that was so predictable, because you bring the men in there, and Neser knew, right, I'm going to hit it over the top, come what may. And also, you've got the slow pace of D'Oliveira at the far end, and I trust Jamie McIlroy to deal with that. So, as I say, I don't know quite what those tactics were. Gareth Roderick was telling him something. The next 2 balls went for 4. And as you say, they're only 2 runs away from a batting point, and Nisa is on 81.
Vigorous discussion going on between Roderick and Leach.
The lead is 139, and I'd have brought a seamer back now. But there we are. It is D'Oliveira starting a new over, and he's dabbed it down, and he's going to get a single, which will infuriate probably D'Oliveira.
Bottom edge through the keeper.
That's the way number 11 gets them.
Dribble down towards third man. Right, this is like watching a jellyfish expanding and contracting this Worcestershire field.
I just didn't understand those tactics at all. As in comes D'Oliveira and bowls to Nisa. Nisa just gets a run, and there is the batting point, and that is a pretty good effort.
Yeah, 250 up. Glamorgan be very, very grateful for that.
141, and an annoying last wicket stand here. As McIlroy waits, and he's going to play a few shots, and he's going to get 4 runs down the leg side. Leach gives up the chase, and well, 4 more. This is a bright little stand here.
Yeah, it's a leg glance. I'm not sure if it was meant to be a leg glance, but it was firmly tempted to hit it firmly on the leg side. Ended up at fine leg.
In comes D'Oliveira, bowls, and this is played with confidence by McIlroy, who drives it back down the pitch. There's no run. He's got 2 balls to negotiate before Frank comes back
And finishes off the innings, maybe.
He will hope. That's left outside the off stump, and just the 1 ball to go.
Perhaps McIlroy can develop some Hogan-esque hitting together with his defensive prods.
Here's the last ball then, and it's left outside the off stump. Glamorgan 254 for 9, Nisa 82, McIlroy 5, as we welcome Frank back to the commentary point.
Thank you, Edwards. Well, I suppose one minor benefit for Worcestershire in not taking the final Glamorgan wicket is that it's all cutting down the amount of time they have to spend in what's always seen as an awkward spell before lunch. It would be 1/4 of an hour if the wicket fell now.
Yeah, it would be horrible, wouldn't it? I mean, if you're an opening batter, you're probably thinking, well, you know, we don't want them to get any more runs, but I really don't want to have a little bat before lunch. But at the same time, you've got to try and get a wicket, haven't you? Oh, dear me. Excuse me.
254 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online with musical backing. Occasionally, 145 is the lead for Glamorgan. More conferences in Worcestershire ranks. 3 overs till the new ball, but I don't think Worcestershire have to worry about that now. They just bowl to get him out. Give Nisa the singles if he wants them. And see what point he is willing to take them, maybe, as Leach is in to bowl, and Nisa for the 3rd time gets an inside edge, and for the 3rd time he is fortunate as that one trickled down towards fine leg. There was an easy single, and it was not taken as Nisa dragged that one just past, was it off stick or leg stick? It was past the off stump, that one. His 3rd inside edge of the innings.
Sorry, Nick, I'm back.
Leach
Leach. Yeah, I'll let you do it, yeah.
Leach is in to bowl, firmly driven by Nisa up to long off, and there's no run. 254 for 9, so if Worcestershire take a wicket in the next 13 minutes, then they will need to bat before lunch, and maybe Pollock and Cornell are saying to Joe Leach, oh, just chuck them wide of the stumps, hide the ball for a couple of overs, and finish them off for with the new ball in 3 overs time. Nisa will look to profit against the old ball as he mistimes that one on the leg side, looking to force, and is the pace of the wicket starting to vary a little bit more, I wonder?
Well, I think he just missed time. Joe Leach might have just held that one back a little bit as well, I think, but it certainly deceived him, didn't it? Speaking to a couple of the Worcester players, as I was saying to you earlier, Nick, last night, they were saying that they thought one or two were beginning to keep a little bit low on this pitch. Having said that, Finch to get Harris, I mean, that was a really good delivery, wasn't it? That climbed outside the off stump. But I think Leach might just have held that one back a little bit. He's got the field in now, halfway through the over.
Yeah, fourth ball it all changes. Leach into bowl, wide of off stump. There's an appeal for caught behind, but I think that was probably bat on ground as Lisa tried to drive a wide one.
The ground. Well, the boundary's on offer now, isn't it, for Nisa?
Yeah.
Leach is sort of saying to him, you know, have a go. Got everybody in apart from the fine leg.
That's an odd leg side field.
Yeah.
Where's that mid wicket? There's two mid wickets almost behind each other.
Yeah.
It's Leach bowls full up in the block hole, carved away by Nisa down towards backward point. The chase is in vain as the ball just beats Cornwall to the backward point boundary. A little bit too much width offered by the perspiring Leach, and Nisa takes advantage to move to 86, 4 short of his best for the county, 90 2 weeks ago against Leicestershire. He does have first-class century to his credit in Australia, so that's not a particular milestone for him. 258 for 9, the lead is 149. Leach to Nisa, who looks to play an expansive shot over mid-wicket and gets the ball off the toe end of the bat, possibly off his own toe as well, I think, because he's limping slightly away. It was the last ball of the over, so McIlroy will be on strike, the number 11, against the bowling of D'Oliveira. There are 2 overs potentially until the new ball, if Worcestershire need it, as we've been saying all morning.
And Finch is coming back into the attack now, so they will take it, I would imagine, if Finch and Leach are still bowling. But D'Oliveira's had enough and decided that he thinks Finch might be the more likely to knock over McIlroy, and I think that's probably right. 20 minutes to go till lunch. 2:58 for 9. If you're just joining us, the men out today: Root 28, Van der Houten 19, and Harris without scoring. 2 wickets for Finch and 1 for D'Oliveira. Finch has got his first ever first-class 5-foot, and he comes in now trying to make it 6 with a short one outside the off stump that McIlroy cuts at, but makes no contact, and through it goes to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps.
150 would be a nice round lead, wouldn't it, for your poor commentary team?
Yeah. Make our arithmetic a bit more straightforward. Changing the field, second slip going in, Haynes. Wake comes up from third man, goes to mid-off. D'Oliveira comes across to extra cover. So 2 slips, man on the drive, still there. And Finch from the river end for the first time comes in and bowls. Good rapid delivery, just outside off stump. Left alone though by McIlroy. Just needs to make him play a little bit, Finch. But the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 74. He's in his 20th over. Good effort from him. Still quite young, quite inexperienced.
Interestingly, looking for pictures of Adam Finch from the local agency, and there are pictures of him playing for England's under-19s on this ground.
That's right, yeah. He did that about 3 years ago, I think. And he comes now and bowls, and driven by McIlroy, uppishly on the onside. Wide of Azza, who's in on that sort of drive at short mid-wicket. Fielded at mid-on by Josh Tongue. Root out today, early on, caught well at second slip, low down by Jack Haynes, and Worcestershire might have hoped at that point that they could wrap things up, but 57 added then for the 8th wicket by Van der Houten, and Nisa certainly frustrated Worcestershire. There's Finch again, he's in, bowls, bangs this one in short, and McIlroy plays it well actually, gets up on his toes and just drops it down on the onside. He's on 5. Nisa is 86 now. Played really well. He's faced 116 balls and hit 13 fours. And he just goes down the pitch and touches gloves with McIlroy. Says, yeah, well played. You handled that one well. McIlroy waits as Finch moves in again. Past umpire Rob Bailey and bowls, and good leave from McIlroy, conducting himself very sensibly out there at the moment. And that one not troubling him. Rob Bailey having a little look at Finch's follow through. No words yet, just a cautious little inspection. Man dispatched out to deep square leg, suggesting we might see a bouncer. As are going in from mid-wicket to a kind of leg gully position, I think. Might see a bit of leg theory from Finch here.
If he wants to trample down the wicket, then I'm sure Glamorgan would be very grateful.
Yeah. And he comes now and bowls, and it isn't short, it's actually full on leg stump, and McIlroy clips it quite nicely up to mid-on. Negotiated the over very well, the tail ender, and I would imagine the Worcestershire openers are just thinking, yeah, just one more over please, before you get this last wicket, and we won't have anything horrible to face just before lunch. End of the over from Finch then. 20 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 74, and it's 258 for 9.
Yeah, but Headingley, I think we had 1 over before lunch for Glamorgan to bat at one stage of the game.
Horrible.
Indeed. And you have to go to the bother of writing 0 for 0 in your updates. Joe Leach, shaven-headed, bearded, burly, runs away from us. Bowls to Nisa on 86. Field spread far and wide, and this time he will take a single off the first ball of the over.
No, he didn't take it.
Oh no, so he didn't. They came down.
He
the
ran
wicket.
one. They came halfway and then said no.
Well, I saw Nisa start off, and I was watching the ball and thought, must have run it, but there we are. Returned whence they came. 258 for 9. Sunshine at Sophia. Leach bowls. Nisa blocks it studiously on the leg side towards mid-wicket. Fielders on the leg side are pretty set back. There's a man in front of square and a man behind the square on the boundary on that shorter side of the ground. Mid-wicket, Haynes is wandering back towards the ropes. Long on is about 5 metres in as Leach bowls, and Nisa blocks it to long off, and there will be no run. So long off is on the boundary. Cover is about 10 metres in. Backward point close to the boundary. Oh no, everything's changing again. Halfway through the over. This is getting a little bit silly, frankly. 258 for 9. I think Worcestershire might be overthinking this.
Yeah, maybe.
In, out, shake it all about. 258 for 9. Everyone in now. As Nisa hammers that one, and has been caught at points. Looking to carve it through the offside.
Who might wish he hadn't caught it, because he might have to bat for 1 over now.
Nisa's gone for 86. McIlroy is not out 5. Glamorgan all out 258. Lead by 149. So Leach did get it right in terms of his field placing. I take it all back. Nisa looking to carve one through the field. It was flung deliberately wide, I think, by Leach. And Worcestershire will have 1 or 2 overs to bat before the lunch interval. Probably the one. Glamorgan lead by 149 on first innings. Finch finishes with 5 for 74 and Leach with 3 for 55. So we'll take a brief break there. Dr. Hignell will no doubt give you the full bowling figures over the public address system, which you'll pick up on the BBC and the county streams. Glamorgan 258 all out.
5 for 74. For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the rest of the Worcestershire bowling figures in just a moment. So we have 1 over to be bowled before lunch. Lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock, and a reminder that during the lunch interval, it's the first Glamorgan Members Forum of the season. It's taking place in the Pyramid Lounge. That's on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. So lunch at 1 o'clock, 1 over to be bowled in the Worcestershire second innings. So details of Glamorgan's first innings. Glamorgan all out for 258. Jamie McElroy 5 not out, and in that total there were 8 extras comprising 6 leg byes and 2 no balls. Here are the Worcestershire bowling figures. Joe Leach 19.4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 55. Josh Tongue 17 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 64. Adam Finch 20 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 74. Matthew Waite 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 40. And Brett D'Oliveira 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. Bring you up to date with the latest scores from the other games which are taking place elsewhere today. Started on time at Edgbaston, where Essex have been dismissed by Warwickshire for 126, with Warwickshire now 92 for 2, still trailing by 34 runs. Plays resumed also at Wantage Road in Northampton, where Northamptonshire are now 130 for 9. That's against Notts. They've taken an early lunch at Chesterley Street, where Durham are 123 for 5. And Durham are trailing Yorkshire by 131 runs. At Grace Road in Leicester, players started with Leicestershire winning the toss, bowling first against Sussex. Sussex currently 76 for 2. There's been no play so far today though at Derby. That's the game between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. No play there yesterday and still awaiting to get underway. It's been raining at the Oval, where Surrey at 26 without loss in reply to Middlesex's first innings total of 209. Play has got underway at Old Trafford, with Somerset moving on to 158 for 5, that's against Lancashire. But it's raining at Canterbury, with Hampshire 89 without loss, after Kent were dismissed for 95. A reminder that if you're not going to be attending the members' forum, you are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval and again at tea. If you're venturing onto the outfield, then please do not take any food or drink with you. You can also play cricket if you wish during the lunch and in the tea interval, but if you are going to be playing out in the middle, please, in the interest of your own safety as well as the safety of fellow spectators, please only use soft balls. And there will be soft balls and bats available for you to borrow if you also want to play in Tom's nets, which are situated on the pavilion lawn. Reminder as well that the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open. It's situated opposite Gate 2. Will be open until just a turn of 5 o'clock this evening. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Finally, the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket will also be open during the lunch interval. There are a number of special displays there, and the museum also has a second-hand cricket book shop, as well as an area where you can purchase old Glamorgan yearbooks.
As welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where we have potentially or probably one over to be bowled before the lunch interval, since it's 12:56, and it'll be bowled by presumably Michael Neser or Tim van der Hoogten. And Worcestershire start the second innings 149 behind. Now the scores in the first innings are virtually identical to Glamorgan's game at Yorkshire last week, within a handful of runs, which means that Worcestershire are due to pile up 400 in their second innings. Frank Watson will be delighted
It's Van der Hoogten who's going to bowl it. Yeah, well, I would be delighted if that happened. I doubt it, but I would be delighted. Horrible, horrible little session this for Pollock and Taylor Cornell. Who'd be an opening batsman in these circumstances? Yeah. Cornell took the last catch as well. As he took it, he must have thought, oh, why couldn't it have been 4 minutes later? So it's Ed Pollock that's going to be on strike.
Yeah, 10 in the first innings. Cornell had 6, so neither with great confidence from yesterday's proceedings, and well, we're halfway through the wickets in the match. 20 wickets fallen in 4 sessions. So I think you can say we're going to get a positive result out of this match, one way or t'other. Tim van der Hoogten is going to open up from the River Taff end.
I'll leave you to it and go and speak to the FM listeners in Worcester.
Thank you, Frank. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Pollock, through to Chris Cook, who can't actually take it cleanly because it came back such a long way. Van der Hoogten operating around the wicket to these 2 left-handers. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in around about 4 minutes' time. Deo Valente. Glamorgan with 3 slips. Neil G says, same as last Friday. Nisa running the show. As Van der Hoogten is in, and they'll pitch. Oh, there could be a run out here if this one hits, but the fielder cannot pick up cleanly at cover. Ed Byram. What was Ed Pollock thinking there? Pushed it out into the covers and set off. He was almost halfway down before realising that Taylor Cornell, quite rightly, was not remotely interested. And if Byram had picked that one up cleanly, then Pollock might have been struggling. Van der Hoogten bowls and beats the outside edge of Pollock's bat through to the keeper. Ian Evans says, may I suggest losing Nisa would be more significant than losing Marnus. He'd love to see Shubman Gill back in Glamorgan colours, but that is unlikely to happen on the grounds that Colin Ingram is waiting in the wings and did an excellent job in the Championship last year for Glamorgan. 3 balls gone. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Pollock, I think, has played inside that one deliberately as he does hold the pose, almost tucking the bat into the top of his pad to keep it out of the way. 3 slips, 4 saving the single, 3rd man and fine leg are back. As in the afternoon sunshine, Van der Hoogten is in to bowl his 5th delivery that Pollock blocks firmly up to mid-on, and there's no run. Last ball of the session coming up then. Roughly even Stevens, I suppose. Glamorgan adding 81 runs for the last 4 wickets of their innings, but plenty of frustration for Worcestershire. They would have hoped to finish things off rather more quickly. Last ball of the morning session then. Van der Hoogten to Pollock, and it is through outside off stump, and that, gentlemen and ladies, will be luncheon. Worcestershire 0 for 0, 149 runs behind. Commentary resumes at 1:40 here on BBC Sport Online.
A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase To resume the Worcestershire second innings, Ed Pollock and Taylor Cornell. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Michael Nisa.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to BBC Sport Online, live from Sophia Gardens for this second session of the second day, but we are into the second innings between Glamorgan and Worcestershire, with the visitors having played out a maiden before lunch, despite Ed Pollock's attempts to run himself out.
Yeah, he did his best, didn't he? God, that would have been, what a death that would have been. You know, you go out for one over before lunch, run yourself out, would have been a classic.
Had Ed Byron picked up cleanly, he really would have been struggling.
He really would, yeah. That just shows how nervous they were, I think.
Here's Michael Nisa then to bowl to Taylor Cornell, second over of the innings, and it's through outside off stump and allowed to go through. Can Glamorgan continue to expect miracles from Michael Nisa, who has done the biggest part of the damage with the ball and with the bat in this game?
Well, they can continue to expect them, I suppose. Whether they'll get them or not, I don't know. But he must be on a high, mustn't he? He's bowled so well, batted really well. Just feeling like it's an easy game. You can have phases like that, I suppose. Meanwhile, two rookie batsmen, really.
Nisa in, bowls, and Cornell getting everything behind it and defending it back down the pitch. 3 slips to open up with for Glamorgan in the afternoon sunshine. Quite pleasant, although when I ventured outside for 5 minutes it actually blew quite strongly.
Yeah,
it's quite breezy out there.
It's quite chilly as well.
In certain parts of the ground it should be all right down at the far end in the sun trap. And the river taff end of the ground is Nisa in the bowl to left-handed Cornell, who is off the mark, not off the mark. Spoke too soon, but thought he'd got that one through square leg, but Ed Byron made a good diving stop next to the umpire, and they did not run.
Yeah, well, there's no time pressure or scoreboard pressure on these two. It's crease occupation is what it's all about. You don't want to get completely becalmed, but they've just got to bat and bat and bat.
Yeah, no pressure on the scoring rate, but the 149 lead might be weighing on their minds as Cornell is forward to Nisa and there is no run.
Pitch has changed colour, hasn't it, from yesterday? It's a lot lighter than it was. The used pitch, 2 or 3 strips across to the left as we look from this Cathedral Road end, is a lot darker, and that's the sort of hue that I associated with this pitch yesterday, but it's definitely dried out a bit.
It has. It should flatten out. There were 1 or 2 kept low from the river taff end, but batting conditions should be getting easier, you would have thought, on past history, as Nisa bowls and Cornell is forward defending to root at mid-off.
And they had the heavy roller on as well between innings.
No surprise there. They are finally due to get underway at Derby at 2 o'clock in that game, so we're halfway through this game in terms of wickets, and Derbyshire Gloucester is just getting underway, with Gloucester sticking the home side into bat after all the rain there. Leicester against Sussex is underway today. Sussex 91 for 2 at Grace Road. Nisa bowls and forward comes Cornell, meeting it confidently enough with the middle of the bat. End of the second maiden over in this innings. At Chesler Street, Durham are in a little bit of bother. They're 132 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 254 all out there. 3 wickets for Jordan Thompson for the Yorkies, who I see have lost. No, that's strange, because there's a 12th player listed. Shakil did go and bat after concussion, but must have failed the test again, because there's a Findlay Bean has been added to their ranks by the look of it.
Tim van der Houten is to take up the attack from the river end of this ground. 3 slips in place as he comes into bowl to Ed Pollock. And Pollock is pushing this one out on the offside. And again, Byram is into field, and the score remains 0 without loss. Earlier today, Glamorgan resuming on their overnight 177 for 6, went on to 258 all out, so 81 runs added for the loss of the last 4 wickets, and Adam Finch picked up a career best 5 for 74. Here's Van der Houten in again to Pollock, and Pollock is studiously forward and pushing this one back up the pitch to the bowler. Billy Root out for 28 this morning, raising hopes in the Worcestershire ranks of a wrap-up of the innings fairly quickly, but then 57 added for the 8th wicket by Van der Houten and Nisa, before Van der Houten was out for 19. After that, Harris out for Norton, Nisa eventually for 86. Here is Van der Houten, he's in, he bowls, and Pollock is off the mark with a lovely shot. Clipped through mid-wicket, all along the ground, timed beautifully, over-pitched on his legs, and a nice boundary to get the innings underway for Worcestershire. Ed Pollock moves on to 4, and it's 4 without loss. 86. He is, I was just going to say, he's that sort of player, Pollock, that if he bats for a couple of hours, he will get 50. He won't occupy the crease without scoring reasonably quickly, I would say. There's Van der Houten again to him, and bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump.
I suppose it's the white ball specialist background, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's just that kind of player, really, and he is. We were talking about it yesterday, have been for a while. He's trying to change. He's trying to rein himself in. He's trying to make himself more difficult to dismiss. But the danger with that is, if you've played that way all your life, is that you fall between 2 stools, isn't it? And there is a school of thought that he's probably better off playing his natural game. There's Van der Houten again, bowls, and he drives nicely up to mid-on this time, straight to the fielder, and there is no run this time. Bright sunshine, good forecast for the day. It's a bit chilly, as Nick was just saying, but a decent smattering of spectators, and those at the far end, the river end, sitting in the sunshine, probably got the best spectating conditions. The big stand away to our right is not open for this one. Here comes Van der Houten again, bowling to Pollock. He's in, bowls, and Pollock is beaten outside the off stump by one that did keep a little bit low, scooted through to Cook behind the stumps. End of the over, 4 without loss. Pollock has those 4. Cornell not yet off the mark, and the lead is 145.
Temperatures around 18-19 Celsius today in the Welsh capital. Tomorrow, 20 degrees, sunny and a gentle breeze is the BBC forecast for Cardiff tomorrow. I would imagine we will still be here for a reasonable chunk of tomorrow at the very least. As Worcestershire trail by 145, but still with all second innings wickets in hand. As Nisa will charge in and bowl to Cornell, who fiddles at that one as it goes through low to Chris Cook. Missed, luckily for him.
Yeah, he didn't really play a proper shot at it, did he? Just sort of felt for it, really. Just watching the replay now, it's angled across him. Yeah, just
always chasing that one.
He's almost looking to steer it into the slips, wasn't he? Annoyed with himself, I think. Gone for a little walk, clear his head.
Yeah.
Big innings for Taylor Cornell. His first chance he's had this season. Did okay last year on a few occasions.
Nisa is in. Bowls, and Cornell meeting that with a firm defensive bat, sending it back where it came from. Division 1, Somerset at Old Trafford, 181 for 5 against Lancashire. Jimmy Anderson 14 overs, 2 for 16 there. James Rue is 66 not out for Somerset.
He's a good player, isn't he, James Rue?
don't think I've seen him in the flesh, to be honest.
He's impressive numbers for such a young man.
Nisa bowls, Cornell blocks again.
And that innings there against, he must have faced Anderson for a fair amount of the time. It's impressive for a young man to cope in such circumstances, I think.
Indeed, they're looking to build something there on day 2, Somerset. The only other game in Division 1 where they're playing is at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire, after losing 2 cheaply, are 104 for 2 in reply to Essex's 126 all out. So Warwickshire very much on top there. Nisa bowls and Cornell defends again. They're about to restart, or they should be just about going out onto the field at the Oval, where Surrey are 26 for 0 in reply to Middlesex's 209. They have not started today at Canterbury, where Hampshire are just 6 runs behind Kent at 89 for 0 with all wickets in hand. And the rain is delayed Northance's Torment, 137 for 9 at home to Notts. Nisa in, bowls, turned on the leg side by Cornell, who will get off the mark here. It was wide of Harris at mid-on, and it was a comfortable single. 5 without loss, as Nisa will bowl to Pollock.
Had a message from John Curtis, quite an interesting one. This might provoke a bit of discussion, and we might get a few people tweeting in at Frank Watson 58 for my Twitter and at NickWebb2017. He says, when a team comes out to bat at the end of the day for 1 or 2 overs, they often send in a night watchman. Why not the same in similar scenarios before lunch and tea?
As that one from Nisa is allowed to go through to the keeper. 5 for 0 after 2.
It has always baffled me. You still come out for a new session. Doesn't make any difference whether it's first thing in the morning or after lunch and tea. That's a good point, isn't it? I've never thought of it really. I think people would think it was silly, but yeah, they might have something there. But then there are a lot of people, I think, who think that the whole night watchman thing is ridiculous anyway. And if you're a top order batsman, you should be more than capable of coping anyway. But yeah, it's a funny one. It would look a bit daft, I suppose, if you had a number 10 out there for 1 over before lunch. Oh look, they're checking the ball.
Chris Mannering reports that his office this afternoon is looking superb. He is watching from somewhere in the pavilion, so good afternoon to you. View across the ground.
They're looking at the ball and they're having a lengthy look at it, and I think they're saying get on with it. That's what they've tended to do. They've swapped ends now, of course, the umpires, after the first innings. So we've got Rob Bailey at our end and Surrey Shanmugam at the other end. Shanmugam or Shanmugam, I'm not sure. But been impressed with both umpires, their decision making so far in this game. Taylor Cornell might not agree after he was given out in the first inning. He apparently he did think he hit it, but that was his hesitation in leaving the crease. He faces Van der Houten now, who bowls to him, and he pushes this one out on the onside.
Good news from the other side of the Bristol Channel is that Somerset are adding capacity to their ground for the Women's International one-dayer between England and Australia in July. They've obviously chucking up another extra temporary stand, selling 1,400 more tickets because they'd sold out the ones they had.
Interesting. Here's Van der Houten round the wicket. Cornell on the walk. Takes quite a significant step down the pitch before the bowler bowls, and then just nudges the ball up to mid-on, and there's no run.
And speaking of women's cricket, there is a double header here between the Glamorgan and Western Storm sides, staging a double header on Wednesday the 7th of June. Not the best for the women's game, I suppose, to be playing on a Wednesday afternoon, but if you are heading to the game, why not see if you can get the afternoon off and come along and watch Western Storm in action as well.
Changing the field, Sam North East gone from third slip, and they've got 2 men on the drive now. It's a bit like we saw Worcestershire employ earlier in the day. So Van der Houten bowls, and Cornwall staying where he is this time, pushes at that and is beaten outside the off stump. That's because they've seen him going down the pitch and then looking to clip it away on the onside, and they're hoping it might be slightly uppish. So we've got Carlson and North East in there on the leg side, one at a sort of straightish short mid wicket, the other slightly squarer. 2 slips as well. 5 without loss the total. Cornwall on 1. Waits now as Van der Houten comes round the wicket, bowls to him, and he's leaning into this and pushing defensively out on the onside. Could be an attritional afternoon, I think, Nick. I don't think the batsmen are going to be looking to play too many shots, although Pollock is that way inclined. Cornwall is looking to drop anchor, I would say, and just a case of battling through the afternoon as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Trailing by 144. Van der Houten again is in and bowls, and Cornwall drives nicely, beautifully, in fact sweetly through mid-off. Won't go all the way, didn't quite time it perfectly, but he's going to get 2. Thought about a third but decided against it. But nicely played. He'll feel a lot better for that. It's certainly the most solid shot that he's played in the innings so far. It's always nice to feel one come out of the middle. Not quite a full half volley, but it was almost, and he just leaned into it and timed it well. Picks up 2, goes to 3, 7 without loss the total. And Van der Houten, last ball of the over now, is in and bowls, and Cornwall is forward playing defensively up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. And Pollock is 4, Cornwall is 3. Worcestershire trailing by 142, 7 without loss after wrapping up the Glamorgan innings just before lunch for 258 this morning.
Yeah, the Glamorgan wickets in the first Worcestershire innings were shared round between Nisa, Van der Houten and Harris, with Harris cleaning up the tail. McIlroy wicketless in his 6 overs, but I think, as in the second innings against Yorkshire, Glamorgan will have to make this a team effort and have all 4 seamers taking wickets if they are to dismiss Worcestershire a second time around, rather than over-rely on the frontline bowlers. And who knows, we might well see a bit of David Lloyd, Marnus Labuschagne, Kieran Carlson, who knows. Nisa comes round the wicket and Pollock turns his first delivery on the leg side. So Glamorgan have gone down to 2 slips, but they do now have 2 close-ish in front of the wicket on the leg side. Sam North East and Eddie Byram are both in fairly catching short mid-wicket positions.
Trying it for both batsmen, aren't they?
Next delivery is driven to mid-on by Pollock. No run.
It's a sign, I think, that they feel there isn't a lot of lateral movement in the pitch. I remember talking to Andy Pick about this, the Notts bowling coach, a couple of years ago at Trent Bridge on a flat pitch, when he was saying about how you've just got to try and come up with little plans and little ideas on pitches where you're not going to get people out in the conventional way. You've got to try and come up with things. And I thought we saw Worcestershire doing that earlier as well. And so almost a carbon copy what Glamorgan are doing now.
As Nisa's next delivery is played by Pollock, out on the offside route fields, and there's no run.
I mean, always, you know, the slips and gully and conventional catching positions are there, and they're conventional because they're the ones that work the most. They're the ones that get people out. But if you're not getting lateral movement, having a 3rd or 4th slip is maybe not such a good idea, and you might pick something up in this way in front of the wicket.
Nisa in to bowl, played into the gap on the offside by Pollock. He may well pick up 4 here. indeed he will, as it beats the two chasing fielders on the offside. It's, as we've been saying, a shortish boundary on the grandstand side, and once you've beaten the infielders, there's a fair chance of picking up the boundary.
Nice shot from Pollock, because it wasn't a half volley.
No, it's well timed,
Just let it come, didn't he? And just made sure he found the gap.
Chasing fielders on the
He'll feel better. Goes to 8.
on
Update
11 without loss, top of the hour. Frank Watson departs, stage left, and Nisa bowls down leg side. Pollock shapes it doesn't really play a shot, and it's through to Chris Cook. And there's no run. So Glamorgan, as Worcestershire did, posting fielders on the drive. At the moment it's as well as slips. So Worcestershire slipless in Sophia at some points, as that one is turned away off his legs by Pollock. He'll pick up a single down to the fine leg boundary, where the capless Van der Hoogten fields. And it's 12 for naught. He's left his cap on the boundary edge rather than handing it to the umpire. 12 for naught. Deficit is 137. Glamorgan's over rate is +1. So that means they're not in too much of a hurry at the moment. Emir Evans says he'd scrap Night Watchman, but do so later in the day, that top order batters come back fresh. As that one is catching the edge of Pollock's bat, and he's gone. Tim van der Hoogten strikes with the first ball of his over. Worcestershire are 12 for 1. Unhappy match for Ed Pollock. Van der Hoogten coming around the wicket and just finding the outside edge of a defensive prod. Regulation catch for Chris Cook. Celebrations all round for Glamorgan, and they have got the early breakthrough that they wanted. As video viewers will say, just a little bit of bounce there, but a fairly regulation catch for Cook. Umpire's finger went up straight away, but to be fair to Pollock, he was already taking a couple of strides on the long, slow march back to the pavilion. 12 for 1, Edward.
Yes, and Tim van der Hoogten strikes again. I was when I was sitting next door, thinking to myself, I don't think I've ever seen Tim van der Hoogten run in as hard as he's doing this season. I don't know what you think, Nick, but I think he's put on not a yard, but certainly half a yard, perhaps, of pace. And he's worked it out that when he bowls to left-handers, he comes round the wicket and he invariably succeeds by taking an early wicket to the left-hander. It appears to me that he's been working on his bowling. He didn't do much last winter, I don't think. Stayed at home. And it really is paying dividends. He's bowled quick and he went across that left-hander then. And, well, Worcestershire have a battle on their hands.
He looks to me a fraction leaner than previous seasons, Van der Hoogten. It might be just his haircut, but I'm not sure. I must ask him whether he's maybe decided that his fighting weight is a couple of pounds lighter than before. Not that he was ever overweight at all. 12 for 1 then was maybe he's welcoming the extra responsibility with the departure of Hogan, knowing that he has to take more on his own shoulders.
Possibly, and he seems to relish the fact that he's getting the new ball. One thing I happened to ask you since you came back from Headingley, I couldn't for the life of me understand why wasn't Nisa given the new ball when you really wanted a quick wicket in the second innings of that Yorkshire match.
I didn't get round to asking that one, I'm afraid.
I found it extraordinary. You know, having taken 7 for 32 and he's not given the new one in the second innings.
Yes, and that's just fancied another few overs of R&R in the outfield. 12 for 1. at the start of Van der Hoogten's over. The wicket fell. Azhar Ali, the Pakistan test batter, vastly experienced, but he was caught at slip off Van der Hoogten for 8 in the first innings, brilliantly taken by Labuschagne, who is waiting there at second slip once more. As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, and that's slightly squared up by that one.
Got down on that in the end, the very last moment, and we saw it in the Glamorgan innings. The Worcestershire seamers had 2 men from the start on the onside. Whether that they concentrate in something in that pitch that if you bowl leg stump or midland leg, you might get rewarded. But it's top class bowling at the moment from Van der Hoogten.
And he comes running towards us as the clouds scud overhead and bowls to Azhar, who plays a beautiful drive through the covers. McIlroy chases towards the scoreboard, but in rather forlorn hope. And Azhar is off the mark with a beautiful cover-driven 4 second ball, 16 for 1.
Yes, he looks an absolute class player. And apparently he played Ollie Robinson last week at Worcester. Got 100 there. One absolutely top innings, I'm told. And much will depend on him now.
Saved the game for his side against Sussex. Worcestershire batted through the final day. Azhar Ali pushes forward, plays to point Carlson Fields, and there is no run. But Worcestershire have to not just survive. Last weekend it was pretty much a matter of just survival for them on the final day, but this time we're well advanced in the match, midway through day 2, and you know, there's going to be a positive result either side, isn't there? 16 for 1. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Azhar forces off the back foot, not quite timed, plays to McIlroy mid-off, and there's no run. Worcestershire will need to get, you would have thought, at least a couple of hundred ahead, 200, and look to put pressure on Glamorgan if the wicket deteriorates at all in the final innings, but I'm not sure that it will.
It's only second day.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen anything deteriorate yet this year or last.
Just the odd one keeping low, a bit up and down is all they worry about. Outside off stump comes back from Van der Hoogten, left by Azhar Ali, safely in the end. 16 for 1 at the end of, where are we, 7 overs. Van der Hoogten has 1 for 10. Pollock, the man gone, caught Cook, bowled Van der Hoogten, as a replay of the final ball shows that probably missed Azhar's off stump by about 3 inches, so absolutely safe. Finn McCool says, agrees with your thought that Van der Hoogten has added a yard and is bowling better than ever.
Well, he certainly is bowling better than ever. He's up nearly to the 25 wicket mark. There's going to be a change of bowling, which is rather a surprise with the new batsman coming in, with James Harris, who picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, coming on to replace Michael Neser. Perhaps Neser, when Van der Hoogten is having a rest, might come on at the other end. But an interesting move, this. Harris, of course, 4 for 18 in the first innings. First wicket fell at 12, as it did in Worcestershire's first innings. And Harris now will be bowling at the left-handed corner. He's not out 3, Azhar, with a beautiful drive for 4. He's not out on that score. Remember that there was a deficit of 149 on first innings. Here's Harris's first ball. A little bit short, forced away, but straight to cover. There's no run. And you notice how James Harris just more or less stops on the very last pace of his run, and then in his delivery stride he seems to not bang it in but just float it and try and get some swing. Harris turns, runs away from us past umpire Bailey on his way, and bowls. That's on a length. Wicket keeper and the slips put their hands up as if the ball nipped back in on him. but it's successfully defended by Connell.
The role of Glamorgan chair will be advertised next week, I'm told. There you are, Edward. Get your application form out.
Oh, gosh.
Gareth Williams, of course, is joining the ECB, the England and Wales Cricket Board, as one of their directors. So steps down as Glamorgan chairman.
In comes Harris and bowls. This is chipped away on the onside, and they go through for a single. And this brings the right-handed Azhar down. Yes, Gareth Williams gone to the ECB, and just not changing from the ECB to Yorkshire. Did you see that the new Yorkshire president, who is a lady, she's a former player, and she's a doctor, recommended by Tanny Great Thompson. What does Tanny Great Thompson got to do with Yorkshire or cricket?
Well, she's been holding the fort there.
I know she's been holding it. How, I don't. If we knew that she had any interest, she'd have been around here and watched Glamorgan. I don't think
she lives in the northeast of England, I believe. So
interesting that. Yes, Harris bowls to Azhar Ali, and he leaves that. It's a gentle pace going through, low down there to.
I suppose she's worked in sports administration, member of the House of Lords, so just a safe pair of hands in the interim, I suppose. While
she may have
Yorkshire try and sort out their mess.
She may have a deep knowledge of cricket, I don't know, but I've never sort of associated her with cricket. So it was interesting to see that. James Harris turns and comes in now with 2 slips waiting. Bowls to Azhar Ali, who lets that go outside the off stump very carefully and watchfully.
Yeah, so the process is expected to be concluded end of June, the nomination of the new chair. Anne-Marie Smale is the interim chair, as the current vice chair. I don't know if her professional commitments would allow her the right amount of time to do that extra responsibility.
Harris in and bowls again, and that's driven through extra cover. That'll be 4 more. Lovely shot. So Azhar Ali comes in, and 2 boundaries means business.
Looking at notes from the meeting, Mark Wallace saying there's a high likelihood of Michael Nisa being called up for Australia, and yes, they are working on contingency plans, both on players who might be already in the UK and others.
Well, yeah.
So yes, they're obviously fully aware that they would need to replace him in terms of an overseas strike bowler. 21 for 1. Van der Hochten from the River End to Cornell. 4 not out. Deficit 1-8 here on BBC Sport Online. As Glamorgan adjust their field, Nisa will come in off the third man area to field at point, so fine leg is back, but there is no third man. Edward Van der Hochten bowls, and bail for LBW is given. Taylor Cornell's unhappy match continues as well. Out for 4 in the second innings after 6 in the first innings, and Worcestershire really are in the mire now. They haven't got the good start they needed. They needed a period of serenity and calm this afternoon, and Tim Van der Hochten has nailed both the openers as Cornell goes leg before, and that one kept a fraction low, just hit him below the knee roll on off stump, and would probably have clattered into middle.
Yes, it's as plumb could be. He was half forward as well, which didn't help. Second wicket fell in the first innings at 22, second wicket falls at 21. So the pattern follows, and Tim van der Gooten is absolutely on top form here. I said this morning to somebody, I might have mentioned, I said this match could possibly be over today. Somebody looked strangely at me, but more of this that goes on, it could possibly be, because
we're starting to get into something blowing around downstairs in that heavy breeze.
59 overs left. Basically.
Start getting into the realm of scoreboard pressure, aren't you, where as well as excellent bowling and maybe one or two balls just doing a little bit, you have that situation trail by 128 on the top of the scoreboard. As Jack Haynes comes in, well,
on a pair,
yeah. Oh, he's already got a pair this season, Frank cheerfully informs me in rather Eeyore-ish tones from the back of the box.
Is he on a king?
No, he blocked quite a few, didn't he? 15th ball he was out first innings. Was it? Mention of Colwyn Bay, there's always an issue that from this members forum, Dan Cherry, the operations head, is going there for further talks in a fortnight's time, talking to stakeholders about future prospects. They
haven't this year though.
No, haven't played there since COVID, of course, and I think it's fair to say the negotiations have been rather more protracted than expected in returning to there, but certainly members like my better half said, aren't they going to Colwyn Bay?
Well, so many people asked, don't they?
A couple of days there.
Yes, that's a wonderful venue, and it's a shame, really.
It is. If they can get the finances right, let's hope that is the case for next year, but we've been saying that for a couple of years now.
There will be 2 one-day games at Neath, which was successful last year.
Very convenient for Bevan, of course, just down the road.
Very convenient, yes.
Van der Hoogten into Jack Haynes, who pushes forwards. Well,
that is a get off the mark, please
a couple
run.
of metres.
You just push it and set off, and you've been out by 20 yards.
Northeast at cover was on it straight away. As apparently interesting comments on the toss at this members forum as well.
No, if you get into technicalities.
As Van der Hoogten steams in and Haynes plays down into the gully and there is no run. Apparently the feeling before this game was that the bowlers wanted to bowl first and most of Glamorgan's batters wanted to bat first. Make of that what you will.
I see. Right. Well, it's beyond me, that is. Captain thinks for himself and bang.
For the third time in 3 games here, David Lloyd wins the toss and inserts.
Well, it looks as if he's done a perfect job in this game.
Well,
a perfect decision.
With a first innings lead of 149 as Van der Hoogten bowls through lowish outside off stump. Haynes left it through to Chris Cook. And the score remains on 21-4-2.
A long way to go for Worcestershire. Somebody needs to get 100 here.
Indeed. Next delivery on its way from Van der Hoogten over the wicket to the 2 right-handers now. And forward pushes Haynes to root the squarer of the 2 short mid-wickets. And Glamorgan into that ultra-optimistic phase where everything is being rooted with an ooh and an ah.
Yes, and they're sniffing their first championship win of the season here.
(21-2). Can't see any way in which this game will be drawn. Van der Hoogten bowled, driven hard by Haynes, but on the bounce straight to Northeast, who parries it, picks it up, 21-2, wicket maiden for Van der Hoogten. Worcestershire under pressure.
Yes, another very good over by Van der Houten and pick of the attack at the moment. 2 for 10 off his 5 overs, 2 of which have been maidens. As the sun comes out, I went out lunchtime and I run back in. It was freezing out there.
Bit breezy, isn't it?
You know.
Yes, trying to open the door at the end of the corridor. It was banging around and annoying everyone, so I had to shut that PDQ.
James Harris about his second over. Hazard's not quite ready, and he is now. And here goes Harris running away from us and bowls the first ball. And Hazard gets right forward. This is different in pace, isn't it, from the from Harris and the other two. He's relying on accuracy, length, and some swing, but he needed just a little bit quicker than that to get wickets. Although having taken 4 in his first innings, he probably thinks, all right, I know what I'm doing here, and I'll keep that at the same way. As he turns now, passes the umpire again and bowls, turns Hazard completely around then, looking to play towards the onside, and ends up at cover, where Eddie Byram thrusts a hand down.
Apologies for the noises off. Our sound effects microphone is on the balcony downstairs, and it sounds as if something has come loose somewhere. The terrace that's used for hospitality for some of the one-day games.
Not on 2020s will we have a microphone down there.
No, not quite so far down.
In comes Harris, and forward comes Azarali and pushes it back down the pitch.
I remember one 2020 game where the hospitality was being vigorously enjoyed to such an extent as I went over to the pavilion, the game ended, went over to the pavilion, did my post-match interview, came back, and there seemed to be still the same number of people partying downstairs. I'm not sure if they'd noticed the game had finished because the drink was still flowing.
Yeah. And I'm not, you remember as well as I do, and once I mentioned the name to you, Bilal Shafiat at Colwyn Bay. You'll remember what I was saying, Nick. Do you remember when he was fielding down at Fine Leg, which is just in front of our little tent there, and he saw this microphone, Bilal, he didn't quite know how to make it, and then he realised what it was and started, I think, to sing.
Yes, give us a tune.
Nick leapt out of his seat and said, "You can't do that." In comes Harris, bowls, and that's dabbed away. They think of a single but don't.
Which was better than Steve Kirby, the rather hot-tempered bowler who used to swear to himself on his way back to his mark. So he had to turn that right down or get the microphone pointing the other way, because Kirby, at the back of his run, was about 10 metres away from the mic and was effing and jeffing all over the place.
Yes. In comes Harris and bowls, and that's a beautiful shot. That's the third 4 he's struck. Arguably the best, although the first for extra cover was also exquisite, and that is the end of the over. Good way to finish it if you're a batsman, not if you're a bowler. So Hazard has moved
all over the place
and not bothering with singles. 3 boundaries here on 12. And that's a beautiful shot. That's 25 now for 2.
Just slightly over pitch there from Harris as it into the drive, leant into it, timed it perfectly, and well, he's saved Worcestershire once this week, 5 days ago. Can he dig them out of this hole? The deficit is 124. The batting to come, well, it's decent enough, as we saw in the first innings. Hose D'Oliveira waiters Van der Houten into bowl, and that one has capped low and jagged back and beaten Haynes outside the off stump, and Haynes gestures down to the ground and then goes for a prod as that delivery
did keep an ankle height.
Yeah, ankle height to cut, difficult take, and just beat the outside edge of Haynes's bat. So Glamorgan now have got 3 close in catching, short extra cover and 2 mid wickets, as well as the 2 slips as Van der Houten bowls and Haynes props forward. So batting to come, Hose and D'Oliveira, who both fell cheaply in the first innings, Roderick, who was top scorer, Matthew Waite, who hung it around for quite a long time as well. Joe Leach, Josh Tongue and Adam Finch, but they will need to do better collectively, and they need, I would say, a couple of major innings, at least from Worcestershire's remaining 8 wickets, if they're to give themselves a chance in the 4th innings of this game. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and will take a single there, comfortably enough. No, they'll come back for 2, as Haynes nudged that one away past the umpire, and Root had to run about 30 metres backwards.
You'd feel better for that.
He's off the mark, he's off a pair.
Yeah.
Jack Haynes.
Son of Gavin, as we said in the first innings, and a very useful all-rounder who used to play in that excellent side back in the day when you had Graham Hick and Phil Newport, Tim Curtis, etc. Kept his place in that side, which
Van der Hoogten bowls, Haynes drives and does not quite get it past mid-off. It's half-fielded by McIlroy, but Carlson was alert and tidied up, and there's no run. Haynes with 134 to his name against Durham this season. 254 runs for 6 times out coming into this game. His average will have gone down a little after the first innings.
Get 100 against Durham's attack is no mean feat.
Useful, very useful seam attack, as Glamorgan found out, and Haynes is forward defending to northeast at short cover, and there's no run. Glamorgan saved by the rain against Rain and Co, Ben Rain that is, of Durham, because their Rain, Cars and Coughlin were almost good enough to see off Glamorgan despite the restricted playing time in that game.
Very impressed with Cars.
Yes, he doesn't get often mentioned in the England shake-up at the moment, as Haynes defends that one comfortably enough. Back to Van der Hoogten. 27 for 2 Worcestershire. Azhar Ali on 12, Haynes on 2, deficit 1-2-2. But if England want a quicker bowler, I think Stone's outcropped at the moment, isn't he?
As usual, yeah.
Archer, long-term or medium-term layoff.
Potts going to get him wickets.
Potts.
He's taking wicket now.
And Cars.
Cars out, yeah.
Although is Potts quite the same category as the real blasting merchant?
Chris Wokes is fit again.
Wokes is fit, but if I'm talking about the top end pace, it's only Wood really of the more established bowlers.
Funny enough, I'm just looking at the paper this morning, and Jimmy Anderson's figures so far in this inning: 17 overs, 2 for 16, or something ridiculous. James Harris to continue, and bowling to Azhar Ali, who pushes forward, and no run. Still some cloud about, and still quite breezy, and a little bit chilly out there, I think. Certainly chilly when I went out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's maybe, well, it's meant to be 19 degrees this afternoon, but it didn't feel like it.
Quite like it. Azhar Ali's bat, you probably can hear tapping in the creases. In comes Harris, bowls to him, and he plays it away on the on side. So many of those balls today, and during these 2 innings we've seen have been played to an arc of 2 or 3. So there's a lot of in-swing has been bowled in this match.
Yes, Nisa has been the main danger of the in-swinger, hasn't he?
Yeah. Harris bowls, and Azhar Ali plays up towards mid-on.
So a long grind for Worcestershire. They have for the 23 overs until the tea interval, so that'll probably be about the 4 o'clock mark, you would imagine. And they'll be desperate not to lose more than 1 more wicket before then, maybe.
James Harris is in again and bowls, and this is played forward by Azhar, looking quite comfortable and determined determined. He may well be, because he's got a big job on his hands here.
In the one-day international at Chelmsford, Ireland 93 for 2 in the 23rd over against Bangladesh. Ireland lost their openers Dhoni and Paul Sterling early, but Balbirnie, formerly of Glamorgan, briefly 26 not out. Charlie Tector 54 not out. 93 for 2 in the 21st.
Here's the next ball, and again it draws the batsman forward. Balbirnie, was it at Edgbaston? He always got 100 in the 2020 match.
Yeah, he was excellent in the 2020, wasn't he? And then hardly got a run when he returned for... It was a bit of a mugs game, wasn't it? 3 championship games at the start of a season, filling in. You don't really get time to...
like poor old Andrew Salter last year. Thrown to the wolves.
Indeed.
This is Rob Shaw of all people. Harris, no runs off the over yet. Will there be a run here? No, it won't, because it's fielded there by Eddie Byron, who just palms it to his pal Michael Nisa at mid-off. That's the end of the over. Harris has bowled a maiden. So, a rebuilding process now for Worcestershire, as Michael Nisa is, I thought, going to bowl at the other end after an excellent spell of 6 overs, 2 for 12.
Do you think there's an acknowledgement here that the wicket is a little bit more helpful for the bowlers that end?
Well, it appears so, Nick, as you say, because having said that, Nisa bowled at this end in the first innings and took 4, and Harris took 4. That was 8. And there were 4 out of the 5 for the bowler, the Worcestershire bowler Adam Finch. So, yeah, I thought of that, but then you look at the ends there where they're taking wickets, and they're nearly all gone. Maybe there's a little bit of indifferent bounce this end. Anyway, Michael Nisa is going to bowl,
and charging towards us and bowling to Haynes, who turns it off his legs down towards backward square. James Harris runs round from fine leg and fields, and they take a single. 28 for 2. The deficit 1-1. The early game where a bit of water got on the wicket against Gloucestershire, didn't it? When the hover cover broke down and it wasn't quite over the wickets at this end, and Gloucestershire were grumbling slightly that there was a bit extra in the wicket at the one end, possibly as a result of that. Nisa into Azhar on 12 not out. Key man for Worcestershire, defending on the leg side.
Yeah, we're looking over where third slip would be crouching if there was a left-hander batting, and right in front of us is the one that they used to have test matches played on, and probably one day international will play there. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 10 or 11 unused pitches. So they do, as you say, work from the right to left, as it were. They played a few games up towards the right-hand side this season.
Nisa in, bowls, and Azhar Ali on the defensive pushes out to Labuschagne, who's now one of the mid-wickets. They work from the outside in, don't they? We had one game to our left and a couple to our right now. So the T20 and the franchise stuff and the one-day international will have the best of it in the middle of the square, where there's more likely to be these television cameras.
Ridiculous boundaries then for the T20.
Nisa in, bowls, forward comes Azhar Ali, defends back up the wicket, and
I never had much time when I played for bowlers, but I do sympathise with them now when they have to bowl in 220s on 50-yard boundary, and especially on this ground, which you half hit really gets you into the river. But there we are. That's what they want. The sixes, and the cheering.
Afternoon to Duncan, listening in Kent, where apparently it's wet and miserable, so Pleased to bring you a bit of dry weather and cricket as Nisa bowls, and that's played beautifully by Azarali through the offside with just a little flourish of the bat. That was magnificently timed to the short boundary. 32 for 2.
And he's put on to 16, 4 fours. All played in front of the wicket with some delightful drives. 39, I think he is, Azarali. 38. No, we want, he's
late 30s.
Yeah, 38 or 39, I was told.
Nisa in bowls, and as it takes a step down the wicket to him and then defends
doing
it
a
out on
Marnus.
the offside, and there's no run. Edward Bevan will continue in company with Frank Watson.
Yeah, he shuffled down the pitch there for a couple of paces, very much as Marnus Labuschagne does. I don't think, though, that Chris Cook would contemplate coming to stand up to Michael Nisa. He'd be in fear of life and limb, and secondly, he would not help Nisa, and he wouldn't be very happy himself. Welcome back, Frank, for the afternoon session. A battle on here for Worcestershire.
Yeah, it's a struggle, isn't it? It's a pleasure to watch Azza play those shots, isn't it? Because he just makes it look so much easier than everybody else at the moment in this Worcestershire side.
As he needs to.
Yeah, indeed. Jack Haynes has been in good form this season, but as I say, he got a pair a couple of games ago, and then a couple of failures last time. Failed in the first innings here, so not in a run of good form, and he was a bit nervy to start with, wasn't he? He faces it now as Harris bowls.
His first ball, he just pushed and ran. Serious silent run, but we knew what was on his mind. I want to get off mark.
Yeah, but
he's a good player.
Sent back.
Jack Haynes.
Yeah, he's a good player. Yeah, definitely. He's
24,
one of our
25?
hopes. No, younger than that. Yeah, only 21, I think.
Is he?
Yeah. Harris into him now. Bowls and turns this neatly off his pads on the onside. Yeah, he's come through the ranks at Ombersley, the club that I have associations with, and it's been great to watch him developing. Big influence on him, his father Gavin. You were talking about Gavin. Gavin's a fine coach, and has had a lot to do with his son's development. Knows his son's game inside out. Still quite an influence on him. Harris into him now, bowls, and he's forward, pushing up to mid-on, and fielded there by Carlson. 32 for 2. We had Gavin talking to us at the Cricket Society, the last meeting of the year, really, just the other day, and he was talking about Jack and how much he's played a part in his development, not claiming a huge amount of credit, and obviously saying that there are other influences now, but when you know somebody's game that well, it's always helpful to be in touch with him. And he clips this nicely off his pads down to fine leg where McElroy fields. They take a single. Haynes goes on to 4, 33 for 2. Worcestershire trail by 116. And I think I was saying in the first innings he made us all giggle, because he said that when Jack got his 100 against Durham, he's got one more 100 than Gavin, but of course he doesn't bowl. And Gavin said, he rang me up and he said, that's one more than you, Dad. And I said to him, how many wickets have you got? There's Harris in to bowl to Azza, who's forward, playing that back up the pitch on the offside.
Bustling medium pacer, if I remember.
Yeah, bowled off the wrong foot a little bit, didn't he? And could get it through as well. He was a good cricketer. Career ended early by knee injury, and ever since then has concentrated on his coaching and responsible for the development of lots of young players, not just his son. And his other son, Josh, also was a very good cricketer. Here's Harris in again, bowls, and he's treated us to some beautiful shots this afternoon. None better than that one. It's his 5th boundary in his 20. Half volley from Harris, and it got what it deserved, but there's hitting a half volley for 4 and there's hitting a half volley for 4 with great style and class, and that was the latter from Azarali. He's beautiful. He's been great to watch today. He's on 20, 37 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yes, as I said earlier, much depending on him, the Premier batsman and the others, to support him if Worcestershire are A, to get past Glamorgan's first innings total, 112 still deficit, and then try and set a tricky target on this pitch. Obviously, they'd be looking from 200 upwards, but for that,
yeah, they've got a lot to do.
Get a lot of runs.
A lot to do. I think, well, as you say, I mean, they're not a one-man team, and there are other people that can get runs. And you know, Gareth Roderick batted well in the first innings. Brett D'Oliveira's got a double 100 on this ground in the past.
But the pitch is not as good as it was then.
No, it's not.
Certainly not. Here's Nisa starting an over, and that's driven there by Haynes up towards the extra cover boundary, and that'll take him, give him 4 runs. That was also well timed. I think you've got to get on the front foot in this pitch, and once you're there and you make it half volley, you can let your arms flow. And that's driven there by Haynes.
You've got to be positive, haven't you? I think.
Oh, you have to. When you're in a deficit
let
like
people
this,
bowl at you, then you just get bogged down and become.
You die in the hole.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's good to see from these two. That was a lovely shot from Haynes.
41 for 2 then, and Haynes is moving on to 8. As Nisa turns to that far river end and comes in again and bowls, and this is played defensively to the man on the onside.
And I mean, easy to point to absences and so on, but not the best game for Jake Libby to miss out on from Worcestershire's point of view. He's another player that loves to occupy the crease and can play big innings, and
he would have bowled a bit of off spin.
He might have
probably
done.
Because we've seen him do that.
Yeah.
But it's Michael Nisa. He certainly doesn't bowl off spin. Comes roaring in now and bowls, and this time he's played away back to square on the offside, but some quick work by Eddie Byram, and moves quickly to his left, and there's no run. Just to show that there's not much in this pitch. There's just the one, and although they're 100 and what is it? The deficit is 106. Still, just the one slip at this stage. So although they are attacking, they're conscious of the fact that really there's nothing much in the pitch. You've got to be patient. Glamorgan bowlers. Anissa is in. Bowls down the leg side, and excellent stop by Cook. Really is.
Yeah, much harder to take those ones low down by your left ankle down the leg side for a keeper than it is to take the ones that bounce and are a bit wider and you can get a dive in, and he just made that look so easy. Really good take. Did a few like that yesterday as well.
Both victims last season in the county championship, Chris Cook, and he really is one of the best keepers in the country now. In comes Nisa and bowls. That's left outside the off stump by Haynes as it goes through, just a little low down. What's happened to Mr. Cox then, who I thought was destined for international honours a couple of years ago?
Well, it's his benefit this year. He'll be playing the white ball stuff, I would think, but
he's
lost the gloves to Gareth Roderick halfway through last year or so, owing to sort of missing a few games with mental health issues.
That's another good shot, and that's in the same direction up towards the extra cover boundary. This time it won't go for force, just a couple to end the over. So going along quite nicely at the moment. Worcestershire, they're 43 for 2 hours, all boundaries, 5 of them for his 20. Haynes is not out 10, because he used to come in about 6 or 7 and wallop it.
Yeah, well, Gareth Roderick came in to replace him, having himself had a difficult first year, having moved up from Gloucestershire, and did really well with the gloves last year, and batted well too. And Ben's own form with the bat wasn't as good in the last 2 or 3 years in red ball cricket as it has been, and the consequent situation is that now Roderick is preferred in red ball cricket, and Cox will come in white ball cricket. where his kind of explosive batting lower down the order is more suited. And of course, Cox has also had 2 absences in the 100 in the last 2 years. Hasn't played much, but he's been in the Trent Rockets side in their squad in the 100, but hasn't played because of Tom Moore's being preferred.
Not keeper, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that Cox is a very good keeper.
Yeah, still a very fine keeper. Here's Harris moving away from us to bowl to Azza, and Azza has to settle for scoring without getting a boundary, as he plays a nice looking shot, but a man out on the cover boundary now. So he gets a single, he goes to 21, it's 44 for 2, and it's Worcestershire's deficit is 105. We had a little chat when you were off air, Eddie, prompted by a message I received saying, if they have night watchmen for awkward little sessions before the close of play, why didn't Worcestershire think about having one for that little 1 over session before lunch? It's no different, you're just protecting a batsman. Harris bowls, and that's clipped nicely by Haynes for 4, just behind square, timed it really well. A short boundary down there. Haynes goes into double figures, 48 for 2, and I threw that out to the world and had a couple of interesting comments. Because there is some logic in that. It's not as daft as it sounds, but many people say night watchman should be scrapped altogether. It's silly. But one good point from Alex Jones. He says, I think it's because they can get a feel for the wicket and back out within the hour, if you're just having an over before lunch or 3 overs or whatever. Not the same as having to go away overnight with a wicket down and start all over again. I think that's a sensible point. And he says he's watching from sunny Blynehaven. There's Harris again in bowls, and Haynes blocks this to a man who's very straight now on the drive, on the onside. We're seeing this with Eddie, you're just saying about the fact there's only 1 slip suggesting little lateral movement, really, and so they're trying to come up with fields that might just put a bit of doubt into the batsman mind. So we've got a very straight silly mid-on, sort of prep school position, as I call it. Then we've got a man on the drive at a wideish short mid-wicket, and square leg in quite close as well, as Harris bowls, and Haynes is forward pushing to that man at mid-on. So they're trying to be imaginative and come up with opportunities, fields that might produce some things. A man at short extra on the drive as well, but it is, as you say, an indication that they don't think they're going to pick up catches in the conventional positions. I'm not a massive fan. I still think, slips are the most likely play. I'd still have 2 slips, definitely, at this stage if I were Glamorgan in these early stages. Only 16th over of the innings. Here's Harris in, bowls, Haynes is forward, plays it straight to that man again at silly mid-on.
You had
no run.
Yeah, you're right, because Glamorgan in their first innings were 4 slips for nearly all the innings, and everything went to that area. Well, it 3 slip catches before lunch.
Well, you presume it was doing a bit more then, but I remember saying to Nick before, I had a good chat with Andy Pick about this, the Notts bowling coach, and he was saying on flat pitches you've got to try and have alternative plans and try and make things happen. I fully agree with that. Harris is in and bowls. Haynes turns this on the onside to mid-on. There's no run. I fully agree with that. But nonetheless, in the early stages, while the ball's still quite new and the seam's still quite proud, I'd be thinking you're still more like... if one got nicked now through second or third slip and you've got 3 men catching on the onside, I think you'd kick yourself. End of the over, 48 for 2.
Yeah, you've got to trust your bowler then. I mean, not a bowl in, that's the line he'd be probably told. You've got to bowl on Midland leg and hope they shovel it in the air.
Yeah.
But
anyway. But
it's a thinking man's game.
Yeah, it is, and I'm not for a minute knocking anybody for trying to make things happen. David Lloyd coming on. This is an interesting bowling change, isn't it?
Yeah, had some wickets this season. He's very much a third seamer. Does get some punishment now and again, but he's got a knack of picking up wickets and does swing it. So
it's not the biggest vote of confidence in JB McElroy, is it?
No.
Unless he's got a niggle or something, I don't know.
But there's a fair amount of wind blowing here this afternoon, and Lloyd might think, well, the wind blowing across will get my outswing.
Get a bit of swing.
Yeah.
And again, you know, it's a bit like what we were just talking about. It's thinking outside the box, isn't it? Trying to make things happen. They want Azza, don't they? Really, that's the big one. That's the big wicket. He held everything together last week, and quite capable of doing the same again.
Well, he'll be facing as comes Lloyd to bowl his first ball. Oh, and that nipped back. And he frightened Azza a bit, not physically, but
That's a good lead, that.
Had a quick look to see where that had gone, because it was, I think it was up at Heading last week. I was watching, and Nisa bowled 2 deliveries, which both batsmen got first ballers from, both leaving and both hit the off stump, coming back. So you can be very careful when you leave and be absolutely sure. They haven't seen a replay, but that must have come back a long way. As Lloyd comes in again from the far end and bowls, and this time he's not absolutely certain of it. He's just pushing out in hope, as it were, and it goes out into the gully area.
You're talking about Azza being in his late 30s. I think he's 38. The thing that well, not amazes me, but impresses me, not just about Azza, but other players of similar ilk, is how, despite their years, they are so mentally fit to bat all day.
Here's Lloyd bowls, and that certainly did move, as I just had to jab forward in front of it. I'd like to see the replay here again. Well, Jack Hobbs got 100 hundreds, didn't he, after the age of 40?
I mean, which is always something that just...
That's always the answer, isn't it?
Fascinating. But, you know, there's fitness, and we always say, oh, you know, he's getting on a bit now. Still good in the field, but it's the mental strength. You know, it takes such an effort to bat all day as he did last week. And he's done it several times for Worcestershire.
Another good delivery by Lloyd, and as it pushes forward back down the pitch. Good opening over so far by him.
It's a great quality, isn't it, of the top batsman, the batsman that can just play one ball at a time, hour after hour after hour.
Yeah.
And there's physical fitness obviously required. And often subcontinental batsmen used to play in these long innings in high temperatures, humid conditions. They just have that incredible capacity for crease occupation.
Lloyd bowls, and Azza plays a strange looking shot and takes his hand, the bottom hand off the bat as he dries. So one more ball for maiden for David Lloyd, incredible bowling from that river end.
And it's that, I guess, a big part of it is that ability to switch off between deliveries and just to manage your mind in between overs and when you're off strike and that kind of thing, just to ease the pressure.
In comes Lloyd and bowls, and that kept again a little bit low, and Lloyd starts with a very useful maiden.
Good over.
The score is 48 for 2. The deficit is 101.
Yeah. Well, they'll feel better when it comes down below 100, won't they? And
chipping away.
These two they've had some big partnerships in the past, these two. A couple of years ago, in Azza's first season, early last season, I should say, a couple of big partnerships. And Azza a big influence on Jack Haynes in the early part of his first team career, and they like batting together. And, well, if ever there was a day when Worcestershire could require such a partnership, it is today.
Yeah.
They have a lot to do to get back into this game. It's not impossible, not by any means. It's not a minefield they're batting on, but they've got to be very focused. They've got to play it one over at a time. That's, I'm sure, what they'll be saying. Small goals, little goals, short-term goals. Let's get through the first 5 of this spell. Let's get through to tea, etc., etc. And we're going to see McElroy now.
Yeah. They should look at the first game of the season here. Gloucestershire put in all out for 165. Glamorgan 404. Gloucestershire second innings 569 for 7.
Yeah.
So it can be done.
Here's McElroy. Starts round the wicket to Haynes. And Haynes is forward pushing this out into the covers. Yeah, it can be done. And Yorkshire last week, similar against Glamorgan in many ways, didn't they? Similar scores, Nick was saying, in that game. It can be done, and you have to believe. Obviously, that's the other thing. But it's a big partnership. This one. It's a very important wicket. McIlroy, 35 on his back, left arm round the wicket, straightish approach. Bowls. Haynes leaves on the front foot and allows that to skid through quite low to Chris Cook. And the score remains 48 for 2. Jamie McIlroy, early days in his first-class career, had to wait a fair time to break into the first team. Comes in again now and bowls, and Haynes is taken on the pad and he's got him. Haynes is adjudged LBW, pushing forward, pad first then bat, but angled in, and Rob Bailey, the umpire, says yeah, he's tucked his bat in behind maybe, but he's adjudged him to be out LBW, and that's a great breakthrough for Jamie McIlroy and that big partnership that I was talking about. Well, potential partnership has been broken, and Haynes is on his way. We're just watching the replay now. Delivered from fairly wide. I think he's a bit unlucky there, Jack Haynes, if I'm honest. I think he might have been just outside the line. Maybe Rob Bailey has decided that he wasn't really playing a shot, tucking his bat in behind the pad, I don't know. But looked a fraction outside the line to me, that one.
Again, it's the one, if you're out, you think,
call.
Yeah, umpire's call if you're not out. So, a good bowling change.
Yeah, very good bowling change. Big wicket. I think that could be a really significant wicket in this session. Jack Haynes gone for 14, and Jamie McIlroy picks up his first wicket of the game. And Worcestershire still trailing by over 100. And are 3 down in the second innings. Adam Hose, the new man coming to the crease under a bit of pressure, made naught in the first innings. He's another one who's on a pair, and big breakthrough for
still
Jamie McIlroy.
49 overs and 3 balls to go. And there is a possibility now, because with if you get to 7-8 wickets, down to an extra half hour on top of that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And it's not
impossible that it could be. I'm watching it again now. He's delivered it from fairly wide.
I thought perhaps it might just be veering.
I think he's hit it. I'm not difficult to say. Oh, watching it from the other side now, from the other angle. He's in. He bowls. Oh no, maybe he's not hit it. No.
It's one of those.
No, look from behind. It looks better than it did from in front. Oh, here we go. I've got another one. They're enjoying showing this. I'll let you talk us through this one, Eddie.
Yeah, well, it's pitched just outside. It might be just going down. It might not. It might have straight. I don't know.
See, that's what I always think. Left arm round. If it hits you in line, you know, this is a good chance it's going down. But having said that, in my initial thought was it hit him outside the line. I don't know. Rob Bailey's a good umpire, and I think we should have faith in him, really. And anyway, he's out, isn't he?
Look at this field
in the book. So Adam Hose on strike, 48 for 3. McIlroy round the wicket, still only 1 slip. 3 men catching in that little semicircle at mid wicket, and Hose plays a expansive shot out on the offside, straight to the field.
I also thought that Jack Haynes fell into the trap of the 2 or 3 men on the onside. It was obviously coming. We saw that at the very end it was just moving away to leg, to try and have a dart on the onside. So that policy seems to be working for both sides. Fair play, they worked it out.
Anyway, wicket for McIlroy. He'll be buoyed by that. He's in. He bowls to Hose, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. Bright sunshine again now. Glamorgan right on top. Azhar Ali must feel some pressure now, even with all his experience. So much riding on his ability to hang around now. He's on 21, and well, you just feel, don't you, really, that he's the absolute key. The absolute must.
But if wickets fall the other end, you see, that doesn't help.
Anyway, here's McIlroy to Hose. He's in, he bowls, and Hose lets that go outside the off stump. End of the over from McIlroy. Good bowling change from Lloyd. Brought a wicket, 48 for 3.
Wicket maiden.
Worcestershire still trailing by 101. Azhar Ali on 21. Hose yet to get off the mark. And I will nip off and give the bad news to the good people of Worcestershire.
So Glamorgan very well placed here. 3 top batsmen out, top order batsmen. Pollock out for 9. Cornwall out for 4. Now Jack Haynes has gone for 14. And applause for McIlroy as he comes back to the boundaries edge down here just in front of us. The sun is out. Beautiful day here now. And it will be David Lloyd who had a good first over. So we've had 2 maidens and a wicket in the last 2. As in comes Lloyd at a slight angle. Bowls now. And Azhar pushes at that and lifts his right heel. It's a strange looking shot, really. His back heel was off the ground when he played that. Nick comes back to join me. Still a long time to go to tea. David Lloyd in, bowls to Azhar Ali. He turns him. Whether he's exaggerating there, Azhar, I don't know. He squared him up once or twice, Lloyd.
I'm sure you'll do your usual excellent job in your next spell off microphone, Edward, in purloining the cakes in advance of the denizens of the written media.
Yes. And it just seems only 20 minutes ago we had lunch. Here's David Lloyd in over the wicket and bowls to Azhar, and he clips this down towards fine leg. Well, it doesn't go fine, it goes a little bit squarer than that, and it's Nisa with an underhand flick. You underestimate Nisa's throw. Remember with Hove last year?
Oh yes, he ran someone out from the boundary.
The Pakistan opener, I think he was at the time. And you sort of ambling back, and all of a sudden he got his skates on, but it was too late. Arrow-like throw from Nisa.
Paul Sussex is getting optimistic on Twitter. He says, if Derby, Sussex and Leicestershire all draw, then Glamorgan could go second with a victory. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait till Sunday night before doing those calculations, I think. Early in the season, I don't think there's too much worry about getting worried about the table.
In comes the next ball, and in the meantime, Nisa, who's out at deep mid-wicket, has come in some 12 yards from the bat. Sort of backward square leg, backward short leg, if you know what I mean. He's more square than backward. Not far from the umpire, standing some 10 yards behind him. Glamorgan's wicket's shared again in this game. Here's the next ball, which hurries on to the batsman, and Hose just nudges forward.
Obviously, with the departure of Nisa sometime in the second half of the season, the more equity that Glamorgan gets among the wicket taking, the better, really.
Yes, we saw Harris take 4 in the first innings. Now McIlroy's nipped in with a big wicket. As Lloyd comes in, they haven't scored off him yet, but they will now, as this is driven square by Hose down towards the vacant third man boundary. And that's what you get, you see, Nick, if you don't have a third man. There's a boundary instead of a single. End of the over. So Lloyd conceding that boundary off the last ball. He won't enjoy that because he's bowled 2 useful overs. The score mounts. Well, it doesn't mount, it just totters along to 53 for 3. That's what you get, you see, Nick, if you don't have a third.
Yeah, Glamorgan all out 258, the lead 149 for anyone just joining us for the first time today here on BBC Sport. And Worcestershire, well, the lead, or the deficit, is under 100. And in the Sophia Gardens sunshine, Worcestershire have a lot of work to do. 53 for 3. McIlroy, and to continue, having taken that wicket maiden to start with.
I think Paul Sussex was going to say exactly what I mentioned you during the lunch interval.
McIlroy in to bowl to Azza, who defends one on the leg side.
And that was, can you imagine if Glamorgan did defeat Worcestershire in under 2 days? Could well possibly happen in Derbyshire. And yet to start their match against Gloucestershire, has that ever happened in the history of the county championship?
Probably not. And are they underway? Yes, they're finally underway this afternoon. Derbyshire 48 for 2 against the Gloucesters. McIlroy left arm round and appeals for LBW. They're through for a leg bye.
Very
No
ambitious
response from Rob Bailey there. But this field is now getting even more leg side orientated in that McIlroy has removed his second slip.
This is exactly like the Glamorgan is.
And he's now got not only the 2 short mid-wickets, but square leg is fairly close as well.
You have that the last over.
So they're
He'd come in from the boundary.
He's almost in a catching position, just
Clip off the legs,
in
Jock.
front of umpire Shanmugam. 54 for 3. McIlroy bowls slashing square drive by Hose. That'll be 4 runs backward of point, racing away to one of the longer boundaries, and there's no point in packing your leg side if you then bowl outside the off stick. 54 for Edward 3. Will give way to Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we'll take you through the next half hour or so. We're going to have a latish tea again today around about 4 o'clock, even though the over 8 for Glamorgan is +1 going into this session. I think Worcestershire were -1, but -1 can usually be massaged away by the scorers and umpires. McIlroy into Hose, who's playing that back down the pitch on the bounce to the bowler. And there's no runner. I don't think they particularly enjoy deducting points, the officials, unless they really have to. Although, was it Sussex were -4 on the table?
Yeah.
So they must have really been badly behind. McIlroy into bowl outside off, and Hose tries to play a similar flat batted drive to that he hit a boundary with early in the over, but didn't time it, and there's no run. Labershane's now prowling at cover, down to 1 slip. David Lloyd at this end. McIlroy will come over the wicket for the final ball of the over to Hose. Just making the batter think a little bit more. Square leg's been pushed back, and he bowled outside off stump, and I thought for a moment that was hammered to cover. It was hit hard, but it was on the bounce, and it is a dot ball. 58 for 3. Azrali 22, Adam Hose is 8. The deficit 91.
I've had another good look at the Haynes one. I've had 2 or 3 looks at it. When I was commentating, I said pad first, then bat. That wasn't true. It was just pad. I had another look. Then when I watched the replay a few minutes ago, I thought he might have hit it, but I've watched it again. I stopped it, froze it as well as I could, and it's hit him in line, and it looks in front, if we're honest, I think, and you'd have to say therefore that it was a good decision. My only comment would be left arm round, hit him in line on the front foot. Is it going to go on to miss because of where it's been delivered from? Here's Lloyd from the river end, bowls to Azza, who clips this to mid wicket, and there's no run. So my only doubt would be maybe if it was just going on to miss leg, but it did hit him in line. He didn't hit it, and when you freeze it, hitting him in front of the stumps, you think you can see exactly why Rob Bailey has judged that out. So maybe it was a better decision than we initially thought, or I initially thought. As it turns this one off his pads down to backward square leg, picks up a single and goes on to 23, 59 for 3.
Leeson and McIlroy almost ran into each other. Edward
delivered the cake.
Is delivered. Well done. Job done. Cake is before us, but trouble is, going to have to sit and look at it for the next part of an hour now. If you hear a little gentle drooling on air, you'll know why.
Here's Lloyd again, into ball to Hose, and Hose is in behind this, pushing out on the offside. So what have we got? We've got 46 overs left in the day after this. Worcestershire still trailing by 90. And just wondering whether Eddie might be right that we might get a finish today. I suppose a lot depends on the next 2 or 3 wickets and what sort of length of time they occupy the crease for. Lloyd in bowls, bouncer, shock value in that really from a bowler like him, but he had to bounce it almost by his toes to get it up high enough, and Hose just had plenty of time to sway out of the way.
Yeah, Lloyd's banged that in, but it just sort of sagged through to the keeper, didn't it?
Yeah.
Tennis ball bounce if ever there was.
Absolutely. But worth a try.
Time for the batter to play 2 shots.
In he comes again now, Lloyd, bustling in. Right arm over, bowls, Hose drives for 4. Through the covers, on the up, nice shot. Over pitched, it wasn't a full half volley, but he's just leaned into it, and yeah, no problem for Adam Hose there. He likes to get on with it, Hose. He scored a fantastic 100 against Worcestershire at Edgbaston last year in the T20 for Warwickshire for the Bears, and he absolutely put them to the sword. But of course it's a very different situation in the Championship, in a defensive, a fight back cause, shall we say, like this. He's on the back foot to this one. Hose pushing into the covers, Labuschagne fields, and there's no run. End of the over from Lloyd. 3 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 10, his figures. Worcestershire trailing by 86. 63 for 3, the men out. Pollock for 9, Cornell for 4, both falling to Van der Houten, and Haynes LBW to McIlroy for 14.
Well, that deficit coming down for Worcestershire. Glamorgan with a reasonably attacking field still, and the boundaries are accessible. 63 for 3. McIlroy has 1 for 4 next to his name on the board. Glamorgan using all 5 seamers relatively quickly in this game. In this innings rather, as McIlroy bowls and beats Azhar Ali with the ball angled across him, staying over the wickets. McIlroy in this innings rather.
Just feel he might un-Azhar shot that.
Yes, as he pushed forward, and there was a bit of a movement off the pitch there, but you wonder why he hasn't restored second slip if he's going to bowl over the wicket, across him, as that is defended on the leg side, but either second slip or a gully if he's going to push the ball across the face of the right-handed batter. Then I'm surprised he's stuck with the 2 short mid-wickets, but we shall see. There might be a cunning plan in operation. Square leg at the moment is out on the boundary, which is not very far, 55 metres you'd guess, in front of the empty grandstand, and McIlroy bowls, and that's punched firmly to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So in the afternoon sunshine, Worcestershire still battling, but have yet to halve the deficit, and 3 wickets already down. So, as we keep on saying, it's a vital stage of the game. McIlroy bowls and Azhar defends, the Worcestershire linchpin. But I suppose it'll be a change if we ever say, well, this isn't a very important next hour.
Absolutely, yeah.
We want to get rid of our listeners anyway, and viewers. It's all important. McIlroy. Ball's looking a bit battered already. Bowls, and through it goes, outside off stump. He's come back round the wicket now, has the left armour McIlroy. Just had a close-up of McIlroy, the ball in his hand, and it looked older than 21 overs. And it hasn't been clobbered that often to the boundary. Last ball of the over from McIlroy, probing away to the experienced Pakistan top order batter. McIlroy bowls, and as has nearly played on there. Chopped down on it, and the ball trickled back past leg stump. And McIlroy with an intelligent over there, varying his angles and having Azhar in difficulty on a couple of the deliveries.
Yeah, good over. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4 for Jamie McIlroy. David Lloyd, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Tim van der Houten, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. Michael Neser wicketless in this innings so far. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. And Jamie Harris, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. Adam Hose on strike is on 12. Earlier today, Glamorgan resuming on their overnight. 177 for 6, going on to 258 all out, mainly thanks to Neser, who made 86 before he was last out, and notably for Worcestershire, a first ever 5-wicket haul for Adam Finch, 5 for 74. Here's David Lloyd from the River End, bowls to Hose, 4 runs as Hose cuts a wideish delivery behind square on the offside, and he goes on to 16, and the total to 67 for 3. And the deficit reduces by 4 more to 82. Joe Leach picked up 3 wickets for Worcestershire this morning as well. Well, not this morning, 1 this morning, 3 in the innings, 3 for 55 for him. And the other wicket takers in that Glamorgan first innings, Matthew Waite and Brett D'Oliveira, with 1 each. There's Lloyd to Hose again, and Hose edges this one down to 3rd man for 4. Didn't know much about that. Don't think it would have carried had there been a slip. There is no slip, and that's something that we've been commenting on with some surprise, really. Just watching to see whether it would have carried. No, I don't think it would have carried, but it was a moral victory for the bowler. But it's 4 more runs to Hose, who's rapidly catching up his partner. He now is on 20, and that's his 5th 4. So they've all come in boundaries. Here's Lloyd again to him, and he tucks this one away on the onside and actually gets a single past the fielder at mid-wicket. So he goes on to 21, and the total to 72 for 3. So they haven't done a lot of running, these two. Azhar's hit 5 4s in his 23, and Hose has hit 5 4s in his 21.
So that's the first run he's scored that wasn't a boundary.
Yep. And Azhar on strike to Lloyd, pushes out on the onside. There's no run.
It's looking rather Stork-like, isn't he? Azhar, with the number of times he
does
ends
that.
up on one leg.
Yeah, he does that. He plays sort of, well, not quite round the front pad, but he plants the front foot, plays, and then lifts up that back foot. And yeah, Kevin Peterson, wasn't it, who used to do that quite characteristically. Here's Lloyd from the River End in, bowls, and we have the little stalk again as Azhar turns that one on the leg side for a single. Goes to 24, 73 for 3.
Yeah, almost half the deficit gone now. 76 runs behind, and just starting to tick along. Well, Hose is ticking along, and Azhar is, after playing some lovely straight drives at the start of his innings, is happy to sit in and watch. Hose going at better than a runner ball at the moment.
So David Lloyd turns. 1 ball left in his 4th over. He's in to bowl to Adam Hose. He bowls, and Hose is punching this one away on the onside. No run this time. He stays on 21. It's 73 for 3. And I'm wondering how much longer David Lloyd will continue. I think it might almost be time for Van der Houten to come back and have another go. and I'm wondering if that'll be in the Glamorgan skipper's mind. His figures: 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20.
So McIlroy has started very tidily, 1 for 4 off 3, just confirming Azhar Ali's age is 38, born February 1985. Obviously got a dry sense of humour. Describe yourself in 3 words. I'm all right. As McIlroy is in, bowls down leg side, Azhar makes no contact. Surprising fact about you, I can be funny sometimes. And his teams include the magnificently named Khan Research Laboratories and SUI Northern Gas Pipelines Limited. Come on, the gas man. That's Bristol Rovers, isn't it? Gas heads.
The gas.
73 for 3, McIlroy bowls to the former SUI Northern Gas Pipelines Limited batter, who blocks it. Can you imagine the chaos we'd have in this country? I mean, I know there are prominent sponsors of the 100 franchises, and it seems like a battle sometimes between various crisp manufacturers, but at least they're not in the team names.
No, there's some odd ones though, aren't there? In comes McIlroy.
Bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. No shot played.
I mean, the Birmingham Phoenix I've always been puzzled by, because the Phoenix sobriquet is usually attached to a club that's been reborn, isn't it? So,
True.
you know, if a football club goes under and they
Yes.
come back as so-and-so Phoenix, they've come back from the ashes. I can't quite see how you can have that with a new franchise. Always been puzzled by that one.
As forward goes Azhar, defending slightly awkwardly, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And London Spirit has always puzzled me as well.
Sounds like a gin, doesn't it?
What is London Spirit? Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like a gin.
Yeah.
Have a glass of London Spirit and watch the boys in blue bash it round Lords. The Oval Invincibles is asking for it, really, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Yeah.
As McIlroy is in, and a rather eccentric leave at the last moment from Azhar Ali, who whipped his bat over the top of the trajectory of the ball.
Yeah, Northern Superchargers. I've always been slightly puzzled by that one as well. I don't know.
They're long-lasting batteries, though, the Superchargers.
yeah.
They never run out. And
they are some odd ones, aren't they?
and Trent Rockets, as has been remarked, sounds like a gentleman star of the adult film industry. As Azhar again leaves that one outside off stump. You imagine
the Space Centre, the National Space Centre at Leicester, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not at Nottingham. I was thinking more of those sort of rockets.
Yeah, well, you obviously have a cleaner imagination. But imagine some chap in a droopy 70s moustache, and there we are. Best not go too far down that road. Worcestershire 73 for 3. Manchester Originals isn't that meant to be some play on the city's musical heritage? I'm not sure.
I don't know. But anyway, Lloyd's carrying on. I thought he might have a little blow, but he's carrying on. It's a bit of a conference, bit of a brains trust going on with Labuschagne and Carlson, the senior figure. But Lloyd's decided to carry on. 73 for 3. 24 overs gone, 43 remaining in the day, and 11 to go until tea. And Lloyd with the keeper standing up now, no slip. Hose on strike. In the mood, Adam Hose, looking to get on with it. Drives nicely up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, in a way, Glamorgan won't be too worried if Hose is looking to play his shots.
No, they won't. But he's another one of those players, I think, probably better off playing that way than trying to be something he isn't. He wants to play red ball cricket, that's why he moved from Warwickshire down the M5. And he's made a decent start, to be fair. As Lloyd bowls and he drives nicely, but picks out the man in the covers. And that cover point doesn't get a run. But yeah, he's not made a bad start to his first-class career with Worcestershire, Adam Hose. Nice if he can become somebody who can play in all formats. 21 not out here as Lloyd comes into him again and bowls and cuts that away behind square on the offside. Only picks up a single because there is a man out there, a sort of very wide third man, and Hose goes to 22. 74 for 3. Lovely sunny afternoon, not much wind. It's blowing in a slightly different direction from yesterday, looking at the flag on top of the pavilion, but it's no more than a breeze, but it is a bit chilly today. Lloyd in again, bowls to Azza, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. Decent crowd in though, particularly well populated at either end of the ground. Down below us quite a few people, and at the far end in the sunshine the bulk of the spectators, I would say.
Yes, a few people follow the sun round in the course of the day.
And why wouldn't you? Here's Lloyd again to Azza, bowls, and Azza just runs this very deliberately down to third man and picks up a single.
Yeah, there's a area in front of the stand is blocked off. Apparently there's some, I mean, it's not actually happening at today, but apparently there is refurbishment work on the stands still continuing. Whether that's possibly underneath, I'm not sure.
It's a big old ground, Sophia Gardens, now compared to what it used to be, as Lloyd bowls again to Hose, who pushes back to the bowler. End of a tidy over from Lloyd. 2 runs came from it. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. His figures. The wicket takers in this innings: Van der Houten 2 for 12 and Jamie McElroy 1 for 4. And he's about to start his 5th over.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be hoping that stand is thickly populated come T20 time, which is into next month, because Glamorgan play their first 3 matches away from home on Friday night at Bristol in a couple of weeks' time. Then the Sunday afternoon over the bridge at Taunton, and then there's a Wednesday midweek date against Middlesex at the Northwood location of Merchant Taylors. McElroy bowls and Azza leaves. McElroy starting over the wicket in this over. Have you worked at Merchant Taylors at all?
Yeah, we had a 4-day game there last summer. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I can imagine that for a T20 it'll be it'll be high scoring because it's not the biggest of grounds, but it'll be a good atmosphere, I should think. Lovely setup, and it's actually a vast area with about 3 or 4 cricket pitches on.
Right.
But when you put the tents and everything around one of them, it becomes quite a nice enclosure.
McElroy bowls, Azza leaves outside off stump.
But it's not the biggest of grounds.
Okay. Yeah, Glamorgan have been at Radlett the last. Well, there was a championship visit to Lords, which was enjoyable to work at Lords, but Glamorgan didn't play very well. It was probably a match that cost them their remaining promotion hopes last September. Played T20 at Radlett. McElroy back over the wickets, and that one's turned to square leg by Azza, and he'll pick up a single towards the boundary fielder down there, Ed Byram. So
he's having half an over the wicket and half an over round at the moment, isn't he? And well, why not? Keep trying things, keep doing things differently. Don't let the batsman settle down and get used to you too much. I can see the logic.
As long as he can keep his own rhythm and doesn't unsettle himself. Yeah. Adam Hose on strike. Runner ball 22. Just checking where that leg side fielder is before he faces up to McElroy, Is in. Ball's wide outside off stump, and Hose goes after it. And if he'd got out there, he would have been kicking himself all the way back to New Road.
He would.
76 for 3. It was a very wide delivery, possibly deliberately as a tempter, I'm not sure. But Hose going after it and made no contact. 73 runs in arrears, so they've knocked off more than half the deficit of 149 now. McIlroy bowls, keeps a little bit low, and Hose drops it into a gap on the offside for a singlers. Not even the ultra-competitive Marnus Labuschagne chased after that one too hard. 77 for 3. As Frank will go and depart to update radio listeners. And the ball back in the hands of McIlroy. 2 shortish mid-wickets remain. McIlroy bowls. There's a appeal for stumping, not out. Lovely take from Chris Cook. Azhar Ali just shuffling around a little bit in his crease. Cook thought there was interest, but couldn't convince umpire Shan Mugam. Remain. Just having a look at the replay for video stream viewers to see how much Azhar's foot moves. Well, his back foot doesn't move. 2 shortish mid-wickets remain. As off trots Van der Hoogten, possibly for a change of boots ahead of a new spell. Now, the substitute fielder was out the over before lunch, and I was thinking, I didn't say so on air, I should have done. I was thinking that didn't look like Andrew Salter. But it's Rhodri Lewis wearing Andrew Salter's shirt. Glamorgan, second 11, stroke Wales national county player. But doesn't have his own first team shirt, obviously. 77 for 3. 72 behind Worcestershire. Hose making rapid inroads into the deficit. Azhar content to watch him. As Lloyd bowls, Hose drives, drilled that through the offside. That's raced away for 4. As is picked up by David Harrison, the Glamorgan assistant coach, on his wanderings around the ground. And no fielders bothering to chase that one. Drives, drilled that through the offside. Not the greatest delivery from Lloyd. I think it's been worth bringing himself on earlier, as Hose defends the next ball out on the offside, and there's no run, because Lloyd doesn't tend to give himself much chance as a bowler, because he often comes on once the first 4, the specialist bowlers, have been repelled. This time came on just the over before McIlroy. As Lloyd in, bowls, driven again into the offside by Hose. This time it's just the singlers northeast. Moves sharply to his left and does the fielding. 82 for 3, 67 runs behind, and well, if Worcestershire can get parity with 3 wickets down, they would think they're just putting themselves back in the frame to get something out of this match. 34 the partnership for this 4th wicket. Hose has 28 of them. Azhar has been cautious against McIlroy. Hasn't faced quite as much against David Lloyd. And Lloyd will try his luck from round the wicket, and driven into the offside for a single by Azhar Ali, down towards backward point, who is close to that short boundary. In the sunshine away to our right, the daffodil motifs on the main stand, resplendent, picked out by yellow and green seating among the mainly blue seats, which are the standard at Sophia Gardens. Lloyd to Hose, who runs another one down to third man Byram again in the action, running around from backward point. 84 for 3, 65 behind are Worcestershire here on BBC Sport Online. 7 off the over, may well be Lloyd's last if Van der Hoogten is returning for another crack in the afternoon. As forward comes Azarali and takes another single out on the offside, and there's no run. David Battersby has sent me, thank you David, a list of the Pakistan domestic teams for the coming season. A couple of glass companies, the customs, the income tax, Sabia's poultry, State Bank of Pakistan, and the Navy, and various acronyms, sets of initials which I haven't got a clue about. Lloyd into ball, straight driven by Hose. He's timed that one nicely. That's running away through long off, so that really is an expensive over from David Lloyd. There was a no ball in there at one point as well, so that has seen Lloyd's bowling figures slip from semi-respectable to horrible, and I think that's probably the last we'll see of the Glamorgan skipper. The departments apparently have applied for registration with the Pakistan Cricket Board, include the Punjab Police, a global corporation, a company described as Sugar Mills, the Commoners Development Limited, Marketing Services, and so the list goes on. Thank you very much indeed for that, David.
What was the clubs?
These are domestic teams in the Pakistani.
India, they've always got a railways team or a bank side.
Yeah. Here's McIlroy into bowl, and Azarali plays out on the offside and will take the single. Oh, overthrows. Overthrows. I wasn't expecting that. It's gone away for 4 more. As there's a shy at the wicket, and McIlroy's bowling figures suffer unjustly with a 5 there to the credit. Both batters have 33 to their names. Ali 33, Adam Hose 33, starting to get well set. So that's 5 onto the score. And McIlroy in to bowl to Hose, who noodles him away down towards third man. There'll be a couple of runs here as Van der Hoogten jogs round and does the fielding. 98 for 3. It's gone a little bit quiet from the Glamorgan point of view, and the applause for the 50 partnership between these two for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, it looks a different game, doesn't it, suddenly? I suspect that might change if we see Nisa and Van der Hoogten restored to the attack.
Yeah, just thinking Van der Hoogten's going to have another burst before tea. McIlroy's bowling nicely, really, and isn't leaking anything. He's got the wicket. Van der Hoogten for Lloyd at the far end, I reckon, as McIlroy bowls outside off stump. Chris Cook standing up. So no slip, keeper standing up, only in the 28th over of the innings. We were discussing the improbable nature of the franchise teams in the 100, and Tim Fry suggests it would be hard to market teams whose names describe them realistically. The London underachievers, the Manchester mid-tables, and the Welsh one-wins. Oof. McIlroy bowls, Hose drives.
Or the non-Welsh one wins.
The non-Welsh, yeah. There's a couple of Welsh women in the squad. No Welsh men at the moment, although Dan Douthwaite does represent Glamorgan. He's sort of a Welsh product through the university here. McIlroy in to bowl to Hose, who drives that one off the back foot to Carlson at mid-on. No run, and Hose has done a good job really, not getting the scoring rate going and taking the sting out of the Glamorgan attack.
And that was a lovely shot. Back foot. I always think the old back foot drive, straight back between bowler and mid-on, is a sign of real class. And I know it's only McIlroy and he's only medium pace, but it was technically really pleasing shot on that one.
McIlroy bowls, and he's got him.
Done him, haven't we? Has he dragged it on again?
Off go the bails. Hose has gone for 35. McIlroy has got a second wicket. His teammates are delighted, and so is he. Hugs all round, and Worcestershire just as they look to be lifting the burden of oppression of that first innings deficit, have suffered another loss, and they can't make a stand.
I reckon he's dragged it on again as he did in the first innings. Just watching the replay now.
Pitch is outside off, comes in.
To cut it, he's chopped it on, hasn't he?
Little inside edge onto his stumps. So not quite such a drag on as he suffered in the first innings against James Harris, but still equally frustrating. After 50 partnership, and Worcestershire have not been able to develop it into anything substantial.
Reward for McIlroy for plugging away, and a big wicket just when Worcestershire didn't need it. We were just saying, weren't we, that batting was looking easier. Adam Hose had played too. I was just saying, we just played such a lovely, technically impressive shot off the back foot up to mid-on, and then he just collapsed the back leg a little bit, and he's looking to sort of cut a ball that's too close to him, and he's dragged it on, and Jamie McIlroy can't believe, well, I wouldn't say can't believe his luck, that would be unfair, but Jamie McIlroy thrilled that he gets the breakthrough, perhaps when he wasn't really expecting it. Azhar Ali on his knees at the moment, just having a drink taken out to him by Dylan Pennington, probably thinking, I've been here before, and it wasn't that long ago.
I think you have to give McIlroy credit for his changing of angles.
And
he's come over and round and over and round.
He's kept going. I'm not in any way taking anything away from him. I think he's plugged away very effectively indeed, and he's got his reward for persistence. Brett D'Oliveira comes out to join Azhar Ali now. Worcestershire, 51 they trail by, and they are 4 down in this second innings. There are 38 overs left in the day after this one. Or was that the last ball of the over? 39 left in the day.
39 still left.
7 till tea.
It's a lot of cricket.
Another wicket goes down before tea, then you're definitely looking at the prospect of the game finishing in 2 days, aren't you? And Van der Houten is returning at the river end, as we suggested that he might. Just a mention of a comment that I've had on Twitter from Mark Stevens. He says, only just started listening to the commentary. Apologies if you've already discussed this. Very much Worcester stuff, this. Is there any news about Pennington, Haynes and Tongue signing new contracts? I have no news, Mark, on that, I'm afraid. If there is any news, it's not news that's reached my ears, so can't enlighten you at all on that. But if you do want to get in touch on Twitter, it's at Frank Watson 58 for me, and at Nick Webb 2017 for Nick. And we are going to watch Tim van der Houten come back into the attack at the river end. 98 for 4, he's bowling to Azhar Ali, and he's got the luxury of a slip as he comes in now and bowls, and Azhar is on the walk going down the pitch and then lets it go outside the off stump, so batsman determined that he's not going to let Van der Houten settle into a good line and length.
David Battersby sends me further details of the Pakistan changes in the domestic structure with various geographical base names being replaced, Khyber and Southern and Central Punjab, etc. Azza played for Central Punjab, who won the one-day competition and were coached by Paul Franks, says David.
Ah, well, there you go. Paul Franks. Here comes Van der Houten, bowls, and Azza is hurried by this one. Might have kept a little bit low, jabs the bat down on it, plays it up the pitch to mid-on. Paul Franks, whose brother-in-law is the Worcestershire head coach, Alan Richardson.
Ah, small world.
It is indeed, in the coaching fraternity.
And I'm led to believe that David Battersby is writing a pamphlet on Majid Jahangir Khan, one of the greats of Glamorgan history and a key member of the '69 championship side.
There's Van der Houten again. He's in, he bowls, and Azza pushes this out on the offside. Fielded by Marnus Labuschagne, ever active and interested and busy in the covers.
I give him his three names because he was known as Majid Jahangir when he started with Glamorgan, and then later
Majid Khan.
Majid Khan or Majid J Khan or MJ Khan. It's all the same bloke.
Lovely, lovely cricketer. There's Van der Houten in to Azza, who waits and lets that go outside the off stump. Cook takes low down by his ankles. Not much carry with this ball, being nearly 30 overs old, and the pitch, it's easy paced really. We haven't seen many balls fizzing through at sort of chest height. It's a pitch on which the bowlers have had to maintain their discipline, and largely speaking bowlers on both sides have done that. Finch a 5 for, his first 5 for Worcestershire, 3 for Leach in the Glamorgan innings. Van der Houten bowls again as her defends out on the offside, and none of them were terribly expensive. Tongue a bit disappointing perhaps, no wicket for 64, but he is a bowler who, if any of the Worcestershire bowlers relies on a little bit of pace and carry in the pitch, it is Tongue, so perhaps it's understandable that he found it difficult. But what's characterised the Glamorgan bowling has been patience and accuracy and persistence. As Van der Houten bowls again to Azza, who pushes this out on the offside, and that's the end of a very tidy maiden over from Van der Houten, who now has figures of 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 12, and it's Worcestershire 98 for 4 with 6 overs remaining before the tea interval.
Well, yeah, Van McIlroy's 2 for 13 would be even tidier if it hadn't been for the 4 overthrows that were conceded. But Worcestershire was still with a lot of work to do then, and the scoreboard pressure might get more intense if on the lower order, if another wicket falls before tea, obviously, but you just get the feeling that maybe this wicket and the next one are key to Worcestershire's hopes of any sort of fight back. McIlroy around the wicket, bowls driven back at him by D'Oliveira, but stopped by the bowler in his follow through. Oh, and very kindly picked up by Azhar Ali. Gareth Roderick in next, the top scorer of the first innings, then Matthew Waite, Joe Leach, Josh Tongue and Adam Finch remain in the Worcestershire lineup to wield the willow as McIlroy in bowls and nudged down towards third man to get off the mark with a single for D'Oliveira as a turn, just in case D'Oliveira wanted a second. He did not. The single by agreement. 99 for 4, 50 behind. Here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, I think there's no reason to think that Worcestershire's batsmen can't take this into a third day.
Next delivery from McIlroy, turned on the leg side by Azza, single down to square leg. 100 up for the visitors, 100 for 4.
Plenty of batting to come. As you say, Roderick, Waite, Leach, all perfectly capable. These two both capable of not just occupying the crease but making big scores. No real demons in the pitch.
In comes McIlroy running away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowls outside off stump. D'Oliveira leaves. Chris Cook standing up. David Lloyd is the solitary slip, about 10 metres behind Cook. And again, Glamorgan in this funky field on the leg side. The 2 short mid wickets and square leg coming in quite close as well. He's in from the umpire and will come in closer as McIlroy bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira, squirting it away on the offside. They are through for a single. There is a shy from Labuschagne this time. It's backed up and there is no overthrow. To be honest, we've seen 2 short mid wickets so far this season. I'm not from several sides not sure it counts as funky field placing anymore.
Well, have you seen any catches there? I haven't. They've put them in there, but I don't know. Maybe it stops the batsman from playing in that area.
McIlroy bowls as runs one down to a short third man where Lloyd had placed himself, around the sort of fly slip position.
Good over. He's been tidy, isn't he?
7
overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 16. He's done a really good job for his skipper, Jamie McIlroy. Takes his cap from umpire Bailey and his sunglasses and walks away, reflecting on another nice over. 2 big wickets. The last 2 to fall. Haynes for 14 and Hose for 35.
Yeah, talking about catches at mid-wicket, Labuschagne took one off Douthwaite in the Durham game to get rid of Beddingham. Can't remember whether that was on the drive or more conventional. I think it was fairly close in. And then Labuschagne had a wicket off a full toss, so it was drilled straight to cover in the same innings.
Van der Houten bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes up to mid-off. Good recall. Good recall, Nick. Just a little flick back through the book. You know where they were caught. Good effort.
Thank you.
101 for 4.
No science at all behind it. Just a load of scribblings and sometimes.
Well, obviously, you're not giving yourself enough credit there. I think that's good recall. Whether you can still remember it in August or September,
probably not.
Thing. Watch a lot of cricket. It's hard, isn't it, to separate it all out in your mind. Van der Houten in again, bowls. D'Oliveira is forward, pushing out into the covers.
Well, you do need extensive notes to remember what happened last week sometimes, let alone last month or several months ago by the time we get to the end of the season. It does go into a blur, and I'm surprised that players can remember as much as they do.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. It's slightly different when you're playing, I suppose. If you've had an actual involvement in an incident or something, you will remember it. But when you've watched, I mean, the other thing is you remember it, but you don't remember which season it was. Van der Houten in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is out, caught behind by Cook. Big wicket. That could be highly significant, I think. I said, didn't I? I thought if Worcestershire lost 1 more before tea, there could be we could be looking at a game that does finish in 2 days, and that has happened. And I also said 10 minutes ago they've still got plenty of batting to come, but that's a big wicket. D'Oliveira just pushing forward, little nip away off the seam from Van der Houten. Classic dismissal, and D'Oliveira goes caught behind by Cook for 2, and Worcestershire in real trouble now, still trailing by 48, 101 for 5. Caught behind by Cook. Which season?
Well, this Worcestershire top order will not remember Cardiff with any great fondness at all, unless Azrali gets a turn now, because they have not really come to the party. Hose's 35 was briefly threatening But that's a really conventional dismissal, actually, wasn't it? D'Oliveira just playing forward slightly down the wrong line, fraction of away movement, takes the edge, regulation catch. Van der Hoogten has 3 for 12 to add to his 2 for 28 in the first innings, which means he is on to 26 wickets for the season, which is a blooming good haul in only the fifth game.
It is indeed. 3 for 12. He's really bowled well in this game.
I mean,
they've been a good unit. They've been a good unit, haven't they?
Even with 14 matches in the championship these days, and faster bowlers don't always play all of them. Even a 50-wicket haul is a landmark now, and it used to be 100, didn't it, in the days of people playing back-to-back championship cricket 6 days a week. I've no idea how they got there in the 60s when they were travelling by train and had to get across the country.
I can remember we've talked about this many times, I can remember some horrendous journeys back in my cricket cool days at the end of the 80s and early 90s, where we went up and down. I was fortunate enough most of the time to travel with the players in those days. I mean, I recalled one occasion several times where we played a game at Old Trafford, travelled by coach fortunately, because it was often just pool cars, but played a game at Old Trafford, and the following day we started a game at Hove. And we were fortunate that the Old Trafford game finished early on the last day, finished around about 2 or 3 o'clock, and we arrived in Hove at about 11 o'clock at night, found the hotel, booked into the hotel, and when the players saw the state of the hotel, they all said, no, we are not staying here. So Phil Neal, the captain, was on the phone to Mike Watkins, the secretary, at 11:30 at night, trying to arrange new hotels. Here's Van der Hoogten in bowls to the new man Roderick, who pushes this out on the offside, and there's no run. It stays at 101 for 5. So a new hotel was found, but it wasn't just one. It was, for the first night, there were about 5 different places used, and players were splitting into little 2s and 3s, going all over the place in those little guest houses and hotels around the ground in Hove. And then it all got sorted out the next day. Absolute chaos. But there were some huge journeys. Van der Hoogten again from the river end is in, and he bowls to Roderick, taken on the pad, shout for LBW, kept a bit low but running away down the leg side. They go through for a leg bite. In fact, he got a bat on it because the umpires made no signal. So Roderick is off the mark, but heart in mouth for a moment. 102 for 5.
Worst back-to-back journey I've had. Going down.
Too much.
The worst back-to-back journey I've had, I think, was Colwyn Bay, a Sunday one-dayer, Lord's Bank Holiday Monday one-dayer.
Yeah.
Driving from Colwyn Bay.
Yeah, that's
to
not
London.
an easy journey, is it? Here's Van der Hoogten again in bowls, and Azhar is fiddling at this one outside the off stump. Missed it, fortunately, taken by Cook. End of the over from Van der Hoogten. Splendid from him. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 13. 102 for 5. Worcestershire trailing by 47, and we've got 4 overs left before. No, what have we got? Sorry, we've got
4
overs left before tea.
Don't doubt yourself.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, 4 overs left before tea. Yeah, I was going to say the other thing was you used to have the scenario of a Sunday game interrupting the 4-day game.
Oh yes,
and often it would be in a different place.
Yeah.
So I can remember, for example, a game at Old Trafford against Lancashire where we played Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then on Sunday we played Derbyshire away at a place called Knipersley in Staffordshire, and then back up to Old Trafford for the Sunday. There were some really odd quirks of the programme, really.
Yeah, playing one game in the middle of another is
and put a mat down on
inexplicable,
on the pitch,
really.
and then finish the game on the Monday morning.
All very eccentric.
All very English.
102 for 5 Worcestershire.
It was great though, the Sunday League. It was a great competition.
Nisa in to bowl at the start of a new spell, and Roderick defends. Absolutely. I mean, I really had a lot of time for the 40 over formats, restricted run-ups. The bowlers might not have enjoyed too much, but in terms
Crowds
of
packed in, didn't they?
Yeah, always good
Everybody
atmosphere.
enjoyed it. Yeah, really good
always
fun.
good atmosphere, and as I say, the restricted run-ups meant and restricted times for the innings meant that everyone got on with it, and it was over in 5 hours, which is a nice Sunday afternoon out. 102 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Nisa in bowls, Roderick cuts and will pick up a couple of runs down towards backward point as McIlroy does the fielding. The other bizarre one was when Glamorgan were playing a T20 in Southampton in the night, and then the next morning they were nominally, as a first team game, playing Pakistan A in Newport. Thankfully I wasn't commentating on the second match because I got there more or less on the start, all right, a bit late. Nisa bowls and Roderick is forward defending, and the only player to play in both the matches was the ever-winning Andrew Salter. 104 for 5. It was a match in which Rory Smith took a rather bizarre hat-trick, which included a couple of skied catches. 104 for 5, Worcestershire still 45 runs behind here on BBC Sport Online. As Nisa in to bowl to Roderick, who defends to mid-off, and there's no run. So just the one partnership of any real merit in this second innings between Azhar Ali and Adam Hose, who put on 50 for the 4th wicket, and Hose got 35 of them. There's the clock, Civic Hall clock in the distance, strikes 4. Nisa bowls. Roderick will get runs here through the leg side. I think it'll reach the boundary. No. Yes. A slide by Eddie Byram, who bangs the turf in frustration. He got to it inside the ropes just and tried to flap it back with the hand, but he and the ball slid over the ropes together. Good effort by Byram to try and save a couple of runs, but Roderick's first boundary takes him on to 7. 41 behind now, Worcestershire at 108 for 5. 35 overs remaining in the day's play. Nisa in to bowl to Roderick. More runs here. Down leg side. 4 byes, in fact. Nisa just straying with his radar, and raced away for 4. Chris Cook not able to get anything on that. Standing up. Worcestershire 112 for 5 then, with the addition of 2 lots of 4 runs. The deficit a mere 37. 5 wickets still in hand though. Batting to come, Waits, Leach, Tongue and Finch. Roderick, a genuine top order batter in the days when he's not got the gloves on. Van der Hoogten leading the way for Glamorgan. Bowls to Azhar, who defends to cover, and there's no run. 112 for 5. Glamorgan earlier bowled out for 258 in their first innings, a lead of 149. Michael Nisa 86. So he, more than anyone, has done his bit to get Glamorgan on top in this game. Nisa bowls. Azhar squared up slightly, plays back down the wicket to the bowler, and there's no run. And Azhar trying to dig in for the long term. 112 for 5. BBC Sport Online, bringing you the action from Sophia Gardens. Worcestershire 112 for 5, 37 runs in arrears. As Van der Hoogten bowls appeal for LBW and out, given that could be the moment of the match. As Azhar Ali is squared up and leg before to Tim Van der Hoogten. The Pakistan star departs for 34. Van der Hoogten has 4 for 13 and Worcestershire are 112 for 6, still 37 runs behind, and we could after all be heading for a 2-day finish. Drama at Sophia Gardens. Could be the moment in arrears. Worcestershire 112 for 6 in their second innings, still 37 runs behind, and we've just seen the departure of Pakistan star Azhar Ali for 34. The 4th wicket for Tim Van der Hoogten. Adam Hose made 35, but Worcestershire not able to make significant headway with the bat in this second innings. Glamorgan 258 all out, took a first innings lead of 149 and look well set to complete their first win of the season either today or tomorrow. Worcestershire 112 for 6, 37 behind. That could be the moment of the match. As radio listeners have been duly updated, arriving at a fairly dramatic juncture. Waite and Roderick then, they had a nice little partnership in the first innings, but I'm afraid from the visitors' point of view that Worcestershire need more than a nice little partnership. They need a nice big partnership. Otherwise they are heading for a 2-day defeat here at Sophia Gardens. 33rd over rather. 34 remain after this one. As just in time for our radio update to catch that wicket, which you probably didn't want to catch for.
No, I was able to include it in my report. Sadly, I think I could be heading back to the hotel to check out tonight, Nick. And
oh well, could be able to go and watch your club tomorrow.
Could be on the way back home. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, or might just lie in a darkened room.
Oh dear, my sympathies are with you. It hasn't been a great 5 sessions of this game for Worcestershire.
4 for 13. 4 for 13, both openers and then the captain and then the overseas. Not a bad effort.
As he's in again to bowl, and Waite plays to mid-on, and there's no run.
No, that was a huge wicket, wasn't it? I mean, you can't see it going beyond today now, I don't think. Unless these two, and of course you can't discount Joe Leach, but we keep saying that, but it's still happening out there, isn't it? There's just enough encouragement. And Van der Hoogten, what a spell! I mean, 8.4 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 13.
Absolutely on the money is Tim Van der Hoogten as he bowls to Waite, who will get off the mark with a single. Turned away to Nice deep square. Nice's returns are getting more and more round arm. Yeah. It's almost the underarm flick that Graham Wagg used to employ, where the hand actually came from close to the ground in throwing it back to the wicket, even from the boundary, rather than overarm, like skimming a pebble in across the sea. 113 for 6, Worcestershire. Roderick 7, Waite 1. And that is hammered through the offside for 4 runs by Gareth Roderick. He moves to 11, 117 for 6, 32 runs behind.
A reminder that the tea will be
2 overs left before tea.
And that is hammered through the offside.
Worcestershire still trailing by 32. Scorecard reads Pollock, Cook, Bold, Van der Hoogten 9, Cornell, LBW, Van der Hoogten 4, Haynes, LBW, McElroy 14, Hose, Bold, McElroy 35, and then D'Oliveira, Cook, Bold, Van der Hoogten 2, and Azhar, LBW, Van der Hoogten 34. Waite on 1, Roderick on 11, 117 for 6, 32 overs after tea, 2 to go before tea. 33 gone in the innings. And earlier today, Glamorgan resuming on 177 for 6, added 81 for the loss of those last 4 wickets. Michael Neser, who's about to bowl, finished on 86. He's wicketless in this innings, and he's about to bowl to Matthew Waite, who has just come to the crease. He's on 1. In comes Neser and bowls, and Waite turns this on the leg side. Still got 2 men on the drive at short mid-wicket. It's a tactic that both sides have persisted with throughout the day. A lot of balls getting worked into that area, but none of them yet offering a catching opportunity to a fielder in that position. Glamorgan have been at it in this game, as they say, from ball 1. Here's Neser in, bowls, and Waite turns this off his pads for a single to deep backward square leg.
Strange.
And he goes to 2.
Strange to think, isn't it, that we had 3 in a row caught in the slips on the first morning, and yet now we're 1 or no slips.
Yeah. One caught there this morning, but 2 dropped yesterday as well by Worcestershire, so there was quite a bit going in that direction, but no longer. And to be fair, there hasn't been anything edged through at catchable height either. As Neser, with the keeper standing up, bowls, and very watchfully forward is Roderick, who's on 11.
So
played well in the first innings. Top scored for Worcestershire in the first innings, Gareth Roderick with 39.
Good effort from Cook to be standing up to a bowler of Neser's pace.
Yeah, it's definitely telling you that the surface is quite slow, isn't it? I think. And it's horrible standing back on a pitch where the ball's just skidding through by your shins all the time. So he's gone up there. Here's Neser in, bowls, and Roderick is again studiously, watchfully forward, pushing up to mid-off. Glamorgan have been good in this game. Let's be perfectly honest about it. They've been busy, purposeful, and well worth their position of superiority. They bowled really well yesterday, and when Worcester threatened to come back after tea, Michael Neser in particular batted well too. Here he is with the ball in his hand, he bowls, and Roderick is again forward, closing the face on this one, just turning it on the onside. 1 ball left in the over, then 1 more over before tea. And Glamorgan striving for 1 more wicket.
It's always 1
before
more,
the interval.
Always
6 in the afternoon session. They are, I am sure, more than happy with. And they've looked a good side. There's Neser in, bowls. Roderick drives up to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 118 for 6. You look at bonus points, don't you? Glamorgan 4, Worcestershire 3, and I often think if you look at the bonus points, they tend to fairly reasonably reflect what you've been watching, but that wouldn't be the case, would it, if you were just walking into the ground and you looked at the board, because Glamorgan have been much more than 1 point better.
Well, it's this extra runs that you have to get, isn't it, for the first batting point.
In a low-scoring game, it's made a difference.
Yeah. As, you know, it could be 50 all-out plays 245 all-out, say an extreme case, and it would still be no batting points.
Yeah.
118 for 6. Last ball before the tea interval. Last over before the tea interval is Van der Hoogten sees Waite leave that one go through to Chris Cook. And certainly Glamorgan's afternoon session, just 1 over bowled before lunch, 0 for 0. So essentially this Worcestershire innings has been this afternoon. They'll have faced 34 overs in the course of it and losing 6 wickets. Looks like Worcestershire sliding to their 2nd defeat of the season, unless they can provide the mother and father of all comebacks, as Waite dabs one down into the gully, fielded by Byram, and there is no run. after a couple of draws for Worcestershire and 4 draws in a row for Glamorgan, one of which was on the back foot, and the first game reasonably even in the end after Glamorgan had dominated the first half of the game. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Waite punches it to mid-off, there's no run, but last couple of games Glamorgan have generally been in the ascendancy, never looked like making it pay against Leicestershire on the last day when the home side only lost 3 wickets batting it out in the 3rd innings of the game. Glamorgan had scored too slowly there to force a result, and up at Yorkshire Glamorgan probably would have won if they hadn't lost a couple of sessions to the weather. Van der Hoogten bowls, Waite hits it hard down into the ground, bounces up into the hands of North East, cover no run. 118 for 6. Still a bit of work to be done for Glamorgan, but Waite and Roderick will, I'm sure, repel them for as long as possible and try to take the game into a 3rd day. But at the moment, you would have thought even if they do manage to get in front, which they could well do, then Glamorgan will have a go at knocking off tonight as Waite turns one gently away on the leg side and they amble through for a single. 3 to Waite, 119 for 6, but effectively minus 30 for 6, and it's very difficult for Worcestershire to enjoy their isotonic drinks and protein bars in the tea interval. We'll be on the more traditional coffee and cake here. 119 for 6. 2 slips only, even for Van der Hoogten. Keeper standing back for him though, and there'll be 4 runs here, I think, off the thigh pad. It's run away to the boundary. No, there's a bit of bat involved, says umpire Shanmugam, and that takes Roderick to 15, and Worcestershire end the session on a small positive, but in the mire at 123 for 6. Van der Hoogten 4 for 23, the other 2 wickets to McIlroy, 34 to Azarali, 35 to Hose. Roderick 15 not out, still 26 in arrears, 32 overs to be bowled potentially today, Frank. Plus, of course, the possibility of an extra half hour, but I don't think the light would be good enough for that anyway.
Yeah, excellent session for Glamorgan. It began with Worcestershire 0 for 0, remember. So they've taken 6 wickets in the session. Van der Hoogten the star, and basically they are outplaying Worcestershire in all departments. And we'll see if Worcestershire can. Well, they've had 1 good hour in the game, really, Worcestershire, and that was post-tea yesterday. So let's see if they can come out post-tea this time and, well, if not get themselves back in the game, at least show a bit of fighting spirit. Good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, where play's about to get underway. Session 3, day 2 in this county championship game between Glamorgan and Worcestershire. Worcestershire absolutely staring down the barrel as this session begins. They still trail on first innings by 26, and they are 123 for 6 in their second innings, with Matthew Waite and Gareth Roderick at the crease. 6 wickets falling in the afternoon session, and the main architect of the Worcestershire demise is Tim van der Houten, the Glamorgan seam bowler. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 23 he's taken. He's bowled extremely well, and he's been well supported by Jamie McElroy, very much the fourth seamer in this Glamorgan lineup, but McElroy has bowled very steadily from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, varying between over and round the wicket, the left armour, and he's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 16, and he will resume after the interval. Alongside me is Eddie Bevan, and Eddie, you must have enjoyed what you've seen today. I haven't.
Yeah, no, I bet you haven't. It's happened to Glamorgan many times, and I've witnessed it over the years. Just to add on regarding McElroy, Glamorgan will be pleased that their support bowlers now are taking wickets. 4 to Harris in the first innings, and it is McElroy now to open up after tee down the leg side. That's helped on its way down the leg side, down to fine leg. They go through for a single, and McElroy's bowled extremely well, as Frank was saying now, and he's taken 2 wickets. And his figures of 2 for 17, you could take 4 off that because it was for needless overthrows. 7.1 overs, 2 for 17, which represents a very good bowling performance by a man just making his way as he comes in now and bowls to Roderick. And
fiddled at that, didn't he? It wasn't a very good shot at all.
It wasn't. He fiddled outside the off stump, as you say, Frank. And in this innings, I think it shows that Worcestershire, they never give up the ghost, but you appear to think, well, we know we're going to lose shots played, and especially D'Oliveira, who just poked one outside the off stump, and Pollock, that was another indeterminate shot. As in round the wicket, left arm, medium pace comes McElroy, and that just turned him, Roderick, a little. But he is capable of staying there for a long time. We've seen in the past the Worcestershire wicket-keeper.
Yeah, he played well in the first innings too, didn't he? He was the pick of the Worcestershire batsmen yesterday, I think, and he's played well again today. He got his 15 without too much trouble.
His application with him, you see, and he picks the right ball to hit.
Yeah.
As he faces up to McElroy, he bowls to him, and that's very wide of the off stump. I remember him with Gloucester, not only Worcestershire, but he's held Glamorgan up. And I think I mentioned yesterday, he and another wicket-keeper, John Simpson, always seems, if you've got 3 or 4 down, in comes Simpson and holds you up.
Good keeper, Simpson.
I think he's a very good cricketer.
I watched him keeping at Lords a couple of weeks ago, and against Kent, just watched one day of the game, and he kept beautifully in that.
McElroy bowls. And is he? No,
didn't carry. He's edged it.
Quite. Yeah, he followed it though. It was quite wide, but he certainly picked his line and his length here. He's bowling extremely well. You go to any county though, Frank, and they'll say, their members or whatever, he's keeping well. There's such a lot of excellent wicket keepers in the country.
Yeah,
and
it's. For me, what makes Simpson a little bit better than most is up to the stumps. And I watched him standing up to Ethan Bamber a couple of weeks ago, and he did very, very well.
Last ball of the over, which is left by Roderick, wins through rather low down to Cooks. The score remains at 124 for 8, rather a powerless for 6 rather. Sorry, Worcestershire listener. And they trail by 25, 4 wickets in hand. Could easily end up tonight. And remember, if 7 wickets are down, or the umpires think there's a possibility of a finish, they will carry on, and we'll all have supper at the ground.
Yeah. Live cricket on the BBC you're listening to. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Heaven Worcester, alongside me Eddie Bevan of BBC Radio Wales, and Nick Webb is the boss man here at Sophia Gardens. He's just having a little break at the moment, and
we've been ordered to commentate.
Yeah, we've been ordered to keep things going. 124 for 6 as James Harris comes into the attack at the river end, post tee, and he starts with a full delivery which Matthew Waite drives to mid-on, and there's no run. That last over quite indicative of the pace in the pitch, or lack of it. That one edged which dropped short of keeper Cook, and then the last ball also skidding through pretty low. And I know McIlroy and Harris, who are in tandem here, are both only medium pace, but no great demons in it. It's just been a case of sticking at it, been a little bit of movement, little bit of help. I don't think anybody's ever really looked in on it. As Harris bowls and Waite drives sweetly on the onside, past the fielder at mid-wicket, picks up a single, takes him to 5, 125 for 6.
You're right there, because even Labuschagne struggled for a bit, and he was dropped.
Yeah.
David Lloyd was dropped, and they both made 40.
Players have played. Nobody's got 100.
Nisa played beautifully.
Nisa played really well. But you know, it's
not an easy pitch to score.
Don't get the sense that anybody's ever really in and looking as though they're unshiftable.
Yeah.
There's Harris in again, bowls, and forward is Roderick pushing out on the offside. So 125 for 6, and. I think it's just fair to say, and I don't say it lightly, and I don't say it with a smile on my face, but Glamorgan have outplayed Worcestershire in all departments, bowling-wise, catching, and batting as well. They've just been the better side from the very start of this game. Sometimes you just got to accept that. Harris is in, bowls, and Roderick is forward, playing back to the bowler no run. I say accept it, I don't mean take it for granted and be happy with it, but just on reflection, just assess a team's performance realistically, and I'm sure they will. There won't be any excuses. I spoke to Kadir Ali, the assistant coach, last night, and he wasn't making any excuses about the performance yesterday. 1 hour they've been good. First hour after tea yesterday, I think probably the best hour Worcestershire have had in the game. Here's Harris in, bowls, and Roderick covers up. Plays that defensively out on the
basically
offside.
Basically, they outplayed Yorkshire at Headingley. I was critical of the decoration, but who am I to say that? I heard Nick's interview with David Lloyd, and he said, look, as a group we decided to do what we wanted to do, and had Adam Live been caught at 65 and 79, straightforward catches, they'd have been home at 9 o'clock instead of 12:30.
There's Harris again, bowls, and Roderick is forward, pushing up to mid-on. No run, end of the over, 125 for 6. Worcestershire still trail by 24.
So I think Glamorgan, apart from that glitch when they didn't play particularly well against Durham, have showed that they're a competitive side. They will, of course, miss Nisa hugely, and they'll miss Labuschagne, of course, but it's up to the batsman. It's a strong batting side, as we've seen in these games. And if they can pick up an overseas bowler somewhere, I'm all for these Indian, Sri Lankan bowlers who bowl in extreme heat but are strong and keep on going. Love to see Bumrah bowling here, or at Worcester, wouldn't you? Anyway, we shall see.
Don't think Worcestershire could afford Bumrah's driver, let alone Bumrah. McIlroy bowls round the wicket. This one steered down to third man by Waite for a single. He goes to 7, 127 for 6. Yeah, I don't mean that rudely either. It's just that's the real world that we live in, isn't it? You know, it's difficult for some of the counties to compete for the very big named overseas players, and it's one of the things that makes it so satisfying when a smaller team does pull together and become more than the sum of its parts and get results against the bigger names. Yes. There's McIlroy bowls, and it's your over, defended by Roderick.
And another thing is that they don't play in this 100 competition, any of the Indian players, so I haven't looked at the future tours, but they might be on call, you never know. Glamorgan last year signed Shubman Gill, what a player he's become. The Indian opener, my word. As the next ball is played, gun barrel straight, both bowler and batsman. It'll be interesting to see anyhow who Mark Wallace, was director of cricket here, as he said in this members forum lunchtime that it started, not negotiations, but looking round, sees who's available.
Well,
And,
imagine.
it all goes back to seeing how much they're going to miss Nisa.
As a director of cricket,
That's their job.
You're constantly looking, aren't you?
Yeah.
We talk about football. I report on the Premier League fairly regularly, so I've taken quite an interest this year. And the one club that really impresses me when it comes to what do they call it, succession planning, is Brighton and Hove Albion. They lose a manager, they know who they're bringing in, they sell their best player, they know who they're bringing in, and it just seems that's exactly the way to go.
Round the wicket comes McIlroy, and it's played up towards mid-on. Not like Chelsea, who spent 600 million.
Yeah, exactly.
There's your
or many clubs who
useless planning.
Make a change and then don't have a manager lined up to take over. So, Leicester City, for example, made a change and then put caretakers in charge for a couple of games, lost those games, and then they're scratching around to bring somebody in, and you've wasted games.
Here's the next ball. That's clipped round the corner, down to deep mid-wicket. He's got a single. As Eddie Byram comes bustling in from the mid-wicket boundary, a single off that, so they're going along quite nicely at the moment. It's 127 for 6.
I don't want to upset anybody talking about particular teams, but I just think in these days of professional sport, with directors of football and directors of cricket and so on, that is that's so much part of it. And what Mark Wallace is talking about there to Nick, saying that he's already looking around, is exactly what we're talking about. Succession planning, isn't it? Planning for the next scenario that is on the cards. And if Michael Neser gets called up by Australia, they're going to need somebody. Here's James Harris from the River End bowling to Gareth Roderick. He bowls, and Roderick is clipping this one beautifully on the leg side, absolutely between the two fielders on the leg side boundary. Picks up two, didn't quite have the legs to get there. Throw comes in, and what a great take by Chris Cook as that throw came in. He's just picked it up on the half volley, one-handed, and made it look very, very easy indeed. 129 for 6 with those 2 runs. Roderick goes to 18. The lead is still 20, and we have 28 overs left in the day after this one.
Isn't it?
Harris in. Bowls to Roderick, short and pulled by Roderick, and this time he only picks up 1. No, he's come back for 2, and he's had to hurry, but he gets back. He is quick between the wickets, and he did make his mind up early, which is good.
Taking Neser's arm on there.
But took Neser's arm on. Throw came in, gathered by Cook, whipped the pails off, but Roderick was well in, to be fair. Good running.
I was reminding Nick earlier on in the 2020 match at Hove last year, somebody took Neser's arm on from there, and he's run out by a yard and a half.
Yeah, it's a great arm. But Roderick, perfectly safe, to be fair to him. He goes to 20.
Judge it well.
131 for 6. Harris in again to him. 1 slip waiting. He bowls, and Roderick is forward and pushes out on the offside. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he looked as good as anybody yesterday, Roderick, for Worcestershire, in making 39 in the first innings. And he's played very solidly today for his 20.
Simple decision. He just pushed it one from Harris and was caught low down. If I
it was a surprise, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was a surprise. And he looked as annoyed as anybody, actually. Anyway, here's Harris into him again now. He bowls, and Roderick is again very, very well forward and pushing up to mid-off.
Talking about Hove there, don't forget the big match there for, well, I'm told this is the tickets are going through the roof. Glamorgan next week are playing down at Hove against Sussex, who will have Pajara, Steve Smith and Robinson in their ranks, and Glamorgan, of course, will have Labuschagne and Neitz.
Yeah, well, I had the dubious pleasure of seeing Sussex last week. Harris bowls, Roderick pushes out on the offside. I saw Robinson, I saw him take 7 in the first innings. He then followed up with 7 in the second innings. But I did see Pajara make a beautiful 100.
He gets runs
really good player.
Every innings these days.
He's a lovely player to watch, and I've said this. People who were listening last week will forgive me, I hope, if I repeat this, but he's the most methodical player. As Harris comes in and bowls, and Roderick drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. And it's the end of the over. 131 for 6. He has an absolute method, Pajara, and it starts. He's like a golfer with a pre-shot routine that they do every ball. He checks his grip. He stands,
Yeah, I remember
you see
that.
him looking at his hands and he checks his grip. Then he puts his bat down, then he takes guard, then he lifts his bat up, and everything about the way that he plays is based on tried and trusted methodology, and it's just brilliant to watch. Such a fine example.
He couldn't have a better
Just
pitch.
a great player.
Either at Hove to bat on. It's always a lovely batting pitch there. Here is McIlroy to start a new over, and he bowls, and Waiter just leaves that. Wicketkeeper standing up now. It restricts the batsman's movements, as we all know. So that's next week down. Nick will be down there. And if Glamorgan will wrap up this game either tonight or tomorrow, they'll have nearly a week to prepare. So it'll be really worth watching. Looking forward to watching that one. As McIlroy round the wicket bowls, and Waite is head over the ball, playing it back down the pitch. Who Worcester got next week, Brian?
Just have a look at my diary, because I have a confusion because I have the ones I'm doing and then the other fixtures. So I'll just go through the full details. Of course, T20 starts soon, doesn't it?
Yeah, too early.
Too early, yeah.
McIlroy bowls, leg side is chipped outside to on the leg side rather, out to Eddie Bynum, fielding a deep mid wicket. They amble through for a single, ticking over. They trail by 17, 132 for 6. It's still in a fragile position here.
So Worcestershire got Leicestershire at home next week, starting on Thursday, and then they go into the T20s, don't they?
That's a lovely looking shot, but it's well stopped there by Niso, thrust out a left hand. Waite gets a single.
So 4-dayer against Leicestershire starting on Thursday, and then they begin their T20 campaign at Northampton on the 24th.
Late.
And then they're in quick succession, aren't they, after that, the blast games?
In comes McIlroy, bowls, and that's not a particularly good ball. It's pulled down to the leg side. There is a man there at a wide-ish long leg, and they go through for a single. No threats at the moment with these two, because they put on a stand in the first innings. Weight 22, Roderick made 39 after coming together at 39 for 6. Still a good spell by McIlroy, 2 for 22 at the moment as he comes round the wicket and bowls, and Roderick makes 2 movements then eventually leaves, and he's on 21. Waite is on 8. 134 for 8, 15 runs they need to make Glamorgan bat again. As the clouds come over from the south-west area, there's no threat. There isn't rain about, so I don't think it's going to rain.
No, a bit gloomier than it has been, but no, I don't think it's going to rain. No rain in the forecast.
Floodlights.
Are
they the only side in the country that haven't got floodlights?
The only HQ without floodlights, yeah, that's right, for various reasons. Harris from the River End is in to bowl to Waite. That's wide and full, and Waite isn't going to miss out on that. 4 easy runs, he just drives it through the covers.
We've got a strange
boundary
business here. Can't have them on, am I right, Nick, before 7 o'clock or something like that? Because of residents that aren't residents are half a mile away.
Well, I think in Worcestershire's case there's various factors. Cost is one, flooding is another, planning permission is another. There's all sorts of reasons here. Comes Harris and bowls, and this one's banged in a little bit short. Waite on the back foot, plays back up the pitch.
I suppose they lose money because you can't sell the floodlights on the Friday night, which is pretty hectic.
They start midsummer. They can start at sort of 5:30 or so, but earlier in the year, then some of the games start at 2:30.
I don't suppose that's too bad. They come from the offices and pile straight in.
Just get full houses, yeah. Here's Harris in, bowls, Waite is forward, pushing up to mid-off.
And that would be what? 5, 6?
Yeah, probably something like that. I think probably might be a bit less than that, 3.5, 4. I'm not sure entirely. I should know, shouldn't I? Really, but we get full houses, and I mean, a game like, even in a disastrous T20 season last season, we did manage to beat the Birmingham Bears at home on a Friday night, and that was a fantastic occasion, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Harris bowls. Waite drops this down on the offside. No run. Not so the return fixture, which was also on a Friday night under the lights at Edgbaston, and that was packed, and we got hammered. So
you see, Essex now, and Somerset love to. Oh, we've got a full house again. Yeah, a full house of about 4,000 at Chelmsford. You ever commentated there in a T20 on a Friday night?
No, I
don't. Nick and I have been there regularly, and
well. Yeah, there are some grounds you like going to, and there are some you don't. Here's Harris bowls, and Waite plays this back to the bowlers. No run. I can remember, way back. I've told these stories before, but even 30 odd years ago, the Chelmsford was not a crowd that the Worcestershire players used to enjoy playing in front of, and it could be quite hostile at times. And Canterbury was the other one, strangely enough. The fans are not very appreciative of the other teams. Efforts quite often, I think. Here's Harris from the River End bowls, and Waite is taken on the pad by that one. He almost let it hit him as it was going down the leg side. A strangled appeal. The end of the over. The lead is 11. Waite is 12. Roderick is 21. 26 overs left in the day. Worcestershire 138 for 6.
Well, I'll never forget, and I'm sure Nick was with me, when Glamorgan chased down 220 on a Friday night, and Mark Cosgrove was a wonderfully entertaining player to watch, and the late Tom Maynard, who was a wonderful stroke player, and sadly taken us too early. They put on a wonderful partnership, and to watch those two together was an absolute joy, and they put on 150, 170. And when they hit the winning run, everybody got up and walked out.
Yeah, well...
And there was Nick and I.
Yeah.
But... it's
I can just imagine.
That's a bear pit.
I can remember Tom Maynard played for Millfield against one of my Repton teams once in a T20 competition, and made 50. Played absolutely brilliantly.
Oh, you would have played for England.
They had a heck of a side.
One day especially.
But yeah, I can remember there's a story that we often tell at Worcester about, which Worcestershire listeners will have heard before, and I apologise, but it's relevant to this discussion about...
I'll just interrupt you to say they changed the ball.
Yeah, you're not missing any cricket. Worcestershire warming up before the game back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s at Chelmsford, and quite a big game, Essex Worcester in those days, and quite a crowd gathering on the first morning, and warm-ups weren't quite then what they are now, but even so the players had been out and done a few hits and whatever, and Phil Newport tells me that he was just standing by the gate of the pavilion waiting for news of the toss, and Phil Neal went out to do the toss, and the toss was made, and the PA announcer came on and said, ladies and gentlemen, the toss has been won by Worcestershire, and they have elected to bat. At which point, half a dozen blokes in the front row of the pavilion stood up and said, right, that's it, back to the office. I'm not going to sit here and watch Curtis bat all day. and out they walked, which is a backhanded compliment if ever there was one, really. But I did some grounds you feel that the opposition really appreciate the efforts of the visiting side, don't you? And then and other grounds they just don't.
The likes of Derbyshire, they're very, very friendly up there. And there are others. And the southern ones are good, but once you get up, the Leighton and that area, and Chelmsford, and but there we are, all twiz, whatever. The ball has been changed, I think, and it must have been.
Do you think it has? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it must have been.
That's just what Worcestershire need, isn't it? Just get a partnership going. They change the ball.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, hope springs eternal. These two have so far put 26 on. They put 30 odd on in the first innings. Just need to bat. Just keep
38.
batting.
Yeah, and he's going over the wicket now.
Oh, I've got to go.
As in he comes now, McElroy bowls the first ball, and Roderick just shuffles about in the crease and dabs it away on the offside. I've been left alone because Frank's off to do his BBC Hereford and Worcester report, and Nick has gone to do something, but apologies, because you'll have to listen to me for a couple of minutes. Slip a third man, an arc of 3, saving 1 on the offside. And then we've got a long leg, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a man on the drive. And he's in again is McIlroy and bowls. That's right up in the block hole, and Roderick gets down in it. And there is no run. McIlroy is in his 11th over, and he's only going at 2s, 2 for 22, which is testament to his accuracy. It's a pitch probably that he's enjoying bowling on, and it's a little bit slow coming down to the bat, and he's got this rhythmical action, gets the ball down from a good height, and off he goes again, and bowls, and this is defended in the line of about middle stump, and there is no run. 138 for 6. So he won't have to listen to only me for the next few minutes, because Nick is back alongside me. As wicketkeeper Cook is still standing up. And I'm watching Roderick's feet here. He is appearing to use his feet as he moves around. He didn't that time. But what he does do is watch the ball very carefully. And I think Nick, would be a very useful emergency opener if you wanted one.
Yeah, he's batted 3 in the past, hasn't he?
You know, he's very correct, not flamboyant at all, not a great stroke maker, but he will hit the ball when it's there. As he waits now, as McIlroy gets one, and he has to change then. He was going to push forward, it's shorter than he thought, and just dabbed it backwards square on the offside. He's gone back to round the wicket. He's trying to find somewhere which will trouble the batsman. The sun has gone in. It's all very cloudy. How many overs have we got left this evening? 25. McIlroy bowls, and that's driven, and it's intercepted by Michael Nisa. Then I move rather quickly at mid-off. That is the end of a maiden. McIlroy 2 for 22 from 11. Can't argue with that. It'll be James Harris to finish, to resume rather than finish at that far end, the river end. I'm going to look the river really. River runs through our village. It's full to capacity last night. I suppose the Taff is pretty full. And there is still a drought warning down in some parts of England. Nick, did you know that?
Yeah, it's drought or flooding, isn't it? And nothing in between.
Yeah.
So James Harris from the River Taff end into bowl to White, who runs one down into the gully area. There's a shy at the wickets, but they're safely home for the single. 139 for 6, just 10 runs behind, and I suppose Worcestershire, once they get their noses in front, will just start to think of, well, can we scrape 120, 150 into the lead and set Glamorgan something to worry them in the final innings of this game. As Harris in bowls, Roderick turns it away on the leg side, backward to square. They'll run the first one fast and get back for the second as Nisa's throw comes in, but good running by Gareth Roderick to get home for 2 runs. He moves on to 23, 141 for 6, 8 runs behind, and Nisa holds the pose for a moment in the backward square leg position, as if disappointed that he hadn't managed to hit directly from 70 metres away.
Taking a second to his arm any time.
Roderick moves to 23. White has 13. Signs that Roderick is just looking to push on a little bit. As Harris bowls and turned into the offside, but intercepted by Labuschagne. Has a throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end. As he just overdoes it slightly sometimes, doesn't he, Manus Labuschagne?
Yeah. And if another wicket does fall, would you be ringing the captain of Maching Cricket Club and saying, look, I could be available for one of the teams tomorrow? I could, so if somebody drops out, I'm here.
Might put a little message on the WhatsApp.
Yes.
Available if needed. Harris is in to bowl, turned on the leg side by Roderick, and there's no run. Well, the second team are playing less than a mile away from here on the Blackwear. So, yeah, Michael Neser contributing with bat and ball, adding the weight to his case for an Australian call-up. At some point, it's going to come some point this summer. Harris in to bowl, and nice drive from Roderick, but he doesn't manage to pierce the field as it's fielded at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, it's not as sunny as was predicted. So there is a bit of movement in this cloud for these two bowlers. They're ostensibly swing bowlers, I would have thought, and Harris and McIlroy are the two bowling since tea.
In comes Harris and bowls down leg side, taken by Cook. No contact. Roderick 23, weight 13, 141 for 6, and Worcestershire are 8 runs behind. I wonder if they've got any supporters in the crowd who will raise a little cheer when Worcestershire move in for the lead.
What is it from Cardiff? Just over the hour?
Hour and a quarter.
Surely, surely that some people... It's not a bad crowd here, in fact. As Frank said this morning, why people over in the far pavilion sit there, I don't know. These people pay less in the public. They're right behind the arm and in the sunshine. McIlroy is to continue. It'll be his 12th over. He's got 2 for 22, and he's coming in past umpire Bailey now. And this is played up by weight to a short mid-on. So at 141 for 6, they'd love to put another 100 onto that. Very much up to these two, though you've got Leach to come in. He's no mean batsman. In comes McIlroy and bowls, and that's well pitched up and dug out and played up back to the bowler.
Yeah, the stand between Leach and Roderick, wasn't it, here last September, that pushed Worcestershire to a huge lead, and a huge first innings score rather, and subsequently forced Glamorgan to follow on before it rained.
McIlroy bowls short, pulled away. That could be half a dozen there. No, it bounced first over to the short boundary. It was short, and really you couldn't waited for anything better than that if you're a batsman. It was a half tracker. It didn't really get up waist high, and it was first bounce in, I was going to say into the crowd, but there's nobody in the big stand today, and weight moves on to 17.
Yeah, it was 167, the Roderick-Leach partnership here last September.
McIlroy bowls, and that's a little bit short again and forced off the back foot, but straight to cover. There's no run. One blow will do it, and Glamorgan will have to bat again. 4 runs they trail by.
On that occasion, it was Worcester 454 for 9 declared, Glamorgan 295 and 5 for 0. RSP, rain stop play. 162 overs.
What is it, rest in peace then?
Not RIP, RSP.
What's he talking about? Oh, that kept low, and that's going to run down for 4 byes. Yeah, the bounce getting a little bit erratic. If Worcester were 150 ahead now, they wouldn't mind seeing that at all, because it'll tell you there's a little bit of even bounce.
Scores level.
Yeah,
Worcestershire have avoided the innings defeat thanks to the glories of 4 byes. Cook standing up and
ankle height.
Yeah, kept a bit low, moved a little bit as well, and Cook only got half a glove to it.
8 runs off the over, and the next ball is blocked. Last ball of the over. As you say, the scores are level. How many overs left? We've got 23. And the time is 10 past 5. 10 past 6. It's a half past 6, probably, if not a little later.
Yeah, Duncan in Kent said he asked that question on a forum once, and Andrew Salter agreed with our assessment of the delights of Cheltenham. As Harris is in to bowl, and forward comes Roderick and defends. And there's no run.
Talking about Duncan, it's been raining apparently.
Lots of rain in Kent. Yep.
It's rained at the Oval too.
Have they played it all at Canterbury today? And the last time I looked.
Half an hour ago.
No. Further inspection at 5.
Oh, what a day.
Harris bowls, and Roderick will get runs here to take Worcestershire into the lead, or a run, as Nisa fields at square leg.
So Worcestershire in real money are 1 for 6. There it is.
Oh, the applause comes for the Worcestershire lead rather than Glamorgan having to bat again. There we are. He pays your money and he takes your choice. Oh, the rain delays at Canterbury. Oh, those were horrendous. Last season, no, the season before, wasn't it? As Harris is in to bowl. Short ball, and Waite has been hit somewhere by that. I think he's all right.
I don't think he was helmeted, was he?
He
taken his helmet
knocked
off,
himself off his feet as he swung vigorously at that.
Well, lucky he didn't.
In the throat, I think he's indicating.
Glad he didn't fall on his stumps. That would have been awful.
Yeah, it was a shortish ball. In Harris, medium fast, and
yeah, I think you're right. He's on the face.
Yeah, he will have to have a medical check over, I think, here.
A lot of people are going to disagree with me vehemently, and I'd like to know what you two think about it. I've often said that if you're hit anywhere and you fall backwards and you fall on your stumps, you should not be given out.
All right.
Especially if you're hurt. I remember, I think it was Matthew Maynard when
the helmet
up at, where were we, Durham? What's the Pakistani bowler? He bowled 100 miles an hour, the only one that's ever done it apparently.
Sharp.
Yeah, I think Matthew was clean out. It's either him or Michael Powell, I remember. And, you know, he's sort of dazed up, and somebody said, sorry, you're out. Which I thought was rather nasty, but, you know, you're defending yourself, aren't you? From a cricket ball, that's pretty hard.
Yeah.
And you could injure yourself quite badly, and then all of us said, oh, by the way, you're out.
He's just having a little check over now, Matthew Waite. I'm not sure if the blow actually got him in the throat below the helmet there, possibly. Harris isn't maybe the fastest of bowlers, but he's still fast enough to cause some discomfort, and Waite taking a drink on board. And
will they be asking him, what's your name, what day is it, where are you?
Yeah.
They do it at rugby, Nick, don't they?
Yeah, the rugby protocols are quite strict, actually.
Yeah.
I was surprised. We were given a sort of back scenes tour of the stadium and shown the facilities where they examine players when they're taken off for these HIA, head injury assessment checks, and frankly some of the questions that they asked I couldn't blooming remember anyway. Without a blow on the head, you know, where were you last Thursday, and
I can't remember.
who did you play last week? Well, you know, I'd have to think twice about who the opponents were last week. Sometimes with the busy schedule that sports people have.
No,
it was more strict than I thought.
The physio here, the Worcestershire physio, is speaking to the umpires and probably saying, look, I've had a good examination, he's all right. Probably, yeah, Rob Ailsey, well, if you think so, he held his hands out, if you think so, old boy, then we'll carry on. Yeah,
well, I don't think it was a blow on the helmet, technically, because I didn't see him change it. Well, he might have done this. Is the 12th is carrying a helmet? No, he's just carrying the drinks.
I know of a few fast bowlers. There's only one ball they would bowl now, and that's a short bounce.
Another one.
Straight to the head.
150 for 6. Worcestershire lead by 1 run. And Waite faces up to Harris again. And Harris bowls just back of a length, and Waite is able to work out away.
James Harris.
On the leg side for a single down to Nisa at square leg. 151 for 6.
He is the chairman of the PCA, isn't he? The Professional Cricket Association. So you can't do that, Mr. Chairman. Bowl me a beamer after I've been hit midships.
So Waite is off strike and leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Game just going a fraction quiet again. Harris into Roderick, who leaves outside off stump through to
tough as
Cook.
teak.
The lead 2 was effectively 2 for 6, and Glamorgan with one of these, plus Leach, Tongue and Finch to dismiss, or both of these and 2 of the others. Getting quite dark here as Harris bowls and Roderick is forward playing to mid-on. No run. Thick cloud now overhead. Getting a little bit lower. Light might come into play and help Worcestershire in their bid to take the game into a 3rd day at least. The conditions, maybe the temperature's just dropping a little bit. A couple of spectators getting coats on. Michael Nisa will come back for another blast.
Last thing you want after being hit in the face. But Nisa doesn't bowl a lot of bounces. He just gives one now and again. He's focuses on length and line. And he's coming to bowl from this end, and he will be bowling at Matthew Waite, who is 18. Roderick is 24. Last wicket fell at 101. Oh, a 50 partnership is up. As Nisa comes in now to bowl to Waite, and this is nudged away on the offside.
Could I ask for a recount on that?
Was it 139? Oh,
6 for 112. Have you got that written down, Edward?
Yeah, I know what I'm looking. I had 5 for 101. And,
6 for 112. You haven't got the fall of the most recent wicket.
That's when I was walking in and the wicket fell, I remember. So apologies for that. So they are still
39 the stand.
11 short. Yeah, it's gloomy now, isn't it? Nisa in, bowls, and is played off the back foot and up to mid. Well, not really coming up to mid-off. It's, I spoke, of course, about why he wasn't spin used, and now is the time you think, well, I'd like to see a little bit of spin. Well, you've got Carlson. Marnus will probably try and talk himself on. Probably say the pitch is made for me, skipper.
Well, if there's a set stand, then he's got
he's
an
done
argument.
it before, hasn't he? But it's Michael Nisa racing in, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot. They go for a quick single, and that very, very close. You're always taking a chance when Carlson's about. But now I'd be interested to see that if
he managed to pick up cleanly. Carlson's throw missed the wicket, but it certainly forced Gareth Roderick to hurry, and that was probably inadvisable in this match situation.
Yeah, even though he is a good judge, Frank was saying, of a run. But well, now then, Michael Nisa, have you had a wicket-keeper stand up to you before? Because Chris Cook is standing up as in comes Nisa and bowls down the leg side. It's played up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah,
he has got. I hope he's got a visor on, Nick. As a keeper, you keep
I'm sure Mr. Cook is correctly attired, and my sort of level don't have to worry about such things.
Michael Nisa in this rather gloomy evening at Sophia Gardens comes and bowls, and this is defended there and played back down the pitch by Roderick. He is on 24 and threatening to hold up Glamorgan, as both of them, as they did in the first innings.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some spectators who had Saturday planned at Sophia Gardens after the working week would hope that this game goes into tomorrow and there's a reasonable amount of play. I don't think we'll be here Sunday.
Michael Nisa in bowls, and he comes forward to that and plays it out gently on the on. End of another over. This evening we have a further 21 overs remaining. Play probably 25, 20 to 7 end. At the moment, anyhow, because of the light and because of the position of the game, we will probably be back here tomorrow, although you just don't know, do you, with the clatter of wickets. Here we go. One brings two, Nick.
I don't see the light holding until another 21 overs have been bowled, to be honest. Don't think we'll be still on at 6:30. Ireland against Bangladesh at Chelmsford. Ireland knocked up 319 for 6 thanks to 140 from Harry Takta and 74 not out from George Dockrell.
Left arm spinner, isn't
he? Yeah. Van der Hoogten back into the attack and Waite jabbing a defensive shot back where it came from. Bangladesh are 9 for 1 in the 4th over. That a 45 over match because of rain delays. Back on at Canterbury. Kent 95 all out. Hampshire 93 without loss after huge delays there today, but Hampshire will be grateful to get any cricket at all and the chance to move into the lead.
Kent quite happy to have seen it rain all day.
Yeah. Van der Hoogten bowls and Waite defends. At Old Trafford, Somerset 361 all out, Lancashire 5 without loss. Jimmy Anderson's final figures 14 overs, 2 for 16. 3 wickets apiece for Will Williams and Darryl Mitchell.
Darryl Mitchell making a comeback.
One of the Darryl Mitchells. 152 for 6 here. Worcestershire lead by 3. Van der Hoogten bowls driven through the offside by Waite. Nicely timed, punched away up to the boundary boards at the far end. 156 for 6. At Northampton were bundled out for 158. 5 wickets for Brett Hutton, Notts in reply 87 for 3. The Oval off for bad light in London. Surrey 190 for 3 though in reply to Middlesex's 209. Short ball. Oh, Waite tries to pull it round and toe ends it down into the slips as he looked to smite that one towards the pavilion. Possibly the not most judicious of shots, given that there's a fielder on a long boundary at steep square leg, but a little bit of movement from Van der Hoogten, although it's just back of a length. Waite misjudging that one. Van der Hoogten bowls to him again. Oh, and it's through northeast at short cover, and they'll take a single as Harris retrieves. So Surrey on top in the London derby, but off for bad light in South London. Warwickshire against Essex at Edgbaston. Essex 126 all out. Warwickshire 242 in their first innings, with half centuries from Rhodes and Hassan. Essex second time round 30 for 1, still 86 behind. Van der Hoogten in, bowls. Roderick stretches forward and completes another over for the Flying Dutchman, who has 4 for 28 now. Warwickshire 157 for 6, lead by 8 runs.
I tell you, excuse me, a young lad who's getting runs. Now I have seen him play when he played for the England 19s. Is it Tu or Rue? Who plays for Somerset? Comes in about number 6.
Yeah.
Now I think I saw today he was getting runs again.
James Rue did get a century. Yeah.
He got a century.
Yeah.
Now there's one, because whenever I have a look at his name, he's got some runs. The umpires are talking.
Light already? Oh dear.
Ball.
Or ball again.
I thought we'd finish with all this nonsense last year. They promised that their batch this year would be no problem whatsoever.
Bonnier cows, we were promised. Rodri Lewis on as subfielder, wearing Andrew Salter's number 21 number, just to confuse us. 157 for 6, Worcestershire, as we continue with the existing ball at Derby. They're off for bad light now after not playing until after lunch today.
Must be on the dial for. Oh, let's finish the season, shall we? Nisa in, bowls, and it's played up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Derbyshire 130 for 5. Opener Harry Kame is 59 not out. 2 wickets apiece for Singdale and Matt Taylor.
Of course, Mansood is captain of Yorkshire these days.
Yep. Out for 10 today, though. Yorkshire 55 for 3 in their second innings, 82 ahead of Durham after a narrow first innings lead.
Here is Nisa galloping in, bowls, looking for his first wicket. He doesn't get it there as he's driven up to mid-on. Do you read the story about Yorkshire have been talking to the Saudi Arabians about clearing this loan?
Yeah, that's...
They reckon it's a non-starter because once you go into how the people out in that country are, and, you know, it's...
human rights issues would presumably come into it, and fit and proper owners and that. But there is talk of investment from India as well, which would fit in fit in with the financial themes of cricket these days.
They want to take over everything. Nisa bowls, and that's driven through the offside. That might run away for 4. Yes, it is. We see the 12th man running from outside the boundary ropes, and runs come in quite quickly now, and all credit for these two for fighting back. Roderick has moved on to 24.
Partnership 49.
Waite has overtaken him on 28. Wide half volley that though. This is strange. Last week he didn't take a wicket in the second innings, having taken 7 for 30 and 4 in the first innings, and he hasn't taken a wicket. And he comes and bowls, and that's nudged away by Waite. And he's overtaken his partner. He's on 28. Roderick's on 24. The lead 12. So they're 12 for 6. The position of the game.
Sussex against Leicestershire. Sussex 291 for 4. Tom Alsop is 107 not out. Chetashwa Pujara made 77, and Steve Smith 3.
How out, Mr. Webb?
Leg before to Vian Mulder.
Plugs away, doesn't he, Mulder? Medium fast. Well bowled, sir. Nisa bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on where Carlson will field.
But young James Coles has joined Alsop in a partnership that's approaching the century. Imagine the media there at Leicester all poised to write their Steve Smith stories, and he's out for 3.
Well, at least you've got a choice next week down at Hove. You've got the story on Nisa, Labuschagne,
Robinson.
Smith or Robinson. One of the 4. And here is Nisa coming in. Bowls, driven up to mid-on, and he's now run.
Pujara's bound to get runs somewhere or other, isn't he, in that game?
You put him on a good pitch, you can't get him out. He got a double already this year, hasn't he?
He's been pretty prolific. 161 for 6 in the Sophia Gardens gloom, I think it's fair to say, though it probably looks a bit brighter on your screen for those watching the video streams than it does in reality.
And it's probably if we went outside, because you still haven't cleaned these windows, Nick. Have you got up on your cherry picker?
I keep telling you it's your turn this year, Edward.
They do need a cleaning.
161 for 6, Waite 28, Roderick 24. These two holding things up, holding their county's prospects just about alive, as that's through outside off stump, and Roderick allows it to go past him. I think if we do get an early finish because of the light today, and these two are together, it'll just allow Worcestershire to take a little positive into the third day, although Glamorgan will still be massive favourites to win the game. But They were favourites to win in Leeds and didn't quite complete the job. As Van der Hoogten runs towards us, bowls played nicely through the offside. Will that one go for 4? I think it will. Yeah.
It's time for sweeper time out there. He's hit 3 4s in that area.
It's beaten the chase of Labuschagne, and yeah, it just takes really for the ball to pierce the infield, and it's a short boundary. As Labuschagne gave it a good chase, but had to pull out a couple of yards from the rope. 165 for 6, Worcestershire lead by 16. The partnership passing 50 with that shot. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Roderick plays defensively to cover when there is no run.
Bit of Carlson off spin.
Labuschagne, I think, is probably before Carlson in this.
Well, he had an over at Bradford, at Headingley last
Yes, it was nonsense.
4 4s.
Yeah, it was a terrible over, to be honest.
It's the worst over I've seen for years.
But then the spinners got clogged throughout that game, and the brief spells they were tried on both sides. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Roderick, all elbows and angles, pushes forward.
I mentioned that earlier that I thought Van der Hoogten was bowling quicker this year, and bowling much better than he's ever bowled. I also think he looks fitter. I think you mentioned that he looks a little leaner.
Yeah.
Because he has suffered from injuries the last couple of years, and he's been out for some time. But he's looking as fit as a fiddle at the moment.
In comes the next delivery to Roderick, that he plays away on the leg side, down to backward square. Billy Root is the fielder there. A rather sloppy throw from Root on the half volley. Cook can't take it cleanly, but got a glove on it, and Labuschagne picks it up. 166 for 6. The lead 17 for the Pears. You're listening to BBC Sport Online, and also available on the two counties' websites and the BBC app, of course. Van der Hoogten bowls. Waite plays off the back foot back to the bowler. 166 for 6. The last wicket fell in the 33rd over. We're now in the 49th, so these two have been together about an hour. They've added 54 runs, and they have halted the slide, and really, as they did in the first innings when they had a little partnership,
there we go.
Held up the advance. Is this a light check?
No.
It is Labuschagne time. I thought the umpire just stuck a cap on the stumps.
Yeah, that cap off, and it's wetter.
Yeah, it's Labuschagne to bowl something or other. Off breaks, leg breaks, or seam.
We'll have to look at the screen here.
Come on, Edward, you're better at spotting the turn.
Well, I didn't when he started bowling earlier on in the season. And merrily going on for half an hour, and our good friend Steve James, former Glamorgan captain, texted me and said he's bowling off spin.
Right, keep your eye on the screen. I'll commentate with what's going on, and you tell me which way it's turning, if at all. 166 for 6. Labuschagne into the attack. Good call, worth an experiment from David Lloyd, with Glamorgan needing to break this partnership. Roderick on strike, Labuschagne in, bowls, back on his stumps goes Roderick, turns it round the corner.
Off spinner.
And it's a single down to fine leg. Roderick moves to 30. Highest score in this innings so far has been Adam Hose's 35, Azhar Ali 34. Now these two getting set. Roderick 30, Waite now on strike on 28. One slip. 4 saving the single. A few back on the ropes as well, as forward comes Waite, defending on the leg side.
2 off spinners so far, anyhow.
Thank you. Long on, square leg, fine leg, and cover are on the ropes. So a bit of an in-out field. Labuschagne bowls. That's short, turned away on the leg side. Single.
No turn, no threat at the moment. Pitch looks good.
Single out to mid-wicket. Waite 29. Worcestershire 168 for 6, and looking to take this game, favourites to take this game into the third day as Roderick strokes a single on the leg side. They're just milking these first few balls from Labuschagne, 169 for 6.
He might chuck in the leg break in the next 2 balls, but it's been all off spin at the moment.
Labuschagne in bowls, back of a length, just played late off his pads by Waite down to backward square. Another single. And no real threat so far, unless he manages to turn a little bit of variety into the bowling. Labuschagne. Roderick, squarish stance, is back on his stumps, just working it on the leg side for the 5th single in 6 balls from Labuschagne, 171 for 6. Edwards will be back around about the 6 o'clock mark. Light permitting. You addressing the language of heaven today, Edward? Certainly is. Summarising events and the affairs of Sir Morganwg against Sir Caerrangon, Worcestershire. 171 for 6. Waite 30, Roderick 32. Few spectators left at this near end. As Van der Hoogten bowls, oohs and ahs as it's turned away towards square leg. Was that bat in there? Yes, it was, as umpire Suri Shanmugan goes for a little wander, but no signal in the process. 172 for 6. Worcestershire 23 runs in the lead. Batting to come, Leach, Tongue and Finch, but this pair of Roderick and Waite doing well in the second innings, doing even better than they did in the first. Van der Hoogten bowls. Waite looks to pinch a single on the leg side. It's a quick single, and Nisa has a shy at the wickets at the non-striker's end. And Waite is safely home. 173 for 6. And, well, these two just bringing a bit of calm to proceedings as far as the visitors are concerned, Frank.
Yeah. Just wondering what happens at tea in the Worcestershire dressing room. Yesterday they came out and bowled better, and today they've come out and batted better, haven't they? So good to see a bit of resolve.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Roderick leaves. And through it goes. They've added 50 runs now since the tea interval, which is just over the hour mark. Came back to around 4:35. Labuschagne's first over with some gentle off breaks didn't threaten to cause any particular havoc in Worcestershire ranks. Van der Hoogten in bowls. On the back foot goes Roderick. Plays gently to northeast at cover. Just get the feeling that Glamorgan without a wicket in the last hour. They probably had visions of a 2-day finish and a weekend putting their feet up as we did. But this pair defiant and taking us at least into a third day. Can it affect the result of the match is another question, as Roderick is on the back foot playing up to mid-on. Little in the way of aggressive intent from these two, particularly from Roderick, just happy to sit there and accept what comes and tick the scoring rate along gently, and maybe with eye on survival, eye on the light, and thinking that they might be off within 5 minutes anyway. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Roderick is stretching forward, defending to end another over. Van der Hoogten 4 for 35, 173 for 6. Edward had his eyes glued to the screen in the last over and informed us that the ones that were turning were off breaks from Labuschagne.
Yeah. He seems to be favouring the off break, doesn't he, rather than the leg break, but I suppose that's it. And neither of these two will have faced him before, I wouldn't have thought. So got a little bit of a sort of novelty factor about it, hasn't it, as well? But weight on strike it is. And I bet there's a bit of chat out there as well from Labuschagne. In he comes now, bowls, and that's an off break, pushed back by weight. And I don't mean that in a nasty way, he's just that kind of guy, isn't he? Just never... He's a complete live wire, isn't he? And great character. Wonderful, wonderful cricketer. In he comes now to bowl to Weight. He bowls, and that one's pushed through a little bit, and Wait's going to get 4 here. Nice little deflection, actually. Just nudged it down to third man. Wasn't really an edge. I think it was a quicker one. Might have been an arm ball, and he just followed it, Weight, and just steered it. Really lovely little shot, actually. To do him credit, he goes to 35. The partnership's 65 now, easily the highest of the innings, and building on the
match for Worcestershire.
Yeah,
it was 38, wasn't it? The first
between
best
these
in
two,
the first innings. Yeah.
Here's Labuschagne again bowls. This one's flighted, and Weight drives it up to long on, all along the ground for a single. McElroy the fielder.
Yeah, there's just going to be a little bit more jeopardy, isn't it, when Labuschagne tosses it up? You know, 1 or 2 might get whacked to the boundary, but worth trying to buy a wicket.
2 men back on the leg side, 3 men back on the leg side. He's in, he bowls to Roderick, just pushes this one back up the pitch to Labuschagne, does his own fielding, has a little blow on his fingers, as spinners do, walks back to his mark. Comes in now again to bowl to Roderick and bowls, and that one pushed through again and worked away on the onside by Roderick for a single to deep mid-wicket. Takes the total on to 179 for 6. Roderick 34, Weight 36. Last wicket to fall, that of Azhar Ali just before tea. 112 for 6 at that point. And we were all, as Nick was saying, anticipating a 2-day finish. Labuschagne in, bowls, shorter, Weight cuts behind square on the offside, picks up 1, won't come back for 2, will keep the strike. End of the over, Weight goes to 37, and it's 180 for 6 at the end of the over, 15 left in the day.
Yeah, be amazed if we get that in terms of the light. And, well, Glamorgan have probably got, half an hour to try and wrap up these last 4 wickets to give themselves time to chase down, if they fancied having a go at it tonight. I think it's highly unlikely now as things stand. And well, only 52 overs gone in the innings. Another request for the umpire to look at the ball. Kieran Carlson is grumbler-in-chief as vice-captain. Glamorgan don't like the ball. Umpire Suri Shanmugan wanders over to umpire Bailey with a grin on his face. Mr. Bailey gets out the ballometer.
I like that. I'm going to use that, Nick, if I may. Ballometer. Excellent.
It's tossed back to Nisa, and so
that's the word that we have been looking for a good 2 seasons. Ballometer. What's that in Welsh? Ballometer, I suppose.
Meta appeal, something like that. Is Weight on strike, and he defends the first ball back to Van der Hoogten. No run. Yeah, still off bad light at Derby. Sussex are still going nicely at Leicester. 300 for 4. Allsop has got a century there. And up North Yorkshire, 70 for 3, 97 ahead of Durham. Johnny Bairstow on 10, not out. Next ball delivered by Van der Hoogten, defended by Weight. So what are we, 2 days in, and the furthest advanced match in the First Division is at Edgbaston, where Essex are 53 for 2 in their second innings. That's still 63 behind Warwickshire. Van der Hoogten into Waite, who plays one through mid-wicket. They'll run the first one fast. They do not go back for a second, and Waite was forced to
there.
turn and hurl himself back to the crease just in case there's a direct hit from deepish mid-wicket. Yeah.
He turned. He'd made his mind up. It was 2, and Roderick had never even considered the prospect. I don't think it would have been a horrible way to end what's been such a battling partnership. But he got back in.
As Worcestershire 181 for 6, 32 in the lead. Van der Hoogten bowls. Roderick jams forward and plays back to the bowler. Sound of a helicopter overhead, in case you are wondering. Somewhere overhead anyway. Umpire Glamorgan looks up to see where the noise is coming from. As Van der Hoogten bowls outside off stump, Roderick plays no shot. 181 for 6, and there have been precious few dramas for these two batters, which is the way they want it, really. Roderick just happy to sit there and occupy. Matt Strong, what odds an unlikely Worcestershire win?
Ooh, high odds.
Long odds. Van der Hoogten bowls. Roderick plays that one out towards backward point, fielded on the boundary. 4 wickets left, 2 batters set, 3-figure lead. Glamorgan collapse incoming. There we are. That's the pessimism of sports supporters.
I said it, you always see the strengths in the other team, don't you? You always see the strengths in the other team. Meanwhile, Worcestershire fans are thinking, well, we're only 30 ahead. If we lose our last few wickets, it'll be all over tonight.
Yeah. Steve Westcott is as pleasant a view as one could hope for. He says, well, he's got it up on his laptop, and a pleasant view of his garden in the background as well. Afternoon, Steve.
Marnus Labuschagne to carry on from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He moves away from us and aborts his run up and turns and comes back again. Wasn't quite right, just didn't feel right for him as he went in. Number 33 on his back, little spring in his step. He bowls, and this is worked away on the onside by Roderick for a single, which takes him on to 36, the fastest scoreboard in the West. It's on before you even complete the run. 183 for 6. Waite on strike. Labuschagne in again, bowls, off spinner. Waite works it with the spin and to mid-wicket. No run this time. 13 overs left in the day after this one. The light worsening, but still perfectly playable at the moment. As Labuschagne is in again and bowls, and Waite is turning this again to the fielder at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Good effort by these two. 71 added so far for this 7th wicket. Here's Labuschagne, bowls. Waite works this one again to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. I think I've just had a call from the studio in Worcester, so I might have to just give them a shout back at the end of the over. 2 balls left from Labuschagne, 183 for 6, in he comes, bowls, and Waite is on the back foot, and again picks out his favourite fielder, just having their own little game at the moment, those 3. Is it Carlson there at square leg?
He looks like him.
Just him, Labuschagne and Waite having their own little game for the last 3 deliveries. Last ball of the over coming up. And Labuschagne bowls, and the same 3 are involved, and again there's a little bit of confusion between the 2 batsmen. Roderick scampers back into his ground, and the over ends 183 for 6.
Glamorgan bowling for runouts at the moment seems possibly the most likely way to break this partnership, with 2 men who've been out there together for more than an hour, hour and a quarter since tea, and a little while before tea as well. And all of a sudden, they don't seem to be able to reach agreement on the running. So Glamorgan would dearly love to get another breakthrough tonight, I'm sure. Worcestershire looking to end the day on a relative high as Roderick pushes forward back to Van der Hoogten. There's no run.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
183 for 6. Not much for the crowd to get excited about since tea, but Worcestershire supporters will be grateful just to see a bit of late resistance on day 3 in Worcestershire's favourite part of the day, the final session.
Worcestershire's only part of the day.
Glamorgan dominating the first 2 sessions on both days, and then Worcestershire managing a bit of a fight back in the closing sessions as Roderick drives, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Roderick's scoring rate seems to be dropping somewhat, but he won't be worried as long as he is still there. Come close of play, 12 overs left, 34 the lead, 6 wickets in hand. You've got to take 2 off for any putative change of innings. It ain't going to happen tonight. Van der Hoogten bowls Roderick forward, defending up to mid-off again. Harris Fields, no run. Roderick, quite an open stance, and the way he jabs at the ball is not the most fluent, but it's obviously very effective. As Van der Hoogten is in, and Roderick playing forward and holding the pose. Yeah, that's a solid defensive shot up to Carlson at mid-on. There's no run. So the ball getting older, but Worcestershire will be delighted if they force Glamorgan to take a new ball, because it'll mean if we get there they'll have a lead probably of over 100, you would have thought. Van der Hoogten bowls and Roderick leaves just outside off stump. Cook is standing up, takes well. 7 minutes to 6 o'clock, and Worcestershire have not lost a wicket since the 33rd over. We're now in the 55th. Last ball thereof, and these two, as in the first innings, showing the application that the top 6 in some cases were lacking. Roderick pushes forward, getting well forward, defending to mid-on, playing everything straight. And to be fair to Azhar Ali, he hung around for quite a long time today, didn't he? In his 34-76 deliveries, he looked to be playing properly. Just missed a straight one from Van der Hoogten eventually. 183 for 6, 34 for 6 effectively, the Pears.
And that phone call's to tell me they don't need me anymore. No more updates, so I can have a little breather at 6 o'clock. Labuschagne into bowl to Waite, full toss, and Waite misses out, drives it, but straight back to the bowler. Didn't really get onto it quickly, tosses his head a little bit in annoyance. Labuschagne quickly back to his mark, in again, bowls, that one a little bit shorter, and Waite tucks it round the corner, and this time he managed to avoid Carlson at square leg, and he gets a single for his troubles. And it's already on the board. Waite goes to 39, 184 for 6. Partnership goes to 72. The lead goes to 35. And Gareth Roderick on strike. As you say, an open stance, but then he straightens up before the bowler bowls. And he misses out on a full toss, hits it straight to cover. Starts with his left foot quite open, and then as the bowler bowls, he just adjusts and gets into a more conventional sideways on position. He's played about a little bit with his set up over the last couple of years, Roderick, after having a pretty ordinary start to his Worcestershire career, and then he started moving around the crease a bit too much and sorted that out last year, and he's benefited from it. And there he goes into that little trigger movement, and he's bowled by Labuschagne. Cut back, I think he's dragged it on, he can't believe it. That's a breakthrough, and suddenly everything changes. Labuschagne gets the breakthrough, gets the congratulations of his team. One of those players that just makes things happen, and Gareth Roderick has gone. Just have a look at the replay to see if he did drag it on. I think he might have done. Yeah, indeed he did. Big drag on from outside the off stump. Harmless looking ball really, and Roderick just gets a bottom edge and drags it onto the stumps, and just when you think everything's set fair for Worcestershire, they lose a wicket, a big wicket. Gareth Roderick gone for 36. The partnership was 72 for that sixth wicket, seventh wicket I should say, and Joe Leach will come out now to join Matthew Waite. 184 for 7.
Yeah, not sure what Roderick was doing there. He lost his bottom hand off the bat somehow, and he's ended up playing it almost one-handed, and it turned very little at all, if at all.
I don't think it did turn. Really.
Yeah.
No, it was just one of those odd dismissals. Second drag-on of the innings. Hose also played on, and he did so in the first innings as well. Joe Leach coming out to bat. What have we got? 11 overs left in the day after this. Suddenly, there's the prospect of an extra half hour. What do you think, Nick?
It's a possibility. I mean, I think Glamorgan will, well, if they've got a chance of finishing it off tonight, if they need to score at 70 at 6 and over or something, then they'd have a go at it. But I'm sure these two will do their best to take it into another day. We've got to take the 2 off between innings as well, as we'll be updating BBC Radio Wales in about 5 minutes' time, and we've got some early chat from the news programme in our ears.
Marnus Labuschagne, the man of the moment, the man who makes things happen. There are some cricketers that are just like that, aren't there? And he seems to be one of them.
The non-spinning spinner in that case.
Well, I'm all in favour of them.
184 for 7.
And new batsman is Leach on strike. Labuschagne to him, and he's forward. Pushes it back up the pitch to the bowler. And Labuschagne picks the ball up. Gloomy light now, must be said. That might be the biggest threat to conclusion of the day, I think. Labuschagne waits, polishes the ball, comes in now to bowl to Leach. He bowls, and Leach is forward and steers this down into the ground. It bounces up to slip into the hands of Lloyd. End of the over, 184 for 7. 35 the lead. Waite still there on 39. Leach yet to score.
Waite, the highest scorer of the innings then. 39 not out to him. 36 Roderick. 35 Hose. 34 Ali. Maybe something in what we've been saying about batters never quite feeling really in on this wicket. Ball hasn't come on an awful lot, but it hasn't really gone sideways. It hasn't gone that much up and down. It's just stopped a little bit.
Yeah. But it's been one of those days, isn't it, where the wicket falls when you least expect it. It's happened with Azhar Ali. It happened with that one from Roderick, and that I think is always the indicator that the batsmen are never quite in, because you just don't think it's going to happen, and then something does. An odd dismissal, that one.
Van der Hoogten will continue as he dispatches his gully fielder back towards third man. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and forward comes Waite and defends to mid-on. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come in a couple of minutes.
They're giving him one.
They're giving him one?
I wonder what Joe Leach thinks about that.
They're quite far back, I suppose. Mid-on, mid-off. Well, I suppose Waite is set, isn't he? He's been in since before tea. Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Waite is forward studiously. Yes, they are giving him one, you're absolutely right. It rolls up ever so gently to mid-off. And there's no run. Mid-wicket retreats a little bit. Dunno, I'm not sure about this.
No. You don't like it, do you?
Not sure about this. Giving runs to Waite to bowl at Joe Leach, a guy who got 87 on this ground last year.
Exactly.
What's going on? Van der Hoogten bowls to Waite, and he takes a single to mid-wicket.
And he takes it on the third ball. I always thought it was fourth ball, or even fifth and sixth. Certainly not third. If you take it on the third, you might as well take it on the first, I reckon.
Yeah, it's odd cricket from both sides, I would suspect, in this, suggest in this over.
I wouldn't imagine Joe Leach is overly impressed.
He's probably not had that very often in his career before, that he's seen as a weak link. Can hit the ball pretty hard. 2 slips.
We shall see.
Fair enough for the new batter. 6 saving the single, only fine leg out as Van der Hoogten bowls and Leach prods it to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 185 for 7. Van der Hoogten looking to complete a 5-fer. They're not with quite the same zip and purpose as in his first couple of spells. He's got a 5 and a 6 already this season. He's bowling really well. In he comes. Leach defends that one. Might have kept a little bit low. Leach
got a bat on that one, I reckon.
Player of the Year mutters Edward Bevan in the back of the box. It's a little early in mid-May to be making that selection, Edward. 185 for 7. Van der Hoogten with 27 wickets in 5 championship games. Anything really over 3.5, 4 wickets a game is good going for any bowler.
Very good.
On average. Van der Hoogten to Leach, down leg side, makes no contact, through to Chris Cook. A little bit more bounce in Glamorgan's steps as they hurry round between the overs. 185 for 7. I think I'd better take the next couple of deliveries because we've got a radio update coming pretty soon.
Carry on. 10 overs left in the day. Still time for a lot to happen.
36 the lead. We're talking dramatic collapses if we're going to have a finish tonight, unless they're allowed the extra half hour, I guess. And it'll be Marnus Labuschagne to continue from this Cathedral Road end, having made the breakthrough. And Waite is forward, defending into the covers. No run. Light has been around about the same for the last 20 minutes. Edward says it looks okay outside. Short ball from Labuschagne, turned away by Waite. Missed out a little bit, really. Might have hit that into the grandstand in a different situation. 186 for 7. And Worcestershire are 186 for 7 in their second innings, but that's just a lead of 37 runs, so Glamorgan still big favourites to complete victory, albeit it may have to be tomorrow now. A little late Worcestershire resistance from Roderick, 36. Waite, 41, not out, have pushed their side into the lead. Earlier, 4 wickets for Tim van der Hoogten and 2 for Jamie McIlroy threatened a 2-day finish. Marnus Labuschagne has just broken a decent stand for Worcestershire. Glamorgan led by 149 on first innings. Worcestershire in their second innings at 187 for 7.
Splendid summary.
9 overs to come after this one. It's not quite a rewrite as yet, Edward. As in comes Labuschagne and driven by weight to mid-off. No run. Last ball of Labuschagne's over, and he will bring in a couple of fielders and try and deny Way to single. No, mid-wicket, told to get back there as some gulls squawk around in front of us. And Labuschagne bowls, turned on the leg side. Square leg is now in, so there's no single for Matthew Wade. It's 187 for 7. There are 9 overs remaining if the light holds today. But it might be less than 9 if the light closes in, or it might be more than 9 if Worcestershire lose these last 3 wickets. That's the glory of cricket. Expect the unexpected. But the expected on the microphone is Edward Bevan.
Michael Nisa coming into the attack. Should we do a little... you were happy over there. Michael Nisa coming into the attack at the river end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Joe Leach. And as Nick said, 9 overs left in the day. The day began, remember, with Glamorgan on 177 for 6 overnight. They lost their last 4 wickets for the addition of 81 more runs. Michael Nisa, the man about to bowl, finished last man out with 86. Comes in now to bowl to Joe Leach, and Leach clips his first ball uppishly on the leg side, and it bounces just short of Jamie McElroy at square leg. So that was 258 all out, a lead of 149 on first innings, and Worcestershire had 1 tricky over to negotiate before lunch. They managed that successfully, but then they lost 6 wickets in the afternoon session. 112 for 6, 123 for 6 at tea, and thereafter the best partnership of the innings by a long way between Gareth Roderick and Azhar Ali. They added 72 before Azhar was out for 34. Sorry, what am I talking about? Before Roderick was out, it was between Roderick and Waite as Leach plays this one to mid-wicket. Azhar out just before tea, I should have said. So 112 for 6 at that point. 72 added for the 7th wicket between Roderick and Waite, and that partnership broken by Marnus Labuschagne with a pretty harmless looking straight delivery which Roderick bottom edged down onto his stumps.
Yeah, it's the slowness of the
for
pitch,
36
probably.
Yeah. Here's Nisa again, bowls to Leach on the back foot. He just pushes this into the covers, and there's no addition to the score. 187 for 7 it remains.
I think.
Yeah, and a bit of tiredness and just an error of judgment, I suppose.
Yeah, I think with 8 overs left after this, we're pretty certain, unless the wicket falls in the next over or so, that we'll be back, because you've got to score these runs. 38 probably be up about the 50 mark. You're not going to get those tonight, and also the changeover and all that. So.
Yeah, no, we're back tomorrow, I think. Nisa in to bowl to Leach, and Leach is half forward. Got a bottom edge onto the pad, I think, otherwise there would have been a big shout. Matthew Waite has become Worcestershire's leading run scorer this season by reaching 41. He's 328 runs now. Good effort for a man batting down at
well, he must have go up.
number 7. Yeah, maybe. Well, this is right. Yeah, I think that's a definite possibility. He's batted 8, got 100 in the game at earlier on, and yeah, he's proved his worth.
He could open, couldn't he?
So, yeah. Well.
Emergency opener, I mean.
400 in the game at Derby, the opening game. Is Nisa in bowls, and Leach again is rushed by this one, nipped back at him, taken on the pad, lobs out on the offside. But I think he could probably go at 6 if they felt a need to adjust things at the top of the order. And they might well do after.
Anybody injured as a batsman?
Well, obviously Libby.
Libby for corner.
Libby missed out on this one, but. I would imagine that there might be a bit of a rethink. And Kashif Ali is, what I would have thought, very close, but he's got a hand injury at the moment as well, but he's been performing well for the second, so could be changes in the offing. Nisa again, in from the river end, bowls, Leach drives for 4. Half volley, wide outside the off stump. Nicely played, didn't try and hit it too hard, just steered it through the gap. Last ball of the over. Leach goes to 5, and Worcestershire's lead goes to 42, 191 for 7. And 8 overs left in the day. Be changes in the offing.
Yes, it'll more or less certainly go on into tomorrow now, unless a couple of wickets fall in this over. And if everything goes to plan for Glamorgan, it could be all over around lunchtime. And we can go and watch club matches in the afternoon. Nick can go and offer his services for his side.
Yes, he's already done that, I think.
Is he?
Yeah, he reckoned. We might have to cover for him tomorrow if he gets picked.
Yeah. Sorry?
You can come and watch Mac in seconds. It's only 10 minutes walk away.
Yes. Lackware. Here comes Manus Labuschagne, and he's bowling to weight, and that's rather short. It did get a bit of turn there, and he's played away onto the onside. It would be a little earlier tonight, I feel, with Manus bowling. Doesn't take long.
So you think I'm safe to check out in the morning?
I think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
In comes Labuschagne and bowls, tosses this one up, perfect off break. But
the worst nightmare is you check out and then somebody gets 150 or something. Yeah. But I think I'll be safe.
But we're fully booked, sir. You've checked out.
Yeah. It's not very comfortable in the back of the car.
Manus Labuschagne comes in and bowls to Waite. Waite clips it away to mid-wicket where there's no run. Half an eye on the morrow, these two batsmen, but if it's there, it'll put away, as Leach shows.
I suppose the clever way to do it is to pack your car up, bring all your stuff to the ground, but not check out, and then check out by phone.
Yeah,
if you need to.
Before one.
Yeah.
This next delivery is played back down.
In case you have a record last wicket partnership.
You never know, do you? 1 for 16 as we have 2 balls left of Labuschagne's 6th over, and then we shall have 7 overs left this evening. In comes Labuschagne, and it's
that'll do for 4.
Glided down towards third man. I don't think anybody's going to stop that as it crosses the ropes now, and it's retrieved by someone from the ground staff. So 4 more runs as it takes the lead to 46. Put 1 in front of that, and we start to get interested. It was floated up outside the off stump, and he got a thick outside edge, perfectly safe, down towards the river. Waite moves on to 45. He's in sight of a 50. This is Labuschagne's last ball. He calls his backward square in to a run-saving position. And he comes from this end and bowls, and this dab down in front of him on the offside. 7 overs left, 195 for 7. The lead is 46, so in real money, Worcestershire are 46 for 7.
Yeah, and 7 overs left in the day.
Can you imagine if you'd rung your wife today and said, well, I think this is going to be over. Oh, so we can go shopping tomorrow. Yeah. Never tell her.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. But I do think, I mean, I think the logical thing is to bring your stuff, but not check out. And then you can do it by phone, can't you? I would imagine these days.
Yeah, hello. There's
had a little chat about the light, I think, and they are
coming off.
Going off. They are indeed going off. So bad light, stop play, and it's very unlikely they'll be back. Worcestershire are 195 for 7. Matthew Waite is 45. Joe Leach is 5. Nominally 7 overs left in the day. The lead is 46, and it's been a pretty good post-tea period for Worcestershire for the second day running. Otherwise, we would probably have been looking at a 2-day finish.
Yes, and I think batsmen and bowlers will be quite happy to come off because there's got 2 days of fine weather left in this game, and the batsmen, they didn't want to lose another wicket tonight, so they'll be quite happy to go back into the pavilion. And Glamorgan's bowlers will say, yeah, we didn't want really the last 7 overs. We can put our feet up, have a good rest tonight, come back firing in the morning, and well, there's 20 overs to go to the new ball, but I think the applause will be for Matthew Waite, who has played so well for the second time in this match. He is just 5 runs short of 50. Leach is not out. 5. Star of the Glamorgan attack yet again. Van der Gooten with 4 wickets. There have been 2 for McIlroy, 1 for Labuschagne. So, unless of course there is any further play, and I doubt it very much if there is, then of course we'll be back. But it looks at the moment that it's going to be a good night, and no star from us all here, and we'll be back fit and ready tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.
With the light having deteriorated, that's the end of play for today. Thank you everyone for your company as you shortly prepare to leave Sophia Gardens. Please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure from the stadium. Play will be resuming at 11 o'clock.